rested well yesterday after a long day. But I love your commitment. Yesterday, you must have reached home by 9:30 or 10 p.m. and today you all are here at 9:30 again. Everyone is looking fresh and energetic. ICAI Due members, you are an inspiration, and let us clap for each other for being that inspiration for each other. Welcome to all the dignitaries, our sponsors, who is our strength, our elite speakers of the day, who made this event possible, my heroes, my past chairman, the man who spearhead promoting ICI in Middle East and Africa, our regional director, Prabdeep Singh Baweja, my friends and seniors from sister chapters who took out time from their busy schedule and joined us in our celebration, and all my beloved chapter members and seniors. Welcome to the second day and final day of annual international conference. Are you loving it? Superb, some noise is there. Yesterday we had 3 segments. Technology, your partner; philanthropy, your soul. Second segment was resilience, the undying soul, addressed by Shri Ravi Shankar ji. And the last session was growth, who does not want, where we saw Chetan Bhagat telling us what are the lessons in the life for growing. I was blessed enough to receive help and support from 2 of our committee members, Rishi and Dharma, in running these segments yesterday. And we experienced a lifetime moment where His Excellency Sheikh Naihan Mubarak Al Naihan and Gurudev Shri Ravi Shankar ji came together and addressed back to back to all of us. Final session of Chetan Bhagat on 11 life lessons was also useful. Result? The result is I have not taken or eaten a gulab jamun since yesterday. Today we have another 4 segments to run. And today I have few more friends to help me in running those segments. But before we get into the segments, we need to pay respect. Respect to the country where we live in, that is UAE. Respect the country which lives in our heart, that is India. And the institution which makes us proud, that is ICI. Can we have the national anthem and ICI motto on the screen? And please rise from your seats for these national anthems. Let's sing this one. The next one, we should all go for it. जनमन अधिनायक जय है भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा कलश सुनाए
य एष सुप्तेषु जाग्रति य एष सुप्तेषु जाग्रति कामं 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 कामपुरुषो पुरुषो निर्विमाणः निर्विमाणः तदेव शुक्रं तद्ब्रह्मा तदेवामृतमुच्यते तस्मिन् लोकः शतः सर्वे तदूनाद्यपि कश्चन एतद्वैता 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 एतद्वैता.
Thank you. Please take your seats, and everyone who is standing there, please come and take your seats. I don't know. I always love when I see my Tiranga flying. Maybe that is Indian in me, which is very happy seeing that tricolor flying high. During our national anthem, I saw that flying high, and it was really good. I'll just give a minute for everyone to settle down because they waited for the national anthem. So it's my responsibility to wait for them to take their seats. Please take your seats, and then we'll start off. So without further ado, let's start the day. And the first segment of the day is meditation and leadership. For this segment, let me invite my friend, my partner, our committee member, CA Sanjay Gagrani, a dynamic personality who is ever ready to deliver everything. You mention the task and then can be rest assured it will be done in the best possible manner. Please give a round of applause to Sanjay Gagrani, Executive Committee member. ये फुवारा नहीं चलेगा? Console team, this will not go off. I think they are also resting today. Good morning, Sanjay bhai.
Good morning, Jay bhai.
Hope you had a good rest. Yesterday, after our session, let me tell you, me and him, we went to another event, and my day ended by 12 p.m. Let me ask him what he did, because I ended by 12 after going to that event. What happened to you, Sanjay bhai? What time you reached home?
It was almost the same time. I reached home around 1 a.m. and we are here again from 6 a.m. onwards.
Wow.
So let's start today, the day with something fresh, meditation. So first of all, Sadar Namaskar, Salam, Shashi Akal. Good morning.
जोश नहीं आ रहा. Good morning, ICAI Dubai. अब लगा है कि ICAI दुबई से बात कर रहा हूँ. Go ahead, Sanjay ji.
So just, Jay, before I go ahead, let me ask you one question related to our theme. In a time travel scenario, if I ask you to go back 100 years back, to what sustainable practice you would adopt?
Wow, good question. 100 years back, if I go back, what sustainable practice should I adopt? Let me think about it. I will go for planting more trees. I think we have reached this time because of the deforestation. This speeds the deforestation hua hai, that is the reason we are standing here. If we have done 100 years back, the forestation in the same manner, we have planted the trees in the same manner, I think the world would have been a better place and we would not be struggling with the climate change and other stuff. So for me, 100 years back, it should be tree plantation.
Wow, that's an excellent response, Jay. It's fortunate still we have time. Otherwise, very soon we'll find oxygen smoothies, oxygen cocktails on the menu card.
Sanjay ji, if you are asking me a question, can I ask you one question?
Please go ahead.
Okay, so let me ask you this question. If I give you a magic wand, Jadoo ki chhadi, I give you a magic wand, Jadoo ki chhadi, and say, okay, using sustainability and innovation, what you want to change in the world?
Okay, if you give me the Jadoo ki chhadi, the magic band related to sustainability and innovation, first of all, I would love our cars to run on the laughter, not on the fuel, not on the battery.
Wow.
Second, for the agriculture sector, I would like to have the talking plants, which cheerfully tells us what exactly they need. If the sustainability and innovation, if can't be a fun, what's the point, right?
Kya baat hai, sir? I am telling you, you are taking me to a fairy land. Maybe I have given you a magical wand and then you are taking me to a fairy land. Fuel, working without fuel, you are working with laughter. That is amazing. Mera kaam sorted hai, dost.
So Jay, what was your learning from the yesterday's session? From the Gurudev Ji was here, the Chetan Bhagat was here. What was the major learning you can just share with us today?
Let me put this way, I was taken away. I was blown. When Sri Gurudev Ji was here, I was blown. My learning was everything which he talked about, which is go for meditation, go for proper sleep, don't stress out. But out of these three, my question to you is what you love the most?
See what you just mentioned about meditation. So that's what we immediately implemented. Now today, let's start the day with something fresh. Meditation. Like even Gurudev Ji, Shri Ramachandra Ji said, encourage meditation every day for relieving stress and better sleep. So today we have Sister Maureen of Brahma Kumaris to present on spiritual input and meditation. Sister Maureen works with a diverse community in the building spiritual capacity in the times of transition. As a presenter of several climate change conferences, she has deep interest in a spiritual and ethical dimension of climate change. The nature of harmony, the connection between our internal soul, being, and the state of our earth. She has been a long-term involvement in the international religious dialogue and represent the Brahma Kumaris on the board of religious leaders of Elijah Interfaith Institute and is a spiritual ambassador to the Living Peace Project. In April 2022, she traveled to Ukraine, the war zone, with religious leaders as part of the Faith in Ukraine initiative. Sister Maureen is a part of Strategical Circle of Spirit of Humanity Forum, offering a safe space for a dialogue among leaders, change makers, seeking transformation based on the core human values. Sister Maureen participated really recently in the high-level pre-COP summit and faith leader in Abu Dhabi in early November. So may I request each and everyone, please give a warm welcome to Sister Maureen.
Sister Maureen, friends, members, please give a round of applause. She is here to give us meditation, to tell us how to meditate, and we'll do exercises on meditation.
Good morning and Om Shanti, a greeting of peace. And thank you so much for the very warm and spectacular introduction. And actually, first of all, I want to answer your question. If I had a magic wand, I would want that every human heart on this planet is filled with compassion. What do you think? And then many things would change through that. I've been here at COP28. I just came a few days ago. And as was mentioned, I was also part of the Summit for Faith Leaders. The Brahma Kumaris have been coming to the COP conferences since 2009. And this time in Dubai, we have had over 50 events, including a live stream every evening from our Raj Yoga Center in downtown Dubai. There's been a lot of input. But what has been very heartening is that the UAE government has wanted to really emphasize the voice of faith and to be inclusive of faith communities, of young people, and of women also. These are areas that sometimes get forgotten. We all together have to make a better world. It doesn't rely on just a small group of people. It's for all of us to do together. And the climate crisis is really the crisis of our time. And so we actually have, for the first time, a faith pavilion where many events and gatherings have been happening. But why is faith important? It's because faith puts us in touch with our inner lives, with our inner selves, with our inner values. When we first came to COP conferences, we talked about the connection between our consciousness and the climate. People didn't understand in 2009, but now people are making the connection. And it's a spiritual principle that whatever is within is reflected without. And look at the chaos we have in the world and the violence in the world at the moment. So that tells you something of the turmoil that is going on within human minds and within human hearts. For us to make a difference, and I know all of you want to make a difference, we have to have a lot of inner strength. There are many influences that will pull us in different directions, pull us away from our heart, pull us away from our conscience, pull us away from the values that we hold dear. And I love this analogy that really life is like a boat. We are boats in the water of life, and it's so important that the boat is in the water, but the water shouldn't come in the boat. Because if it comes in the boat, we know what happens. The boat sinks. I lose myself and my sense of purpose. I remember one businessman who was a meditator, and he said to me, I've spent my whole life climbing up the ladder only to discover I've been climbing up the wrong ladder. So that shouldn't happen to any of us. We need to know what is important in life. And so that's why it's so important to spend a little bit of time with the self each day, reflecting to get to know the self and to make the mind calm. Because when the mind is calm, we're able to discern, we're able to understand what is the best decisions to take, and we're able to use our inner wisdom. And now this is the focus of meditation, that each one of us in our inner being, you can call it the soul inhabits the costume of the body. And of course, all our identity is to do with all the physical things of our nationality and our position and so on. But we're souls, and our original identity is of peace. So when we meditate, this is our first mantra. I am a being of peace. So I would now, in the time left, like to share a meditation with you. And I'd like you to be comfortable, feet on the floor. And I'll share a few thoughts, because what is meditation? It's about using your thoughts in a productive way. Our thoughts are energy. And so it's up to us whether I waste that energy in negativity and peacelessness, worry, or whether I use my energy to build up my inner strength and inner peace. So for a few moments, I move my thoughts away from the past, from the worries of the future, to be here, present, in this moment, with myself. And I turn my thoughts inwards, away from all the external identities, to my true identity within. The identity that is constant, unchanging. And when I go deep within, I discover many inner treasures. Perhaps they've not been accessible to me before, but now, with the power of pure thought, I can experience my original state of peace. This is a peace that is part of me. No one can take it away. It is a strong peace. I am a being of peace. And in that state of peace, I also can access the love and compassion within my being. A love that does not seek any return. An unconditional love. A healing love. Love that can transform the self and the world. This allows me to access the treasure of wisdom. Wisdom that allows me to speak and act in a way that uplifts, that gives happiness, that causes no sorrow. I am a being of peace. I am a being of love and compassion. I am a being who holds the depth of wisdom. And this creates a vibration, an atmosphere that I carry into the world, bringing peace, bringing hope, bringing love and compassion, bringing wisdom to everything that I say and I do. I'm guided by my inner self. I'm part of God's task of creating not just a sustainable world, but a flourishing world. Let me always remember this. just a few minutes every morning, every evening can really transform your life. And in between, we have a practice. We call it traffic control. Not the traffic out there, but the traffic in the mind. Every hour we stop and we remember who we are. In just a minute, you can recharge the self because you know where to go and what to do. Thank you so much, and Om Shanti.
Can I invite Chairman on the stage to felicitate Sister? And can I request Regional Director Prabdeep Singh Bawaja to join us on the stage to felicitate Sister? Thank you. Hope you enjoyed the meditation part of it. I loved it. For 5, I don't know, I felt my brain heavy. Reason maybe multiple things are going on. ऐसा लगा बहुत ज़्यादा भारी है. And after the meditation, I felt so light on the head side. Maybe that is the impact of meditation which it does. Thank you, sister, for what you did. Give a round of applause to Sister Maureen. Yes, Sanjay ji.
Yeah, I felt a slap. So, Jay, what do you think about superhero? Do they really exist?
Superheroes. सर आज डिफिकल्ट क्वेश्चंस पूछने में लगे हो. कभी मेरे को 100 साल पीछे भेज रहे हो, कभी सुपर हीरो. यस, सुपर हीरो डू एग्जिस्ट. यस, सुपर हीरो हु आई नो, ही कैनॉट फ्लाई बट हिज आइडियाज फ्लाई. ही डज नॉट कैरी एनी सुप्रीम वेपन बट हिज हम्बलनेस इज हिज वेपन. संजय भाई, कैन यू टेल मी whom I am speaking about?
Yes, I guess I know whom you are hinting on and couldn't agree more. Absolutely, a humble leader is like a lighthouse in the leadership sea, steady, guiding, and refreshing. They don't crave the spotlight, but create an atmosphere where everyone can shine. So, ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome the superhero of ICAI Dubai chapter की आन बान and शान CA हरिकिशन रंकावत.
For his chairman's address.
तालियां जोर से बजना चाहिए.
Guest of honor, C.A. Aniket Sunil Talati, President ICAI. Guest speaker, Padma Shri T.V. Mohandas Pai, Chairman, RN Capital. Mr. Vikas Prasad, President and Group CFO, Olam Agri. Padma Shri and Padma Bhushan, Mr. Anupam Kher, Bollywood actor, director and producer. Ms. Devita Saraf, Chairman and CEO, The View Group. C.A. Ankur Agarwal, CEO and founder, Bricks and Woods Real Estate. Panelist, Mr. Anthony O. Sullivan, Managing Partner, EY UAE. Ms. Olga, Tax Director, Deloitte. Mr. Omar Saraswala, Partner, PwC, Middle East. Moderator, C.A. Abbas Ali Mirza, Chairman of the 21st session of ISAR UNCTAD at UN and author of 15 books on IFRS. My colleagues in the Managing Committee, galaxy of former chairmen, guest sponsors, and respected members of the chapter, a very good morning to all of you. सर नाश्ता हो गया होगा, थोड़ा गुड मॉर्निंग का आवाज़ आना चाहिए सर अब. Good morning. I welcome each one of you to the second and concluding day of the 41st Annual International Conference of the ICAI Dubai chapter. As the chairman of this esteemed chapter, I am honored to stand before you as we continue and explore the second day of 41st Annual International Conference, Confluence of Vision, Sustainability and Innovation. As we reflect on the insightful sessions from the first day featuring luminaries such as His Excellency Sheikh Nayan, Gurudev Sri Sri Ravi Shankar ji, Mr. Faisal, Mr. Chetan Bhagat, Mr. Hardik Sheth and Ms. Chinu Gupta. We are very fortunate to have 3 speakers as Padma Shri or Padma Bhushan awardees. Can we have a big round of applause for all our speakers who have come from various countries in Dubai to address all of us. We are inspired by the diverse perspectives shared on the intersection of vision, sustainability, and innovation in the ever-evolving landscape of chartered accountancy. The inaugural day laid a strong foundation for our discussions, emphasizing the importance of visionary leadership, resilience in adversity, risk to reward of the equity game, digitization in finance, and innovative approaches in the field of accountancy. Gurudev Sri Sri Ravi Shankar's insights into overcoming life challenges, Chetan Bhagat's perspective on 11 rules of life, Hardik's thoughts on the automation and digitization of finance, and Chinu Gupta's practical wisdom have set the stage for today's deliberations. Today, we will deep dive into these themes, exploring how they intersect and understand the future of our profession as well. Our discussion will revolve around the evolving role of chartered accountants in driving sustainable business practices, fostering innovation in financial management, and envisioning a future where our profession plays a pivotal role in developing a sustainable and resilient global economy. We are honored to have distinguished speakers and panelists today who will share their expertise on topics ranging from startups to sustainability to celebrity talk to the power of vision to triumphs of real estate. These discussions aim to equip us with the knowledge and tools needed to navigate the complexities of the modern business and financial landscape. Throughout today's session, let us engage in meaningful dialogue, share our experiences, and collaboratively envision a future where the principle of vision, sustainability, and innovation are ingrained in the fabric of our profession. As we conclude this conference today evening, we leave with a renewed sense of purpose and commitment to uphold to the highest standards of integrity, transparency, and excellence in our roles as chartered accountants. Recently, actually, we went on ICAI study tour to Japan, and I like actually 2 habits of Japanese. Number 1 is humbleness, which was of paramount. I mean, we were really amazed. And second one was cleanliness. Actually, they have built up the cleanliness from the childhood. In the school itself, they taught that you have to clean your school, your home, so that every single kid or every single citizen of Japan is a cleaner. There is no cleaner in the Japan, and I found that actually whenever we were trying to find out the dustbin, there was no dustbin except at public places. So we were really very amazed to see that there is no cleaner, yet the city was very clean. And so much so, when we were having some, kachra, whenever we are traveling in the bus or whenever we went to public places, actually we were forced to bring that kachra back in our hotel, and then we have to put it in the dustbin. Sir, this is the sustainability which has already been built up in every child, in every citizen of the country. So we were really very amazed. And this kind of mentality for the sustainability we have to build in for our kids as well as in ourselves. Then automatically the whole world will become definitely sustainable. Now, can we have a big round of applause for our managing committee who has been working day and night to make this conference a grand success. And this event wouldn't have been a successful event without your presence, without your participation. So can we have a big round of applause for each one of you? Let us embark on this second day with enthusiasm and a clear or collective determination to shape the future of our profession. I wish each one of you a great learning. Wish you all the best for our conference day 2 and thanks for your attention. Namaskar, Jai Hind, Jai ICAI.
Thank you, Haribhai, for your kind words. And let me tell you on behalf of all the chapter members, and once I complete, they will also say the same thing. We all love you. Chapter members, give a round of applause to our chairman, CA Hari Kishan Rankawat. That's for you. One more thank you to Sanjay Bhai for helping me out in conducting the first segment of the day, meditation and leadership. Now it's time to move on to our next segment, which we call Future Ahead, where we have 2 speakers in this segment, very respectable, Mohandas Paiji, who is already here, and a speaker who mesmerized me with his presentation last time. He is about to come, Mr. Bikash Prasad. For this segment, let me invite my partner, my ExCom member, who takes care of all the logistics of all the speakers, CA Dheeraj Ransaria. Please join me on the stage and give a round of applause to CA Dheeraj Ransaria.
Good morning. Good morning, members and respected guests. First of all, I thank you, Jai, to invite me as a co-host for this mega event called AIC Confluence on the theme Vision, Sustainability and Innovation. It was a great session yesterday, and we got the opportunity to learn a lot from our speaker. And it was addressed by His Highness Sheikh Nahyan Mubarak Nahyan, Gurudev Sri Ravi Shankar, Mr. Faisal Kotikolan, Mr. Hardik Seth, Ms. Chinu Gupta, and author Mr. Chetan Bhagat. We will continue the same learning today, but before that, we have to be called all our overseas chapter representative on the stage for a group picture. I request who is present here, our overseas chapter representative, please come on the stage for the picture.
All the overseas chapter representatives
from
and the
Abu Dhabi,
and the ExCom.
Chairman
and the ExCom.
Fujairah,
ExCom and the chairman.
Oman,
and all the chapter representatives, including Abu Dhabi, Russell Khema,
Kuwait,
Oman, Qatar, Doha, Bahrain, Aram se. Kuwait, everyone. Regional Director, C. Prabhi Singh Baweja, the committee members. Friends, we have to give a round of applause to all the overseas chapter who have come us only for our AIC. These are flying from their respective chapters only for us. See their faces. If you go to these countries, you know whom to contact. Thank you everyone for coming and gracing our occasion. Thanks a lot. Hari Bhai.
Ladies and gentlemen, every chairman from all the 6 GCC countries are here. So this is one of the sign of togetherness and collaboration. Can we have a thundering round of applause for all the chairmen and the managing committee of all the GCC countries? Thank you very much.
Hari Bhai, कोलैबोरेशन नहीं, कॉन्फ्लुएंस हुआ है.
Now continue today for our journey to learning. Javai, do you believe for our next speaker, India has come a long way ahead. It's more prominent, it's more visible and more audible across the globe. What's your view?
I believe it. India has done a prominent job. Now India is visible. Indians are visible and recognized across the globe. India is coming up as a great nation throughout the world. क्या लगता है Indians? हम इंडिया ने आज राज किया है नहीं किया है? We are doing great in the world or not? Yes, that is what we are doing, Dheeraj bhai.
Like our members also agree, India has a long way to head, more prominent and more visible. Now, to know more about the India, what's happening in India on Startup Fund. The first speaker is Padam Shri CA TV Mohandas Pai. Wow, charter accountant with Padam Shri. Oh, it's very rare to see. It's a required a very big round of applause because it's our profession as a Padam Shri. It motivates to us all also. As we all know, innovation is a core component of any startup. And Mr. Pai is going to spread some knowledge on the startup journey in India. India has emerged third largest nation for startup globally. To know more about India startup, Mr. Pai will share his thoughts. Now I request our technical team to play his intro video to know more about Mr. Pai.
Ladies and gentlemen, our speaker for the day is Padma Shri Awardee CA TV Mohandas Pai. Chairman, RN Capital. Mohandas Pai, a recipient of the Padma Shri Award, is a former CFO and board member at Infosys. Additionally, he co-founded Aksholya Potra, the world's largest midday meal program, and actively collaborates with government and regulators to provide policy recommendations. Mohan has a notable presence in the technology investment landscape, having initiated over 14 funds in venture, growth, and public markets. Leading RN Capital, a private equity fund in partnership with Manipal Group Chairman Ranjan Pai, he invests in life sciences, technology, and education companies. Some of the noteworthy companies in his portfolio include Byju's, Council, Zoom Car, Praxify, Your Story, and Licious. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Padma Shri Awardee CA TV Mohandas Pai.
Give a round of applause to Mohandas Pai sir.
Folks, thank you for inviting me. I'm very grateful to be here. It's been a few years since COVID came in between us, and happy to be here. I'm going to talk about India and technology and startups. But first, let's understand what is India. Now, this is India, 1.41 billion people. We are the second largest. People say we've overtaken China. I don't know. We have 23 million babies being born every year in India. The young people below the age of 40, below the age of 18, are more than the entire population of Europe, for 450 million. We don't have a population problem. We'll soon have an aging problem. 130 million Indians are above the age of 60. By 2030, 200 million Indians will be above the age of 60. And we are at an age and time when we could grow because we have the youngest population in the world. Fertility has been low for all communities. If you are Jain friends here, please spend more time with them. The fertility of the Jain community is only 1.2. In 50 years, you may not have many Jains left. So I do feel very concerned. I got a lot of Jain friends. And if you look here, literacy is 78%. Our GDP is $3.47 trillion. PPP is 12.2. The PPP multiple is 3.5 times, which is the highest in the world. China has a multiple of 0.6. So the GDP of this country is much higher than the nominal GDP. And if you look at per capita income is quite low, but that's because the poor country. Out of 1.4 billion people, 1 billion people live on less than $1,000 a year. 400 million live on $6,000 a year. Out of 400 million, 100 million live on $10,000 a year, the rest $5,000 a year. This $10,000 a year is equal to $35,000 in PPP. And this is growing at 8%. But the consumption is happening at the top of the pyramid, and the huge number of people coming to the top all across India. So India is the growth path, and India is a global leader in technology. Export-imports make up about 50% of India's GDP, and we are open to the world. Now, we've got to look at this data to understand how India has grown. In 1750, China, India made up 45% of world GDP. Throughout history, India has been the richest country in the world. We were an agriculturally surplus country. We produced a lot of textiles. We exported spices. Pliny the Elder of Rome wrote 2,000 years ago that trade with India will impoverish Rome, because the Romans imported Indian textiles and spices and paid for it in gold and silver. They had to loot many countries to get the gold and silver to pay for what they imported. In 1750, the Industrial Revolution came in Great Britain with the invention of the steam engine. And in 1500, the merchants of Europe went out to trade. They looted the Incas, took away the gold, they made trade with India and the Far East and created wealth. They overcame the feudal system at that point of time because land was the source of wealth, and people who worked on the land were served for the great lords. But the merchant class created the great European cities, and they had the money, and they were the first venture capitalists. And when the invention of steam engine took place, they put money into machinery, and that started the Industrial Revolution. In 50 years, Europe became the greatest economy the world has ever seen. They became rich, they colonized the whole world. Great Britain came to India, colonized India, took away $45 trillion of wealth from India from 1757 to 1947 in today's money. There's a great research by Professor Utsa Patnaik of Columbia University giving details of how this loot happened. So I want to tell you that India has always been a rich country, China has been a rich country, and in the future, India and China shall be the dominant economic powers. And you see it happening right now. Though we have many challenges, we are on the right path up here. In 1950, when India became free, when India got a constitution, we got free in 1947, India was the greatest industrial power in Asia. That's because China was destroyed in the war, Japan was destroyed in the war, Southeast Asia was destroyed in the war. Of the 5 richest families in Asia, 3 were Indian. Great Britain owed us 1.5 billion pounds for the war effort. 2.5 million Indians fought in the Second World War for Great Britain, and they were instrumental in pushing back the Japanese from Koima in one of the greatest battles of the Second World War. At that point of time, our first Prime Minister, educated at Harrow and Cambridge, shut down the Indian economy. He brought in licenses, licensed quota Raj, he brought in price control, he brought in centralization of economic power, and impoverished Indian capital. He suppressed Indian capital, so India did not grow. The world grew at 4.5% a year from 1950 to 80. Asia grew at 6.5%, India grew at 3.5%, population India grew at 2.5%, and per capita income grew at 1%. In 1980, India was poorer than 1950 on a relative basis because of bad economic policies. Gandhi ji had said, "This desh mein sarkar vyapari hai, us desh mein janta bikari hai." Because whenever the government and the king does business, then you can't compete with them, and that's what happened to India because private capital was suppressed. 80, we opened up. In 80, we opened up a little bit. 80 to 90, we grew at 5.5%, population at about 2.25%, per capita income 3.25%, but our debt went up from 20 billion to 80 billion by 1990. And 90, we were broke, 15 days of foreign exchange, $5 billion in the bank. That's the time when India opened up. And when India opened up, look at the magic. GDP grew from $275 billion in 91 to $3.47 trillion in 2023, a growth rate of 8.2% a year for 32 years. For 32 years CAGR, we grew at 8.2%. And our nominal GDP in rupees grew from about 5.32 lakh crores to 272 lakh crores, a growth rate of 13.02% in rupees. And the difference is the inflation differential, which led to the rupee declining from 32 rupees to 83 rupees today. But we have grown, and that gives us hope that we're going to grow in future too. And if you look at export imports, it's grown in double digits. India invests $1 trillion a year. Our investment to GDP is 31%, savings 29%. We get 2% as FDI coming into India. We don't depend on foreign capital to a great extent, only 2%. There are only 3 countries in the world which invest more than $1 trillion, the United States, China, and India. And this investment is increasing every year. And we see the government investing $250 billion to build infrastructure. The balance comes from private savings. In March 2023, corporate tax collections were 10,04,000 crores. Assuming a tax rate of 25%, an effective tax rate is 22%, pre-tax income is 40 lakh crores. 40 lakh crores on GDP of 272 lakh crores is 15% of GDP. 15% of GDP is pre-tax profit of the Indian corporate sector. So we are having enormous amount of capital growing up in this country, and that's helping us grow. And when you compare India, you can't compare India with any country except China, because both have large populations. India has 1,600 languages, 29 states, 50 political parties, 415 TV channels, 2,000 newspapers. It's very difficult to govern. China is very homogeneous. It has 95% Han population, and China can be controlled centrally. And China has always been controlled by emperors, and they used to centralize control. Indians cannot do that. So India and China are 2 large countries with equal population. But if you look at that, you'll find a stark difference. Literacy in China is 96%. When Mao took over in 1949, he made a famous statement, "Women hold up half of heaven." And he educated China's women. And he created a very skilled workforce, even though the Communist Party was totalitarian. Whereas when Nehru took over India in the Constitution of 1950, he did not educate India's women. Primary health, primary literacy was not the focus. One set of imperialistic rulers replaced another set of imperialistic rulers in Delhi in 1950. And that is the cause of the poverty that you see in India in the first 40 years, for which we are still paying the price. And because China's women were educated, literacy increased and birth rates came down. And today, you find that China is a $20 trillion economy, second largest in the world. PPP is 33 trillion. And China is the largest economy in the world in PPP, largest exporter, largest importer, largest foreign currency reserves. Now, if you compare India with China, can India become a China? No. India cannot become a China. No country can become a China. China grew, I think, about 10% plus for 40 years. And China has developed and put in a huge amount of infrastructure. We'll not be able to do that, but can we grow like China? Yes. We can still grow at 8 to 9% in dollar terms every year for the next 10, 12 years. And we can be a $10 trillion economy by 2032, 2035. And we can be a $5 trillion economy 2036. I'm putting this slide so that we know that whenever a small country like Sweden or some other irrelevant country makes a report and says that India is a democratic, is an electoral autocracy, just laugh at them. No country can be compared with India. They compare very small countries with India, and that's a joke. UP in India has 230 million people, is equal to Brazil in population. It'll be the 4th or 5th largest country in the world. And most states in India are bigger than countries in Europe. My state of Karnataka has 67 million people, and Great Britain has 65 million people. Germany has, I think, 80 million people. Tamil Nadu has 80 million people, right? It's about people and the economy, and we have to be very careful when we compare India. We are 21 years behind China. China opened up in 78, we opened in 91. They've done better than us. We have grown very well with the last 3 years. This year, last quarter, we grew 7.6%. Before that, we grew 7.8%. And this year, we could grow 7% in real terms. And this is an important slide. The world is changing. In this decade, like in 1750, we shall see economic power and growth passing from the OECD to the emerging markets. And the emerging markets are going to grow faster and become a larger share of world GDP. And this has great geopolitical repercussions. Because today we've seen the decline of Soviet Union and Russia. And we are seeing the rise of China. So there's going to be a multipolar world as against a unipolar world. The United States and the West with a declining Europe and a ascending China, ascending Asia, with China becoming the hegemon. So we've got to be careful. We have a challenge with China, but China is going to be the great economic power, and this is going to have repercussions in geopolitics like you had in the Middle East right now between Israel and the Palestinian issue. This is some data from IMF about India's growth. And India is a major industrial power, 125 million tons of steel, second largest in the world. This year will be 140 million. By 2030, we'll have 300 millions of capacity. And in cement, we have $400 million of production, $650 million of capacity. China has 2.2 billion. And in two-wheelers, we are the largest. We produce 5.2 million four-wheelers, the fourth largest in the world. I think the first is China, second is United States, third I think is either Germany or Japan. And then real estate, 1.4 billion square feet built every year. It is huge. And China is number one, of course. And then we have others like ITES, electricity, etc. Remember, in industry, India is number 2 or 3 in the world. And if you look at natural resources, coal, we consume 1 billion tons of coal, manufacture 900 million tons, I think 1.1 billion. If you look at satellite imagery, there is a 3-kilometer layer of smog between Peshawar to Dhaka. In summer it goes up, winter it comes down, so the air in Delhi is very foul. And that's because 1 billion tons of coal is burnt in that entire area for power. And Indian coal has 30% ash content. And it's the ash that is there that is the source of this pollution, and is not going to go away because behind Delhi, the Himalayas at 8,000 meters. And that gets stuck there, and this needs to change over time. And you see that even in iron ore, you see in the railways, aviation, etc., we are number 2 and number 3 in the world. Even in food, number 2 in the world, 330 million tons of food. We are the largest arable land for any country in the world, more than China, more than the United States. If we produce at the same rate in productivity as China, we'll be able to produce 600 million tons of food. We are the largest milk producer, second largest in fruits, largest cotton, largest sugar, spices, etc. And we are the largest bovine population in the world. The cows of India wander in the streets, their full fundamental rights. We have a strong financial base, $4 trillion of market value in the stock market. The world's largest derivative exchange in terms of volumes is in India, 5,700 listed companies. We get $80 billion of FDI coming in, $100 billion of remittances, and our mutual fund industry is worth about $600 billion. Our pension funds, among the 2 pension funds, has gone to 24 lakh crores. We're seeing an upsurge of savings coming up. Our banks are doing very well. The banking system this year will have 325,000 crores of post-tax profit. That is about $400 billion of profits. And I think that is going to make India a much, much better place in the financial sector. And if you look at India, the biggest challenge India had was in our trade deficit because import of oil. India imports 200 million tons of oil, $1 billion of oil, exports about 65 to 80 billion dollars, and that's been creating a deficit in goods. India's deficit in goods is 270 billion, but last year we exported $350 billion of services, $195 billion of surpluses on services, and Nilesh Mishra of Axis Bank says in 3 years' time, the surplus on services will be equal to the deficit on goods, and that will make the currency stronger finally. Our biggest challenge all these years has been oil imports, and that we are getting by. Well, we have a young population. You can see here, Japan's median age is 48 years. Last year, the Japanese had 800,000 babies being born, 1.6 million Japanese died. The Japanese population of 122 million will shrink to 97 million by 2050, 67 million by 2100. The Indian population may start shrinking by 2045. The Chinese population shrank by 0.43% last year. The Korean population is also shrinking. 53% of women in Korea don't want to have a baby. So unless you can create babies in Petra dish, the world is in trouble. 25% of the world's population is shrinking. The biggest challenge to humanity is aging. The biggest challenge to humanity is a shrinking population. The world has 8 billion people. We're supposed to have 11 billion by 2100. The UN now says it's going to be 9.6 billion. So when populations don't grow, population starts shrinking, you have a very big problem. 35% of the population in Japan is above the age of 60. And the average age of a Japanese farmer is 65. So we've got to be very careful about demographics. We've got to be very careful. The whole of South India has got a fertility of 1.7. Kerala will see a shrinking population by 2035. Tamil Nadu around the same time. Karnataka around the same time, where we're going to have more deaths than births. And you can see here that, age is a big, big issue. India, but overall, we're not an aging country, even though China is shrinking, but, we'll still have young people for the rest of the century. Even in 2100, we're going to have enough young people working in the workforce that's going to carry the economy forward. People say we have no jobs. You can look at data. 1.6 crore people joined the EPFO. They're all linked to Aadhaar. They're all new jobs. 26% of this large number are women. About 2 crore people enter the workforce every year. 1.6 crores join the EPFO. We're producing jobs, except that 80% of the jobs are paying less than 20,000 rupees. And we have to create more high-quality jobs. And if you look at women participation in the workforce, there's debate that there's less participation. The reason is almost all young girls go to school. We have 26.5 crore young people in college, in school, up to class 12 out of 30 crores, because we've been having 2.5 crore babies a year for the last 30 years. And in college, we have 42 crore young people, 1 crore graduate every year, 10 million graduate every year. And women graduate in higher numbers than men. And in North India, there are more women graduating out of college. There are not many jobs in North India, in the states of Rajasthan, Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, etc., Bihar, etc. And the men migrate south for jobs or go away. Women stay back. That's why the women participation in the workforce is very less. There's a statistical issue that we have to understand, because we have many debates. Women are not participating, blah, 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 blah. None of them understand what the issues are, because we have more women coming to the workforce in North India than South India, and the jobs are in South India. Look at this. This is the big change. We are in the midst of the digital revolution. 250 years ago, the Industrial Revolution took place, and that changed the world. That led to the rise of Europe. Today, we are in the midst of the digital revolution. Out of 8 billion people on the planet, 5.56 billion have a mobile phone, 5.25 billion people are on the internet, and 5 billion people are on social media. Today, the internet has created a platform where we can talk to each other, trade with each other synchronously, asynchronously, 24/7. The Industrial Revolution created the global supply chain to link consumers to producers around the world through transportation, pipelines, retail, wholesale, financial services, etc., controlled by the West. So the global supply chain controlled where people could buy goods and services all around the world. And today, in the internet revolution, in the digital revolution, the internet has become the platform. So anybody in a small town in the Himalayas can interact and sell to you in Dubai or New York, and we can have DHL at the back end delivering the goods. Or you can deliver services on the web. And this is changing business model. This is making sure that new business models come. All businesses are threatened today. And the impact of this is going to be felt in the next 7 years. With the advent of AI and quantum computing, 60% of the work that human beings can do will be done by technology and software. 60% of the work that people can do physically will be done by robots. So we are undergoing a period of rapid change. It's going to impact the largest number of people on the planet ever. And this is driven by technology. So we are in the midst of the digital revolution right now. And in the digital revolution, we'll see who are the winners. The market is speaking. The market speaks ahead of events. If you look at the top 10 most valuable companies in the world, 8 are digital companies, barring Saudi Aramco, which is a country which sells oil, and, of course, Berkshire Hathaway. And you can see the change over the years in the top 10 companies, and that is amazing because the market is ahead of reality. The market gave $1 trillion of value to Tesla. The entire four-wheeler market is $2 trillion, selling 90 million vehicles. Tesla may be selling maybe, I don't know, maybe 3-4 million maybe 1.2 million vehicles, but they got $1 trillion of value. Tech is eating the leaderboards. Tech is becoming the most profitable sector, and tech is growing the fastest. On the right-hand side, you're seeing how the top 7 tech companies have grown between 2005 and 2023. Apple earns $100 billion of profit. Of course, Saudi Aramco is higher. Berkshire is higher because it is a investment company. The US runs the world cloud. In the digital revolution, like in the industrial revolution, the US dominates. Industrial revolution, we had Great Britain and Europe dominate, but the US dominates the world's digital revolution. It has the largest capacity in cloud. All of you are pieces of data. You're human beings, but you're all pieces of data in the digital world. All your information is stored in servers in the United States. What you eat, what you see, what you think, what you read, where you travel, everything is stored there, because you got a digital trial. And this data is being snooped on by the National Security Agency of the United States. Now, the big challenge for humanity now is who owns the data? Who shall have oversight about the data? Where shall the data reside? Who will protect consumers? What the world needs now is a universal declaration of digital rights, like the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in 1948, to protect all of us. All of us are going to become victims of the great digital monopolies, which are few globally. EU is an aging digital colony. Europe is a lost cause. 45 years median age, low fertility, is a walled garden. Beautiful to go and visit, but is there a future? I don't know. There are no great tech companies in Europe except SAP. And if you look here in the top 10 URLs in the web, none of them are European. Almost all of them are either American or Chinese. And this is an amazing thing. Europe is way behind. Lack of innovation, lack of technology, lack of adequate investment. Big tech outspends to maintain monopolies. Big tech can spend a lot of money buying up political leaders to get what they want in policy, lobbying, etc. And that is happening in a big way. The EU is fining the big tech companies. They're happy to pay the fines and get away. The EU is trying to base a wall, but let's see what happens. Whereas America is saying that there has to be a free internet, and that is going to be the big battle of this decade. Monopolies are not encumbered in a data-free world. In the earlier world of the Industrial Revolution, monopolies required a physical presence to supply goods and services, right? Now we don't need them because everything is in the web. So you can have customers in all parts of the world, even though you don't have a physical presence. For example, India did a very silly thing of driving away of cryptocurrency companies. They all come to Dubai, they're laughing all the way to the bank, and Indians are still trading on cryptocurrency sitting in India. India drew away our gaming companies. We had great gaming companies. They come to Dubai, they're doing very well, they make a lot of money, and India will lose, but Indians are still playing games globally because they don't have to have a physical presence to have a global market, but you need a physical presence for engineering. I'm sure all those engineers in crypto and in gaming will come to Dubai and work out of here and conquer the world. The new normal, global tech conglomerates. Apple has 2 billion people on iOS, Alphabet has 4 billion people, Amazon is the largest cloud provider to AWS. And Amazon will be the largest transporter now, overtaking DHL. And if you look at Apple, look at the streams of revenue, they get $35 billion to the Apple store. In Alphabet is getting money through search, and they've got very, very large global market shares. Look at the market shares here. That's why they're called digital monopolies, right? In mobile operating system, 100% is iOS and Android. Internet search, Google has 92% on a global basis. Social media, cloud, digital advertising, these are all American companies. There's no company from China because China has got a Chinese wall. They can't go outside, neither can we go inside. The Great Wall is a digital wall today. And you can see how these global monopolies dominate the market. In Julius Caesar, there's a saying which Cassius speaks about Caesar. He doth strives the world like a colossus, and we petty men peer from beneath his mighty legs to find ourselves dishonorable graves. So these companies, those strive the world like colossus, and we petty people peer from beneath their mighty tech to find ourselves dishonorable graves. Look at the market share. This is very scary. And the future is transversal technologies, 2 or 3 technologies coming together, like IoT and 5G, like quantum computing and IoT, for example, computer vision, natural language processing. An enormous amount of work has happened in this area, and we are going to be the beneficiaries, the victims of all this. So big innovation is going to happen at the intersection of 2 or 3 technologies. Airbnb built neural networks to create places for people to stay because they said people congregate in these areas and we need places to stay in these areas. Spotify uses AI to create weekly personalized playlists. Knowing your preferences, they will guide you to the music you know you like and they know you like. Raytheon is building the exoskeleton to make super beings. So using this, you can lift heavy weights, you can do a lot of work because you'll have a mechanical exoskeleton to help you become more productive. They can implant chips into your arm or in your wrist so that you can pass through security and get data. They want to implant chips into your brain. You know, the human brain has 82 billion neurons. When I sit here and see you, I see your image. That image is captured in the eyes and goes to my brain and is stored in a digital form. And next time I see you, immediately the recognition takes place. And since I hear the name and the name is stored in my brain, the name and the image link together in my brain, it happens automatically. Because the brain works through weak electrical impulses. And that's the same thing that you're doing for training machines to machine learning. And AI is the algorithm that links it together. And suppose that you have a chip in your brain, can you download all the information to the internet, to the brain, so you don't have to read 2,000 pages of US GAAP or 1,000 pages of IFRS and all the silly things that you're so forced to read every day. Thousands of pages of all the tax things that you have to read every night to be current, right? You can download it and put it into your brain. Hopefully it'll stick there and be stored. That'll be amazing. But the challenge is what you think can be known by somebody, maybe they can control it, hack into your brain and put things into your mind. Exponential organization to the J-curve happened because of the digital revolution, because the market is not dependent upon a physical presence. You can see in Airbnb. Robots now have dexterity in the fingers. Foxconn had 1.1 million young girls working, 12 hours a day, 6 days a week, staying in the hostels, building these iPhones. They went to the boss and asked them for a salary rise. Nowadays, you go to HR and ask for a salary rise. The bosses told them, salary rise, what is that? They replaced 50,000 girls with robots. Now, robots are now assembling iPhones. So anytime you go to your boss and ask for a salary raise, be careful. There's a robot waiting at the corner. Work-life balance, all the nice stuff that you talk about and waste time every single day instead of working, just be careful because I think we are seeing a change. My friend went to a factory in China, 1 kilometer deep by half a kilometer, very dark. He asked, is it working? They said, yes, we're working, only robots. They all manufacture, the goods go in the end, lifted into a truck, the truck drives away. Anything going wrong, there'll be a red button, you go there and fix it up. You go to any auto factory, it's all run by robots. We went to the Tesla factory in Fremont, robots manufacture. It's amazing what is happening in technology. 60% of human activity can be done by robots today. Adidas is manufacturing shoes, cut down time for design from 2 months to 2 weeks by 3D printing and robotic arms. They shifted the factory from China to Europe, so you can design in Bangalore, press a button, it prints the shoe somewhere in factories, delivers it locally. That means you can design your own shoe and get it printed out and do it. Amazing technology that's working. It's scaling up, and many things are happening here. And this is got the Atlas Robo. It can run, it can do a backflip. The robots, cheetah robots, which can run 60 kilometers, they can lift, they can pull, they can do everything. And all this is being done by Boston Dynamics and other companies. China is far ahead. A Japanese industry has told me the cost of a robo has come down by 66% in the last 10 years for manufacturing. So a large part of manufacturing is now automated. This is the ultimate. Can you grow a baby on a Petra dish? Men are not required. Because by CRISPR technology, you can edit the DNA in the womb. But the Chinese are supposed to edit it and create super babies. We don't know whether that's true. But these are ethical issues. We've got to be very careful. We don't play around with the human race and the human DNA. But there are many other things that can be done. Aging, for instance. I'm told that at the age of 30, your body cells don't reproduce the same way it does before 30. And after 30, you slow down, and aging takes place, and aging starts. That's why Rahul Dravid, in his last tour of Australia, got bowled 4 times between bat and ball. Sachin Tendulkar, I think at 36 in the last game, cut to slip and got caught in the slip. Kapil Dev, in his last few matches, thought he's running and bowling fast, he was flighting the ball. That's because your eye, arm, leg coordination declines. And people are instincting in sports. After 30, it declines. So now they're doing research to find out, can you push the DNA change or the trigger that happens at 30 to 40 to remain young? One entrepreneur in the valley spends $2.5 million every year to take a lot of pills and diet and blood change and everything, and he says the biological age has come down by 20 years. He's giving his blood to his father to reduce his biological age because the blood is what cleans up your entire body and determines nutrients. So a lot of people are working using technologies to reduce aging, attack aging, because the world has more billionaires than any point of history. And when you're a billionaire with a lot of money, what do you need? More life. When you know you're going to die, what are you going to do with your billions? You can't eat it, right? You want to live 10 years younger, 10 years more. And you want to spend billions of dollars doing that, and that's happening. Digitization has transformed India. 1.4 billion people, 1.3 billion mobile phones, 1.2 billion mobile connections, 850 million people on the internet. India has transformed. We are the lowest data cost in the world. We consume 27 GB of data per month, one of the highest in the world. And Indians spend a lot of time on watching WhatsApp and videos and all the nice stuff on the internet. So habits have changed. People don't like to watch television. They like to watch YouTube and others. And Indians are large users of YouTube and digital media. Consumer-led digital leap, you can see that we are one of the largest groups on YouTube and all other digital media. Maybe they don't earn too much of revenue. You must get US revenue and Indian subscribers, and then you get $1 trillion. The startup system will create a $10 trillion economy in India. India is the third largest startup system in the world. United States, China, and India. 115,000 registered startups, $550 billion of value that has been created. And this is built on top of the software service industry. India is the largest exporter of software services, $200 billion every year. We have 5.5 million people employed. We export 60% to the US. 60% of global outsourcing comes to India. And of the top 10 software service companies by market value, 5 are Indian. Of the top 5, 3 are Indian. Of the 3.2 million employees in the top 10, 2.3 million are Indians. 2 years ago, the world hired 1 million people in technology. 500,000 software engineers hired in India. Of the 6 million people working in software in the United States, 1 million are Indians. Out of 5.5 million working here, 60% work for American companies. Out of 10 million working for American companies, 4 million are Indians. We dominate software services globally, and we'll be the largest source of human capital for software and technology for the next 10 years. And this is the base on which India's startup system is growing. By 2025, we'll have 200,000 startups, maybe more, 250 unicorns employing 3.2 million people. We export more oil, more software than Saudi Arabia exports oil. That is not counting all of you people doing whatever you do in Dubai. India got $142 billion of capital into startups from 2014 to 2022 September, and largely in Bangalore. And last year we got 25 billion. This year we'll get 12 billion. The year before, 42 billion. Bangalore has got 2.3 million people in technology, hired 150,000 people last year. They got 12 million population, 11 million vehicles, 3 million cars, 6.5 million two-wheelers, and we buy 55,000 cars every month. If you think you got a traffic problem, we got a traffic problem. So coming from Bangalore, I'm very happy to see a traffic problem, because anytime people say Bangalore's got a problem, I said go to Dubai and wait on Sheikh Zayed Road, right? So you can see here what is happening. Large amount of deals are happening all over the place, and we got scale. 109 unicorns, maybe 250 sunicorns. When money comes in, they'll all become unicorns. And you can see here that the Indian VC system has matured. Money has come in. You guys don't seem to be investing enough in the system. You're going to miss out if you don't invest fast. We got 42 billion. Out of 142 billion from 2014, 85% is foreign capital. Indian VC system matured. We got 1,200 AIFs and 2,500 fund managers in India. Early stage investing has shown strong growth even this year, even though we don't have much money coming into Series B, C, and D. VCs have generated good returns. You can see here, in the last year, the returns have been very good, comparable with the returns in the US. VCs have returned 17% in dollar terms for 40 years in the United States. It's the highest return asset class in the US. Value creation at the unprecedented pace, 42 unicorns in 2021. And by 2026, the value of the startup economy will be 1.5 trillion from 550 billion today. And we are growing as a deep tech hub. We got a lot of small companies in IoT and AI and robotics and computer vision, etc. They're small companies that require capital. In the digital economy, there are three things that you need: human capital, physical capital, financial capital. We have human capital. Bangalore is 2 years behind Silicon Valley in the cutting-edge innovation. We got physical capital in terms of data transfers, in terms of satellite links and physical links. And then we don't have enough money. United States invested $2.3 trillion into startups and venture 2014 till now. China 832, India 142. All around India, you're seeing people using digital. And Prime Minister Modi has used digital to transform the Indian people. The biggest challenge India had was the deprivation of our people. What Prime Minister Modi has done is to make sure every Indian has a roof over the head, water in the tap, power in the switch, toilet in the house, a gas stove, a bank account, money in the bank, food on the table, health insurance, and education for their children, and a mobile phone. If all Indians have that, imagine what Indians will do. They will get the bare necessities of life. They don't have to fight for survival. They'll be economic creatures, and they're going to create magic. So that's why in every small town, every village, you see young people trying to become entrepreneurs, vying and doing so many things. We have 750,000 students studying outside India, spending $30 billion. 150,000 of them are going for genuine studies. Others have gone possibly to stay in America, Europe, and get a job, and they're all welcome there because they're getting a decent education. So we are globalizing pretty fast. We are the largest diaspora in the world. And let me give some data. I was talking to Emma Doraisamy of India diaspora yesterday, and he said, in the top 500 Fortune, in the Fortune 500 companies, 66 CEOs work in Fortune 500 companies. Of the 500 CEOs in Fortune 500, 66 are Indian, 13%. That is extraordinary. 8% of American doctors are Indian, despite population being 1.5%. 15% of technology people in the United States are Indian. So we are working globally in all those countries and doing very well. We're the largest diaspora. I think the diaspora is about 50 million people if you calculate all the people of Indian origin. We get $100 billion of remittance to the largest family community every year into India. And all this has happened, housing, everything done by technology. You can 32 lakh crores has been transferred by DBT in the bank accounts of people. And you're seeing this happen regularly, and this is indeed the biggest experiment in inclusion in the world ever. Digital media has gone mainstream in India. Media companies have come up, you're seeing them happen. India constitutes YouTube's biggest user base. Online gaming, we've got very good gaming companies, cutting edge technology, they're all coming here. More hours are streamed watching esports than going to Facebook. That means esports has become a visual sports for people, a consumer sports for people. People are watching them. E-commerce is growing on new demographic trends in Tier 2, Tier 3 cities. Tier 2 and beyond, everybody gets the same goods because of e-commerce. B2B e-commerce is coming up with platforms, so you get platforms making you buy better. EdTech, 6 unicorns, growing very well. Byju's got 105 monthly active users. Health tech, many companies coming up in health tech, doing extremely well, very innovative companies. India Stack. India Stack is the greatest piece of public use software developed over 12 years by volunteers in Bangalore. Through that, 1.3 billion people have gotten Aadhaar. UPI money transfers is happening, 12 billion or 11 billion money transfers happen every single month. You got a digital locker, you got a personal data store, all free of cost in India. And this entire piece of software is owned by a public utility. And that is very good because consumers are getting protected because of the India Stack which is done by volunteers in Bangalore. And it's taken 13 years for India Stack to come. Long work, but government has been proactive, regulators have been proactive. World-class products are being built on the India Stack with open APIs, so the cost of digital innovation is not very high. Impact of the India Stack, opening bank accounts, time has come down, mutual fund accounts has come down, getting a SIM card has come down. We'll go from data poor to data rich. India will have the largest database for most things in the world in the next 1 year. We already have the largest database in health. About 400 million people are on Modi's insurance program, 75 million people have an operation. When the health of 500 million people is captured, we can run programs to find out what causes diseases and what are the solutions for diseases. Indian banking is transformed. This year, Indian banking will earn about $400 billion of profit. Full stack digital banking service coming up with the neobanks. Neobanks are a piece of software. We sit on bank accounts to give you a one-point view. Digital payments in India, 5.73 billion to 13 billion in 2 years. Share of digital payments, 87%. We can see in UPI, 10 billion transactions September, now it should be 11.5, 12. $200 billion of money being spent. So you can transfer money by an app. I think even in Dubai, you can transfer money to India through the UPI app. 42% of digital payments in the world is in India. Not China, not the US, is in India. Banking as a service will disrupt banking chain and make banks into utilities. Zerodha has become one of the biggest digital brokers in the world, started by 2 young people in Bangalore. Digital broking is taking off in almost all districts in India. Credit without friction is the dream that people have. Of course, we got a lot of fintech companies, bright young people, engineers who have cracked the problem of giving money to people. They'll give you money in 30 seconds. They forgot one important thing. When you lend money, you got to get it back. They haven't created the app to get it back yet, so many of them are gone. Now, India has created new digital public goods because these are the new flywheel and the role model for the entire world. We got consented data exchanges like account aggregators where your data can be captured from the banks and given to anybody you want, but you control the data. Because this solves the big problem. You got multiple sources of data. You don't have a unified data, and this can do that. It's regulated. Account aggregator at work, and then you got something called consented data exchange, OCEN, for getting credit. This is the framework. ONDC, online commerce, online digital commerce, right? And by every mom and pop shop can get into Amazon and others by just enrolling into this, and that's growing pretty fast. And this is the schematic. National Health Stack is coming up, and that's going to be like UPI, and that's going to be a public utility. We're going to have a UPI moment soon, where India is getting open protocols. If you have controlled protocols, one company makes all the money, all of you pay for it. Because if you're in Apple, you got to pay Apple Store, you got to pay Google Store. They extort a lot of money. And too much of money, and they create a network. Tomorrow they can shut you off. Open protocols, nobody can shut you off, and is required to counter the monopolies. This is important. Speed of change. 19 days for Pokemon to go to 50 million. Airlines took 68 years. Arogya Setu, 13 days. The Meta app took 2 days. And please remember, people like me are the analog generation. I'm digital because I worked at Infosys. Many of you are analog and digital. A few of you are digital. Your children are the meta generation who will go from virtual reality to reality seamlessly without knowing the difference. And all in your own lifetime. All in your own lifetime in 20 years. If so much has happened in 20 years, what is going to happen in the next 7 years? Rise of Indian tech conglomerate. Jio and Reliance is creating a tech conglomerate like Baba. I think they're spending a lot of money. Tatas are doing it themselves. This is interesting. India has 4.2 million documented citizens in the US, maybe 1 million undocumented, about 90 unicorn founders among them. 44% of US tech founders are not US born, out of which India has got the largest. Not any other country, not UK, not Germany, not any country, India. Out of 1,300 unicorns, US, China, and India make up 1,200. And this also depends on the money that they invest. So, a robust foundation has been built, a lot of innovation is taking place, a lot of things are happening, a lot of action is happening and is growing very fast. And India is a great place for innovation where too many things are happening, and we will see the rise of tech, we'll see the rise of innovators in India in the future. So we're optimizing to empower problem solvers, will make India very efficient, will create a digital platform for India to grow and make it a $10 trillion economy by 2032, 2034. And thank you very much.
Sir, we are Indian, but you are super Indian. The history you have written, the facts which you have for India is amazing. We loved it. And I loved one thing about it. When you said India is young, I felt really happy. Yes, we are young and we will remain young. India is the great country. Dheeraj bhai,
Yes, and I request you one more time with a round of applause for Mr. Pai. One for his memory, what's the data he have in memory, and what's the insights he have given about the India, our great India.
Mohandas sir talked about India. I will tell you about his humbleness. He came yesterday to the conference. He wanted to hear Sri Ravi Sankarji. I requested him to come in front, but he said, no Jay, I will not come in front. I will sit at the back because today I am just a spectator. He has the center stage. That is the humbleness which all leaders should carry. Give a round of applause to Sir Mohandas Pai. Can I invite chairman on the stage to felicitate Mohandas Pai sir on behalf of all of us.
I think Mohandas Pai, he was having so many numbers at his and he was able to narrate so many numbers. I was thinking whether the chip has already been implanted in his brain. I was really amazed, and he was not looking at any screen. Without a screen, actually, he was narrating so many numbers. It's amazing, sir. Thank you very much for accepting our invitation. Thank you very much.
Okay, let's move on. Dheeraj bhai, what next?
Next to felicitate to our overseas chapter
So
chairman.
it's time to felicitate our overseas chapter who are here for us to celebrate our day. Now it's time to felicitate them on the stage. Can I have back, Hari bhai, you have to do up and down. Can we have you back on the stage? It's time to felicitate our overseas chapter. Can the entire EXCOM join me? This is our board EXCOM. The committee of ICAI Dubai chapter can come on the stage. The entire EXCOM. Let me start with my sister chapter, the one which is very close to us, only 150 kilometers apart, but still like a brother chapter here. Can I have Abu Dhabi representatives on the
yes.
stage for the felicitation? Abu Dhabi chapter, John, please come up on the stage with the team. Krishnan sir, Priyanka, where is Rohit, our actor, our hero? No, he's not there. Please, sir, please join us. All the Abu Dhabi chapter representatives, please come on the stage. Give a round of applause to Abu Dhabi chapter for joining us for annual international conference. Now we'll go to the chapter which is not very far away. If you want to go, you can go overnight and come back to Dubai. Can I have Muscat chapter representatives on the stage, please? Muscat chapter. Everyone who is there, please come up on the stage. Rishi, please come up on the stage, the entire EXCOM. Next chapter, again, a little far you go and you get this chapter, Bahrain chapter. Can I have the representative from Bahrain chapter of the stage? They have, he made sure, he was busy, but he made sure that he will be in Dubai. Thank you, sir, for coming in. Thanks a lot. Let's move further, and now we have Doha chapter. Please, Doha chapter, all the representatives, Vignesh sir, Arun, everyone come on the stage. They are traveling from Doha to for all of us, only for us. They were in Ahmedabad, now they are here only for ICAI. Please. चलिए थोड़ा और दूर चलते हैं. We are going to be attending their annual international conferences next week. Kuwait chapter, are you here? Kuwait chapter? Maybe they are not right now here. Okay, we'll wait for that. Any other chapter? No. Okay. One more chapter which is very near. I saw Gautam. Russell Khema chapter. Russell Khema chapter. Gautam Jain, I saw you there. Okay. Now I cannot see Gautam. Gautam is coming. Russell Khema chapter. Give a round of applause for Russell Khema chapter. कुछ दिनों बाद रसल खेमा का कैसीनो दिखेगा. And if you have to go to casino, Russell Khema chapter can help you. The last chapter who has joined us here, and Aditya is here from Kuwait chapter. Aditya, please join us. Give a round of applause for Kuwait overseas chapter. The last one from Saudi, Jeddah. Mr. Omar, please come up on the stage. Sir, हम आपको भूले नहीं. बस हम चाहते थे कि आपको लास्ट में करें. Last but not the least, from Saudi, Jeddah, Omar साहब. Give a round of applause for Jeddah chapter. Thank you, XCOM. Thank you for this. Thanks a lot.
Okay.
Dheeraj bhai, what next? You have any other speakers left?
I think we have done. Now, next topic for this segment is balancing the books and the planet. Wow. Accountants and CFO role in sustainability. Jai, what do you think accountants and CFO role is?
Sir, I am not sure what CFO and accountant role is, but I know the speaker who is coming next. I heard him in past, and I must tell you, he told me one thing: CFO is will get wiped off, and a new person is coming up. That is called Chief Value Officer (CVO). And what beautiful way he covered it! I am looking forward to hear from him how CFO role is getting transformed in the coming years.
Yeah, I agree with you. And more, if I will say in Shahrukh Khan style, picture abhi baki hai, mere dost. And the picture will be completed by our next speaker, Mr. Vikas Prasad. So I will request our technical team to start his intro video.
Ladies and gentlemen, our speaker for the day is Mr. Bikosh Prasad, President and Group CFO. Olam Agri. Mr. Bikosh Prasad is the President and Group CFO of Olam Agri, based in Singapore. With 25 years of experience across Asia, Africa, and the Middle East, he has led significant financial transactions, corporate restructuring, and digital transformations. Bikosh, a fellow member of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India and a certified management accountant, received the CFO of the Year award in 2016 and is recognized for leadership in Olam. An international speaker, he recently contributed to a case study on finance's role in sustainability at the International Federation of Accountants. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Bikosh Prasad.
Please give a round of applause to Mr. Bikosh Prasad. Sir, looking forward to the session. I know you will rock it. I have seen you in past. I am positive and optimistic about it.
Chairman of ICAI Dubai chapter, CA Harikishan Rankawat ji, Secretary Jayaprakash Agrawal ji, Treasurer Rishi Chawla ji, members of the MANCOM, past presidents, distinguished guests, and fellow finance professionals. A very good morning to all of you. The first session by Mohan ji has really gave us a goosebumps when we heard about the evolution and the success story of India. And we all felt very proud of our mother country, India. Last week, I was in Singapore, and Hariji called me from Japan. He was in Japan. He called me that, Vikash, can you do a session on sustainability? And I took a pause, and I was thinking that why this topic now? But then I reflected, I thought that probably this is the right forum to discuss that and discuss the concept with the like-minded people. And also the timing is the most appropriate when the world is discussing sustainability, ESG, and climate change in our own country, UAE. So that this can't be a more appropriate time than what it is today. So before I start my presentation, with Chairman's permission, I will like to ask few poll questions. And if the answer is yes, please just raise your hand. The first question is, do you think that sustainability is just a buzzword and it's nothing more than corporate social responsibility? Do you think that it's a buzzword? If you feel that it's just a buzzword, please raise your hands. Okay, so you feel that it's not a buzzword. The second question is, do you think that climate change is real? Because there are two sets of people who feel that climate change is real, and there is another set who feels that climate change is just, again, another buzzword. Like if you look at Donald Trump in US, he felt that climate change is not real. And so there are different group of people who feel about climate change very differently. But I can see that only few hands were raised, so they feel that probably climate change is real. The third is, if climate change is real, why there is a role for an accountant and chartered accountants and the CFOs? Should it not be the role of environmental scientists, the engineers, and related professionals, do you think that the accountants and the CFOs have a role to play in driving sustainability and ESG? Okay, I can see very few hands raised. So you feel that there is a very lesser role for accountants and the CFOs. How many of you know the carbon footprint for your respective organizations? If you know the carbon footprint of your respective organization or respective company, please raise your hands. Okay. I'm asking this question just to ensure that I structure the discussions going forward accordingly. The first question was whether sustainability and climate change is a buzzword, and why all of us are talking about sustainability, climate change in the last 5-6 years. So what has changed all of a sudden? How do I change this? Yeah. So there are three numbers I'm going to share with you. If you look at pre-industrialization, which roughly started beginning of the 1,900 years, 1,900. Prior to that, if you look back almost 1 million years, the carbon dioxide concentration in the atmosphere, which was measured in parts per million, ppm, oscillated between 200 to 300. And any change from 200 to 300 happened over thousands of years so that the Mother Earth could naturally adopt it. In 1950, as a base reference you can see here, the parts per million in the atmosphere was approximately 300. And post-industrialization, now if you look at the ppm level, is approximately 420. So a level which has oscillated between 200 or 300 over 1 million years is now standing at 420, almost 40%, 40 to 50% increase in the carbon dioxide concentration level in the atmosphere. It means something has changed. And that's the reason why we are talking about climate change. So the carbon dioxide level has changed in the atmosphere. How does it result in the various events that we are seeing today? Because of the increase in the carbon dioxide level, we are seeing increase in heat waves, we are seeing increase in drought, we are seeing increase in storms, we are seeing adverse weather conditions, we are seeing floods, we are seeing hurricanes, all sort of catastrophic events we are seeing. And if we have to look at what has happened in the last few years, there was a flood in Pakistan last year, and almost 15 to 20% of the GDP of the country was lost. The largest fires in California happened during the last 5 years. And it is expected to go up by 30% by 2050. We have seen similar floods in other countries like Nigeria, Mozambique, South Africa, which has devastated the economies. If you look at the heat waves, each of us can relate to what happened in India last year. During May and June, India has seen one of the highest heat waves. And on those areas where it impacted us, the wheat production, the yield, gone down by 50%. And similarly, for vegetables and fruits, the yield significantly dropped. So there is a direct correlation between climate change and the consequences on the economy. Now this is, if you look at this chart, I just want to focus on the first line. This shows a comparison between 2012, what were the global perceived risks by World Economic Forum, and how it has changed by 2021, 2022. So 4 out of the 5 biggest risks in the world today is all related to environment and climate. In 2007, there was no perceived risk related to climate and environment. In 2012, only one, the carbon emission, was considered as one of the global risks. But in 2021, if you look at it, 4 out of the 5 biggest risk is related to climate. So how it is going to impact all of us and the future generation? So those of us who are born in 1960 versus our children who are born in 2020, those who are born in 2020, they will see almost 3 times more impact on account of floods, heat waves, storm, crop failures. So on all the parameters, the new generation is going to see a very more catastrophic and devastating world. Now, who are the largest emitter? If you look at the top 10 countries, they account for roughly 65% of the global emissions. The top 5 countries contribute about 55% of the global emission. The China being the number 1 at almost 16 gigatons of emission. So the world total emission today is about 53 gigatons, out of which 16 gigaton is coming from China, followed by US at 6, India at 3.9, Russia at 2.6, and Brazil at 1.3. And then there are other 5 which are also contributing to roughly 10% of the global emissions. However, if you look at on a per capita basis, the US and Russia both have 18 tons per capita of carbon emissions, followed by China at 11, India at last at 3 metric ton only. So while on the absolute basis, India ranks number 3, but on a per capita basis, out of the top 10 countries, the largest emitters, India ranks the last. Now, when we talk about these numbers, 16 gigatons of emission or 3 gigatons of emission, can we visualize how this number we are able to relate to? If you just imagine a 2-storied building in a orange ball shape is like 1 metric ton. And here we are talking of 54 gigatons, which is like 54 billion such orange balls, double, triple-storied ball. This is what we are emitting in the atmosphere each year, and that is going and getting stored in the atmosphere. So clearly, the world is heating up. And some of the examples we have seen what has happened in the last couple of years. During COP 2021, I think that was the milestone meeting that happened in Paris, and the world leaders agreed to curb the global warming at 1.5 degrees centigrade, but in no case more than 2 degrees centigrade by end of this century. But the scientists suggested that ideally we should try to cap the global warming at 1.5 degrees centigrade. If we look at it today, compared to the pre-industrialization level, our world has gone warmer by 1.3 degrees centigrade. So doesn't 1.3 degrees centigrade sound very trivial? Why are we so concerned about 1.3 degrees centigrade, targeting to achieve 1.5 degrees centigrade, and in the worst case, not to exceed 2 degrees centigrade? Is it so important for all of us or for the world leaders to curb the temperature at 1.5 degrees centigrade? I will give you some reference point. If at 1.5 degrees centigrade, if the world gets warmer by 1.5 degrees centigrade, 70% of the coral reefs will vanish. And if 70% of the coral reefs get vanished, it will have a huge impact on the biodiversity, and eventually it will impact the entire ecosystem. The wheat production, the yield, will drop by 7%. Today, Russia-Ukraine crisis, the yield which is not coming, the trade flow that is not coming to the rest of the world is 7 to 8%. But we can all feel the impact of high food price inflation. Imagine the situation at 1.5 degrees centigrade at one food crop, which is wheat, the yield will be lower by 7%. So how do we achieve 1.5 degrees centigrade? The PwC study says that in order to achieve 1.5 degrees centigrade, the G20 countries need to decarbonize at the rate of 11.7% per year, per annum. Is it a small number or a big number? How do we understand this 11.7% decarbonization each year is achievable or not? I'll give you a reference point. 2020, all of us went through COVID, and the world was like completely shut down. Even in that year, in 2020, the decarbonization rate was only 6 to 7%. And here, the G20 countries to decarbonize at the rate of 11.7% year on year till 2030. So it's not an easy task. So all the policies that are in place today will lead us to 2.9 degrees centigrade warmer world by 2100. All the places and targets, so all the governments are also signing the places and targets. They are agreeing to nationally determined contributions. If all the governments agree to and implement the places and the targets that they have taken in the different COPs, the world will be warmer by 2.4 degrees centigrade. And our target is 1.5 degrees centigrade. But worst case scenario, 2 degrees centigrade. So it's going to be a very tough job. And each of us have to play a role. It's not just for the governments. It's for the corporates. It's for each of us as an individual. We have to play a role if we want the global warming to be curbed at 1.5 degrees centigrade. So this climate crisis has called to refocus on sustainability. And sustainability is nothing but the integration of environmental health, social equities, and economic vitality of the company. We need all these three to survive concurrently. It's also called triple bottom line. It's not just about the profitability. We want the health of planet, we want the profitability, and we want the social equity and the people. So all the three Ps have to coexist in order to ensure that we handle our natural resources adequately, not just for this generation, but for generations to come. And always remember that we have not inherited this world from our forefathers. We have borrowed it from our children. And it's our responsibility to ensure that we hand over to the next generation a much better world. So how do we drive sustainability? This can be enforced through a ESG framework, environmental, social, and governance. And here there is a concept of double materiality. So we all look at what is the impact of the climate on the company performance, and we analyze that. But we have to also look at what is the impact of the company's activities on the climate. So it's a double materiality, and the ESG framework addresses and handles both. So there are different standards, guidelines, which help us to look at the impact of the climate on the financials of the corporates. At the same time, the impact of the corporate activities on the environment. And all the three pillars, E, S, and G, there are different KPIs. So like say for environment, we have energy consumption, we have water consumption, we have waste management, we have carbon emissions to look at. In terms of the social, we look at the human rights issues, we look at the social equity, and similarly for governance, in terms of how it is governed, the company processes and policies and performance, how it is governed. So there are different frameworks in driving ESG for sustainability. And today, all the stakeholders, this one? Okay. all the stakeholders in the ecosystems are concerned about sustainability and ESG. So imagine an insurance company. Today, with all these natural calamities that is happening, what will be the impact on the insurance companies? Their payout ratios will significantly go up. Like last year, I will give you an example. We have a rice farm in Nigeria. We had a massive flood. 100% of the crops got wiped out. And we had to claim insurance. So from the insurance company perspective, it's absolutely critical that they review the companies and what they are doing about the climate mitigation so that the payouts for the insurance company can be less. The employees, the new generation, Gen Z, they are wanting to work in a company which is very focused on climate and ESG. Our customers, they would not like to buy a product if they understand that the company's practices are something contrary to their belief. Our suppliers, they also want to work and supply to a more ethical and ESG compliant companies. Our banks, they want to fund which can create an economic, environmental, and social impact. So you would have heard the word impact investments. So traditionally, we have looked at any investment projects, and we have just looked at the financial returns, whether the NPV and IRR and cash flows are making sense or not. But if you look at, there are 7 different types of evaluation methodology to move from a normal business approval process to creating an impact investment. And more, the lenders will start funding those projects which has a positive impact investment. Now, because of the ESG and sustainability is new, the market is flooded with these standards. So you can look at some of the standards on the first side. We are talking of GRI, Global Reporting Initiative. We are talking of, there is a SASB, there is a Value Reporting Foundation, there is a Integrated Reporting Council, there is a Carbon Disclosure Protocols. There are so many standard setters today in the world, and most of the companies are picking and choosing the standard which is beneficial to them. So there is no standardization today. So the company A, the way they report the sustainability report can be very different from a company B. Even within the same industry, the reporting can be very different between the company A and company B. Whatever they want to communicate positively to the market and to the stakeholders, they pick and choose. Some will use the GRI standards. Somebody will use CDP for disclosing their carbon footprint. Somebody will look at now ISSB. Somebody will look at TCFD. So there are different framework which is used by different organizations. And there are emergence of various ESG rating agencies. So whatever we do, whatever targets and plans do we make in terms of reducing our carbon emission, it has to be validated. It has to be rated by a credible agency. So there are, again, emergence of various ESG rating agencies, whether it's S&P Global or Bloomberg or Sustainalytics. There are a series of ESG rating agencies. And once they rate the companies in terms of their ESG policies and actions, it brings a lot of credibility for the key stakeholders. Now, the COP28 is underway. So what are some of the themes that has been discussed during COP28? And every COP, you will see that there has been a very specific theme. So COP21, I talked about where in the Paris Agreement, we talked about curbing the global warming at 1.5 degrees centigrade. Now in 2018, I think that some of the landmark initiatives have been proposed. The first one is about the global stocktake. So you would have heard this word, global stocktake, in the COP28, where all the governments are being accountable to do a full stocktake and present the actual status compared to what the pledges and the targets that they had taken. I think this is a remarkable state and making it responsible for all the governments and all the countries. The second, we are talking about the loss and damage fund. So during 1900, when the industrialization happened, the Europe and US and other developed country took a lead, and they did the whole industrialization. And they are probably largely the responsible for creating the situation that we are in today. The developing countries have not even started their industrialization. If you look at the 56 countries of Africa, they account for less than 5% of the global emissions. And we are asking them not to increase the global warming and look for all the sustainable practices. Look at reducing the carbon emissions. How are they going to survive? How are they going to grow? So there has to be a funding. And they are also facing a similar climate catastrophic events like other developed countries. So the developed countries have to fund those developing and the poor countries. And hence, the creation of this loss and damage fund, I think, is a very, very welcome step in this direction. We are also talking of the climate financing. So if we want the poorer country and emerging markets to switch to more green energy, it has to be financed. And it has to be financed by the developed world. So while it has been talked for over a last decade, but we have seen a very little progress in terms of creating a fund for climate financing. And we believe that COP28 will bring a significant change in terms of how the execution will happen going forward. And the last, which has been discussed, is about the renewables. How the 118 countries have agreed to increase their renewable capacity to 3 times. I think all these 4 key discussions that happened during COP21, I think it gives us a lot of hope that we'll be able to achieve the target. Now, this is just the background about sustainability and ESG and what is the role that each of us have to play. But what is the role that the finance can play in this? And as I said that, by looking at the climate change and carbon dioxide level, our normal thinking will be that it is for the environmental scientists, and it is for the engineers, and it's for the governments to handle that. What we as accountants or CFOs can do it, and even auditors can do it. I'll give some example. I do get calls from analysts and the banks. The call starts with the asking is that what is the impact on your company performance or the company on all the new regulations that has come up. And every government, every country is coming up with different regulations. So there are 2,300 climate-related now policies and the laws that has been implemented across the globe. And that has impact on all the corporates or going to have impact on all the corporates. The analysts also ask that all the sustainability-related investment that you are going to do, how does it impact your margins? How does it impact your CapEx plan, your cash flows? So the discussion always first start with questions related to sustainability. And we as accountants and CFOs cannot keep quiet. So we have to imbibe sustainability as part of our business model. And that can really create a competitive advantage. What I will do now, I will just talk about some of the practical 10 things that we have done at Olam Agri, and I would like to share my experiences in terms of what an accountant or a CFO or an auditor can do in terms of driving sustainability. The first, if you look at the finance role, we play 4 roles. The first role is a controller, which is our bread and butter. So controllership is all about compliances, adherences. So now all these policies I've talked about, 2,300 plus policies that has been implemented across the globe. And now many of the countries now have incorporated TCFD disclosure template as part of the mandatory reporting. So like Singapore has mandated TCFD reporting. ISSB also, their standard 2, S2, is aligned with the TCFD disclosure template. And most of the companies have now been asked to report as per the TCFD disclosure norms. So the first role for us is to ensure that we comply. Before we come to the business partnership, first we have to ensure that we comply to the regulations and the requirement from the government. And this TCFD disclosure template, or IFRS 2, I think is a very, very welcome change that has happened. The last year, the S2 has come, IFRS S2 has come. This will ensure that all the companies are reporting TCFD disclosures across, in a standardized template. TCFD disclosures have 4 key pillars and 11 recommended disclosures. So the 4 key pillars are: first, governance, where we have to look at how our board is providing the oversight on the climate-related risk and opportunity, how the management is assessing and managing the climate-related risk and opportunity. The second pillar is about a strategy. What is the organizational strategy to mitigate the impact of the climate risk and opportunity? It's not always the risk, it is also an opportunity. So the companies which will take the lead in the initial phase, they will create a significant opportunity for themselves and create a significant competitive advantage. The third is about the risk management. What are the risk management processes that you have? What is the process for identifying all the climate-related risks and opportunities? And the last is about the targets and the KPIs. How the companies will finalize the targets and KPIs in terms of all their carbon emissions, whether it's a scope 1 and scope 2 and scope 3. First, understanding the emissions, and then second is about the management and mitigation. So scope 1 and 2 and 3, I think it's again a buzzword. Many of us might not know about what is a scope 1 emission and scope 2 and a scope 3 emission. Just imagine that you are working in a factory and it's a manufacturing company, you are buying diesel, you are buying gasoline, and you are burning it to run your factory. So whatever you use in your factory, whatever you are burning is scope 1 emission. Then you buy, say, electricity from, say, here, like you buy from Deva. You are not directly controlling it, but you are buying it. You have the option where to select from which supplier, which type of energy you want to consume. It's called buy. It's a scope 2. And scope 3 is all beyond. You are buying, say, a cloth from China. Maybe the factory in China has used fossil fuel to run their factory, but that is extremely beyond your control. So that is called scope 3 emissions. So the most of the governments today are first focusing on scope 1 and scope 2 emission, which is the burn and buy part, which is completely in our control. And scope 3 also is important, but probably I will say in terms of the priority is the next level priorities for the company. And you will see that most of the companies, scope 1 and scope 2 will be only 2 or 3% of the total carbon emission that the company has. And 95 to 99% of the carbon emission will all come from scope 3. So the governments are asking us, the regulators are asking us to have a phased approach in terms of the reporting on the TCFD. To start with the qualitative, just state the 4 pillars and the 11 KPIs. Then the year 2, you can start moving more towards quantitative disclosures. So like if you look at the governance, can we link the management incentive to the sustainability KPIs? And the year 2, you disclose that. And in year 3, you also disclose the incentive that the management team has got and how they have performed against the sustainability-related KPIs. So for every 4 pillars, we have to move from qualitative reporting to quantitative reporting. The second role is about the carbon accounting. So for each of us as a finance professional, first we have to understand what is the carbon footprint for the company. And there are today the plethora of companies which are specializing in the carbon measurement and carbon accounting. So there is a Terrascope, there is a Zero in Dubai, there is a Sustain Analytics. There are so many companies today which can help you in terms of understanding your carbon emissions. And then is understanding the split between scope 1, 2, and 3. The third, as part of the TCFD reporting, is about the climate risk. The climate risk can be largely split into 2 parts. One is the physical risk. So all the impact to your physical assets that is happening because of the heat waves, floods, storms is all part of the physical risk. So if your assets are, say, in Rajasthan, and Rajasthan is exposed to drought, your business will have an impact. If you have a business in Indonesia which is exposed to earthquake, you will have an impact. You will have a business impact. You have a business in Orissa, you will have an impact due to flooding. So how do you understand the potential impact that your assets can have going forward in the future? So there are various tools. Again, in the market, there is a tool from S&P Global called Clinomics, which can be used to assess the value at risk for, say, by end of 2030, 40, 50, you can assess what is the risk, and accordingly you can plan. So suppose if you have some manufacturing asset which is closer to the coastal area, and that area is exposed to flooding, we will work with the manufacturing team to see that how we elevate the level of the factory. So this modeling is first for us to understand the exposure or the value at risk that we will have, and second, prepare the mitigation plan. These are just some of the examples of how the physical risk modeling can be done. And then for every decade end, you can understand the impact that you will have coming from the different natural calamities or the other risks that can happen on your business. So this is just the dummy data, but we have got it from the software. And for all the assets that we have across the group, we have done the physical risk modeling. And then we are working with the business team and the manufacturing team to ensure that how do we mitigate the risk coming from the physical risk. There's also a requirement now from the TCFD that you do all your profit planning or profit modeling considering the 2 degrees centigrade global warming, 3 degrees centigrade, and 4 degrees centigrade. Can you understand that if the world gets warmer by 4 degrees centigrade, how it will impact your operating profit? And there are different ways to understand that. I think it's technical. We will not be able to discuss much, but this is just to say about this is a critical role that the accountants can play in terms of the scenario analysis. Then the next is about the transition risk. The governments have taken a target. India has taken a target that by 2070, they will achieve net zero. Most of the governments have now taken a target that by 2050, 2060, they will achieve net zero. What happens if they don't achieve the target? If they don't achieve the target, they have to now start putting a tax, carbon tax, on the corporates which are emitting carbon. And then if we are not prepared as a company, we will be completely out of the market. So again, accountants have a critical role to play in terms of the transition risk modeling. And this is the data from an association which shows that today, if the world gets warmer by 3 degrees, I think this is comfortably, I think we can get there if we do nothing. In this scenario, if you look at for India, it's in a single digit tax that the government can implement. If government does nothing and the world gets warmer by 3 degrees centigrade, India will implement a single digit carbon tax. So it's not a worry for us. But if suppose the world has to achieve 1.5 degrees centigrade, you can see the carbon tax that different governments can impose on you and your businesses can be completely out of the market if you are not prepared. So how do we understand first the transition risk to a low carbon economy and prepare the businesses for that? And in time, we can start transitioning and migrating to greener energy, looking at the different mitigation of opportunities which can help us to minimize our carbon footprint. And the internal carbon pricing can really help us. What is internal carbon pricing? Today, for the businesses, we only look at the profit after tax. But can we look at sustainability adjusted profit after tax? And we can give a notional carbon cost to the businesses. And there are different ways of looking at carbon tax. There is a shadow price method, there is a fee-based method, and different companies are using different methodology to look at the carbon tax. So for your organization, you can look at it, what is the most appropriate methodology? One methodology is that table that I showed you, you just use that data and implement it. The second methodology can be that you charge a fee, which is like creating a fund, and that fund you use it for sustainable investment. So the different companies are using different methodology on the internal carbon pricing. The fifth is that you have to work closely with the sustainability team and the business team in order to make the decarbonization plan to achieve the net zero targets. And you have to, when you have to look at the decarbonization plan, you have to look at each component. How can you reduce the carbon emissions? Whether from by moving to greener energy or the change in the land use, that is one of the significant contributor to the carbon emissions. How many of you think that agriculture today is the culprit of culprit of climate change? All of you will feel, right, that agriculture is the culprit because any heat waves, flood, all that happen, it has an impact on our yield and the crops and all that. But do you know that the agriculture is the biggest culprit also of the carbon emission? So 1/3 of the global carbon emission is happening because of agriculture. Because when you change the land, all the carbon that is stored on the soil, it comes to the atmosphere. When you cut the tree, the carbon that is stored on the tree, it gets into the atmosphere. So agriculture is both the victim as well as the largest culprit for the climate change. So how do we look at different factors and make a plan to decarbonize? And if suppose after all that you are not able to achieve the net zero target or the different target that you have done, you have to look at some of the carbon offset projects. By doing afforestation, reforestation, you can develop those carbon offset plan. And even after that, you don't achieve the target, the last option for you is to do carbon trading. You buy carbon credits from other players who are generating some positive carbon. The next one is about the ESG due diligence. Today, when we do a mergers and acquisition and a greenfield investment, we have a detailed checklist. How do we look at tax, legal, finance, different component, analyze the businesses? But do we do today? Do we also look at a checklist for assessing the ESG part? So for every investment that we do in our company, we can develop a ESG due diligence checklist. And some of the examples, like say, first you ask the team that which type of water you are going to use, whether you are going to use a green water, which is the rain-fed water, or you are going to use a blue water, which is the groundwater, or you are going to use a gray water, which is the treated affluent water. So there are different ways to look at the investment that you are going to do. Then is the sustainable financing. When you look at the sustainable financing, we can work with the bank and we can ask for a concessional funding if we are able to meet some of the goals that we can set. We can set our goals on environmental parameters, we can set some of the goals related to social, or we can set some goals related to governance. So depending upon what is the KPI that you want to drive as your company, you set that KPI, work with the bank, and the banks will definitely, there are so many banks who are looking for sustainable financing, and you can again play a very critical role in terms of driving the sustainable financing. Then our bread and butter, which is the IFRS compliance, we all understand it very well. So today, like if the physical risk materializes, it has an impact on your assets. So how do you look at asset impairment? How do you look at credit risk modeling for your customers? You look at expected credit loss. You look at the fair valuation that you do for your inventory. All that will come, which has an impact due to climate-related risk and opportunity. So there are various things that each of us as an accountant and CFOs and auditors have to do related to climate. Then about the ESG reporting. This itself is a separate chapter which has 15 material areas and 27 KPIs. Probably we'll keep it for some other day, but it's again a very vast area and a new area where we can get into, and finance has an opportunity today. None of us have studied sustainability. So this is providing us an opportunity to get into sustainability and drive it. Other areas like taxation and financing and bookkeeping is very crowded. This is an area where we can get into and create our niche. So this is just to summarize what are the opportunities for the CFO. So all the 4 roles that the finance plays, whether it's a controller or performance officer or the co-pilot or co-strategist or the value manager, in each of the areas, finance has a significant role to play, right from adherence to the regulators and the government, to preparing the decarbonization plan, working closely with the business team on managing the targets, to going to sustainable financing and creating a bottom line impact for the business. So just to summarize, these are the 14 key steps. If we follow that, we will become a sustainability-driven CFO. So I start with first the carbon measurement. And there are different tools in the market today. You subscribe to any of the tools and understand what is the carbon measurement. Once you have understand the carbon measurement or carbon footprint for your company, the second step is that you go and sign up with the SBTi, which is the Science-Based Target Initiatives. You commit, you take a place that you are going to reduce. And then you make your decarbonization plan. Based the decarbonization plan, you agree on your CapEx and OpEx. You follow the ESG-related due diligence. So all these are 14 steps that you follow. You will become really a sustainability-driven CFO. These 14 steps we have used in Olam Agri, and I'm happy to inform you that as per the Oxfam report published in 2021 and 2022, Olam Agri has been the #1 company globally in terms of driving sustainability. Thank you so much. I think there was some...
Can I have a big round of applause for Mr. Bikash Prasad? He flew from Singapore. One thing I'm seeing in this conference is everyone has helped us in doing it. Yesterday, Chetan Bhagat came because of James Matthew. And today, because of Hari Kishan ji, I can see Bikash Prasad has traveled from Singapore to here. Please give a round of applause for Bikash Prasad, sir. You are doing a great job, and Olam Agri is following all these 14 sustainability techniques. It's awesome. We look forward, all our CFOs and finance heads sitting here, please adopt these 14 methods and we will see it in a big way. Can we have Hari Kishan ji and Surendra sir on the stage, our past chairman Surendra sir, to felicitate Bikash Prasad. Thank you, Dheeraj Bhai, for helping me conduct this segment. Thank you. Without you, I would not have been possible. Now, let's move on to the third segment. And for the third segment, I have a new friend. Oh, she's already here. But bolna to dena tha, koi baat nahi. The girl, full of ideas. Anytime, whatever we do, we get some ideas. Something new you see, there is some contribution from Ashna. This is her first year, but she has been really helpful. Can we have a big round of applause for Ashna, the ExCom member of ICAI Dubai chapter? Yes, Ashna, what's happening? कैसा लग रहा है? एक दिन खत्म. Half a day is also over for day 2.
दोस्तों, एक बड़ी मुस्कान और दिल में ढेर सारी खुशियों के साथ आपका स्वागत करते हैं. जय भाई, इस AIC में तो आप छा गए. नया हेयर स्टाइल, नई लुक्स, बिल्कुल अक्षय कुमार लग रहे हो मोहरा के. जापान से होके आए हो, चल क्या रहा है?
मैं ये बोल सकता हूँ कि जापान गया तो ये समझ में आया कि बड़े बड़े शहरों में ऐसी छोटी छोटी बातें होती रहती है.
सेनोरिटा बोलना भूल गए आप. Coming back to the topic, what's the first thing that comes to your mind with the word sustainability in finance?
Sustainability in finance, one thing which I will always request all my members, sustainability in finance, when we talk about, I see papers around. I am looking forward for sustainability in finance, that an organization becomes a paperless, starting from finance department. One organization which uses the paper the most and believes in the paper is us, that is the finance department. So for me, sustainability, which I see, is an organization going paperless. That is what I am looking forward to it. And my dear friends, if you do it, trust me, let us know, and we will felicitate that organization and that finance head who takes the organization completely paperless. That is sustainability for me.
Excellent thoughts. And what about green credit, which is launched recently?
Hey, this is coming again and again. I remember yesterday Rishi also talked about green credit. I am missing something here. Am I missing something here? Kuch to bataiye.
आप तो जापान में मजे ले रहे थे. Modi ji addressed us at COP28 and explained it is a manner in which we give importance to our health card in life. We have to similarly start thinking in the context of environment. We will have to see what is to be done to add positive points to Earth's health card. And this is the Green Card initiative.
Wow.
If you really think that environment is less important than the economy, try holding your breath while you count money. We have a strong panel of discussion today around the topic finance, sustainability, and taxation. And to drive the session for the day, we have two eminent moderators, CA Abbas Ali Mirza and our beloved chairman, who is humble, chivalrous, resilient, Harikishan Rankawat, would request the technical team to play their video, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, our first moderator for the day is CA Abbas Ali Mirza, Chairman of the 21st session of ISAR and UNCTAD at UN and author of 15 books on IFRS. CA Abbas Ali Mirza boasts a distinguished career of over 20 years at Deloitte, where he served as an audit partner and managing partner at Deloitte LLP, DIFC, Dubai. Renowned as Deloitte's IFRS leader for the Middle East, he was featured as an IFRS specialist on the international accounting website IAS+. Notably, Mirza chaired the 21st session of ISAR at UNCTAD, United Nations Geneva, actively engaging in global debates on crucial topics like corporate governance and sustainability reporting. His extensive contributions also include authoring 15 best-selling books on international financial reporting standards, IFRS distributed globally by Wiley. As a member of the Accounting Standards Committee of the Securities and Exchange Board of India, SEBI, CA Abbas Ali Mirza served as a standard setter. Furthermore, he chaired and delivered keynote addresses at various global summits, notably the Global Accounting Summit held in Dubai for a decade. And our second moderator for the day is CA Harikishan Rankawat, Chairman, ICAI Dubai Chapter. CA Harikishan Rankawat, a fellow chartered accountant from India and a certified public accountant from the USA, holds 27 years of diverse experience in audit, tax, compliance, and advisory services across India, Kuwait, and the UAE. As the partner and CEO of RNG Auditors based in Business Bay, Dubai, he is actively involved in leadership roles, including chairman of the ICAI Dubai chapter and president of FII Dubai chapter. Additionally, Mr. Rankawat serves as a trustee for RBPG in Dubai and an advisor on the board of the International Agro Arbitration Center. A frequent speaker and contributor, he shares insights on tax and finance in various forums, newspapers, and radio interviews. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for CA Abbas Ali Mirza and CA Harikishan Rankawat.
Give a round of applause to Abbas Ali Mirza, sir. Can we have you on the stage, please? Abbas साहब जब तक आप स्टेज पे वॉक कर रहे हैं, there's a small request. I know you are supposed to moderate the panel along with Hari sir, but I need him for something urgent. So आपके कंधों पे responsibility बड़ी है. You have to moderate the panel alone for now. I'm really sorry, but I know you can do it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can I just have a hello from everyone? I just want to see if everyone is here. Hello. As Alvin Toffler said, the change is sweeping through the highly industrialized nations of this world with ever-accelerating motion and unprecedented impact. So very true these days that in every facet of life we see huge changes. Today at this panel, I'm now going to be inviting the panelists. We're going to talk about huge, sweeping changes that have come about in the fields of accounting, in the fields of sustainability and taxation. So let me start now with the panelists. The first one is, in no particular order, but this is how they are listed on the brochure. Mr. Tony Sullivan, the managing partner of Ernst & Young, UAE.
Ladies and gentlemen, our first panelist for the day is Mr. Anthony O'Sullivan, Managing Partner, EY UAE. Mr. Tony serves as the EY UAE Managing Partner, bringing over 20 years of experience in serving clients in the UAE. He holds a degree in accounting and finance from Dublin City University and is a member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants in England and Wales. With a focus on advising large entities, including sovereign wealth funds, real estate developers, and family groups, Tony has extensive experience in the real estate and local capital markets. He has guided clients through the entire business life cycle, from startup to equity listings in New York, London, Abu Dhabi, and Dubai. A frequent speaker on business topics in the UAE, Tony has completed executive training programs at Harvard Business School, in CAD and London Business School. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Anthony O'Sullivan.
Put your hands together for Tony. Welcome, Tony. Okay, the next panelist that I'm going to call, in no particular order again, but just as they are listed on the brochure, is Ms. Olga from Deloitte & Touche, Middle East. She's the tax director. Ms. Olga, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, our
up,
next
Olga.
panelist for the day is Miss Olga Ermela, Tax Director, Deloitte. Miss Olga Ermela is an experienced tax director with over 16 years in tax advisory, catering to large multinationals, conglomerates, and sovereign wealth funds. Focusing on domestic and international corporate tax, tax structuring, and planning across diverse sectors like public sector, oil and gas, power and utilities, and real estate. Possesses a robust understanding of MENA regional dynamics, particularly excelling in UAE landscapes. A skilled people leader known for building high-performance teams, fostering multicultural diversity, and actively engaging in talent development. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Miss Olga Ermela.
Ms. Olga, welcome to the panel.
Thank
Now,
you.
let's have the third panelist, my dear friend from PricewaterhouseCoopers, Mr. Umar.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next panelist for the day is Mr. Omar Saraswala, Partner, PricewaterhouseCoopers ME. Mr. Omar Saraswala is an experienced partner with a proven track record in the accounting industry. Proficient in external audit, consolidation, internal audit, accounting, and internal controls. Possesses strong entrepreneurship skills and holds ACA qualifications from ICAI UK and ICAI India, along with CFE and CPA credentials from Australia. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Omar Saraswala.
Welcome, Omar. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an esteemed panel here, and I want you to take advantage of this and learn from them. And basically, it's very insightful to have these very learned people on your panel. In fact, I have been preparing for this for a long time to be asking them questions because I feel honored to be moderating this session. As Robert Frost, I think it's attributed to him mostly, said, "The woods are lovely, dark and deep, but I have promises to keep and many miles to go before I sleep." Very valid kind of a quote right now. We've all been in this profession for a number of years, but with all the changes, I think there's many miles to go before we actually say that it's time for us to say bye to the profession. Do you agree with me? Yes or no? Thank you. Okay, let us now start with the panel, and I would like to start with Tony Sullivan. Tony, as we know, is with Ernst & Young and has been in this, I think, UAE for many, many years. 26 years, wow. So, Tony, you've been attending the COP28 from the last 10 days, I was told. I was trying to reach you, and they said he can't be reached because he's with the prime ministers and the presidents of countries. So, can you give us a little bit of an update, some insights into what happened at the COP28 as it relates to our profession?
Thank you, Abbas. Firstly, thank you very much for inviting me here today. It's always good to be amongst my friends in the Indian Institute. As Abbas said, I've been spending the last few days at COP. As Ernst & Young, we were one of the sponsors of COP, and we did a lot of work with the presidency in the last 8-9 months. It was my first time attending a COP, but some of my colleagues who've been attending for years did make the point that they felt that this one was different. Not just different because of the way that Dubai does events like this. It was definitely larger in scale than any previous COP. But the sense that people got was that there was a difference this time and that there's real action being taken now on the issues around sustainability. So whereas in the past, in previous COPs, there were lots of debates about the science and whether climate change was real and what is climate change and what do we need, what is it really, how is it really going to impact us? There's a large degree of alignment now that climate change is a real issue facing the world. In previous COPs, there were a lot of discussions around financing for some of the things that needed to be done to help mitigate climate change. Things like the Loss and Damage Fund to support some of the smaller countries in the Global South that are really being impacted by climate change, but that don't have the financial ability to do the things they need to do to combat climate change. That issue has been taken off the table largely in that there's now an agreement from the more developed countries that they need to provide funding for these smaller countries, and that was one of the big wins in the early days of COP with the formation of the Loss and Damage Fund and the funding commitments that were made towards those funds. So some of the issues in the past around arguing around the science and arguing around who will fund have largely been taken off the table. And at this COP, the actions seem to be more around what are we doing, what have we been doing, and what should we be doing more of in order to keep within the 1.5 degree limit that was set in the Paris Agreement. So how is that relevant to us? I think the previous speaker gave a very eloquent speech about the ways in which, as finance professionals, we can be involved in that process. And I think one of the concrete areas that I saw in the last week in some of my discussions were on areas around the ISSB sustainability reporting standards, the need to coalesce around that so that we move away from the alphabet soup of 25 different reporting methodologies and standards. I was on a roundtable a couple of nights ago with the head of the ISSB, with the CEO of Standard Chartered Bank, with one of the financial regulators from Europe, and they were talking very much about the importance of getting around one set of standards and the importance of the accounting profession that we can play in giving trust to the things that people are doing around climate change. If you think about it, this is an issue where there's an enormous trust deficit. We're all aware of the challenges of greenwashing, and companies are being accused of saying they're doing things but not doing them in reality. As accountants, one of the main areas that we can help in this process is by bridging that trust deficit, by helping companies communicate effectively what they're doing through our finance professionals, and by then, as auditors, providing the assurance that what they're doing, they're actually doing in reality. And where national governments are now setting formal targets for different industries within their countries that need to be met, that whole process of being able to place trust in what governments and corporates are saying around that they're actually doing is going to become increasingly important in the years ahead. And I think that's where, as chartered accountants, we can play a key role in that process. So that's one thing I've taken away from COP, that in the years to come, the role of the finance professionals is going to become increasingly important in this area of sustainability.
Thank you, Tony. I'm sure that all of you are quite keen to ask a lot of questions. So I would like you to get ready with your questions. We're going to accept only 3 questions from the floor. So as long as you're ready with it and raise your hands, I think we have our eminent secretary sitting there who would help us. Okay, Ms. Olga. Now, coming to you, you're the tax expert. And we know that there is a huge hype and huge interest in corporate taxation in the UAE. So can you tell us about the readiness on day one? What will be expected? What are people going to suddenly start doing differently than what they were doing before?
Yes, thank you. And thank you so much. I'm delighted to be here. And in terms of the corporate tax, I think we are all at the early stage of the legislation development, but the UAE done a great job to align the unique UAE regime with the best international practices. And when we started this process after the corporate tax announcement, we actually divided it into these 3 areas in terms of the readiness. The first one is it's basically your finance function. It's your financial data. And we recommended to review the financial statements, the financial accounts, to see what will be the impact of the corporate tax and what will be potential the tax liability. Is any changes that needs to be done, for example, is there any restructuring needs to be done before day one in order to optimize in a legitimate way your potential corporate tax liability? And I would say for majority of companies, or maybe not majority of companies, the first tax period will start from the 1st January or from the 1st March. Next year. So there's still some time to be prepared. And I would say the key things that we basically focus on is the tax grouping, because the tax grouping can be done only from the start of the taxable period, and you need to ensure that all the requirements for the tax grouping are met from the day one, and it's more about the legal ownership requirement. The second one is if you want to utilize the incentives under the free zone regimes and the zero corporate tax rate, there's also tricky points around substance requirements and de minimis threshold. And in terms of the substance, it needs to be met also from your day one. So if there's any concerns, whether you think have the company met the substance requirements, or probably substance requirements are not really met, I would recommend you to start assessing it right now. And the third one is more about increasing the value of your assets. Is this possible to do now? What will happen if you do it later on? And what will be our impact on the corporate tax liability? This is all coming within the finance part. I would say the second one is people. And the people in terms of, do you have the right tax team to deal with the corporate tax compliance? Do you have enough resources? Do you need to upscale your resources? Probably they were focusing more on the VAT previously, but now they need to deal with a completely different tax. Do you need some support from other firms? For example, Deloitte provides options for the secondment of staff. It can be a temporary solution when you are in the search of for example, the tax managers or corporate tax managers or someone else working on the corporate tax, and you can use, for example, the upskilled people from the big four companies. And the third one, you need also to focus on your processes. Do you have the right technologies? Do you still need to think about which technologies will help you with the corporate tax compliance? Do you have the right tax policies and tax governance structure? So I think this is my key observations in terms.
Oh, thank you, Olga. Thank you so much. I'm sure you'll have a lot of questions about corporate tax, because I think all the accountants here are looking forward to get ready to comply with that and for their clients. Thank you so much. Okay, now we've got Mr. Umar. He is the PwC partner. He's based out of Saudi. So I might have a few questions about Saudi also. But before I get into the Saudi part, the most interesting thing that's happening right now is not just human intelligence, but artificial intelligence. As we all know, it's so pervasive that it is manifesting itself in every facet of life, whether it's driving, self-drive cars, whether it's drones or whatever. And not just that, the adaptation, the rapid adaptation across the world of the AI is making a lot of noise in the corridors in corporates. And I think accountants need to get ready. Now, keeping that in mind, Mr. Omar, I know that you, just like all other big four, are looking at a lot of big conglomerates around the world as auditors. And if they are adopting the artificial intelligence, how is the auditing keeping pace with that? How are the auditing tools that you have, how are they being changed? That's an important question in everyone's mind.
Thank you, Abbas. To start with, I want to thank the managing committee for the excellent preparations and the smooth functioning of this convention. I mean, I want them to, a big round of applause for Mr. Harkishan. And I'm a chairman of a small chapter of around 150 odd members, and I know how much time and efforts it takes to organize a small family event. But this scale of event, I don't know how much time the managing committee has put in. you really deserve a big round of applause, guys, okay? Right, to answer your question, Abbas, a very fair question and a relevant question. Obviously, the auditing profession is being also affected like every other profession, and there's no other option for us but to use AI within our audits, basically. Like all the big four firms, and I'll give you some examples. PwC has announced, just recently that we're going to be investing $1 billion over the next 3 years in just developing AI-related modules for both our internal audits and our customers, our clients, basically. And that is the amount of importance we give to AI. We already have quite a few modules, and just like every other Big Four firm, PwC is already using something called GLAI, which effectively is a bot which will audit every transaction in the journal ledger. You don't have a problem with any materiality thresholds here. It's 100% check. It's robust. It's accurate. It saves a lot of time. It tells you if there are any unusual transactions entered into an unusual time by a person who was not supposed to do the transaction. And the good part about this bot, Abbas, it keeps on learning. So every time you use this bot, it accumulates the knowledge and it adapts and changes. And that's the artificial intelligence for you. Another example is Cash AI, where we're already using it on a lot of our clients, where we run the bot and it picks up all the cash and bank balances on the trial balance. It sends out confirmation requests to the banks. It does the bank reconciliations and it does the documentation. So you can imagine the next question, ideally, Abbas, you should ask me is, what are the auditors going to do? I'll leave it up to you if you want to ask me that question. I can answer that, but maybe for later.
Sure. So thank you very much. You reminded me of what I had once read, which I think Jaiprakash Agarwal will also agree with me, that which is the best husband that a woman can aspire to have? Any guesses? Engineers, accountants, MBAs? What do you think? Come on, Jay. Best husband. Archaeologist is the best husband because the older she grows, the fonder he gets about her. The reason I'm saying that is because we are already in this profession of auditing, and now we're talking about AI. So the older it gets, the more beautiful it gets, this profession. And as they always say, that behind every successful business, there's a smart accountant and a smart auditor. I think that's what is happening right now. The accountants and the auditors have to become really smart to cope up with what is happening around the world. Okay, so thank you very much. I'm going to come back now to you again with a few more questions. But since we have my dear friend Tony Sullivan, which I know for many years, and we've been on many panels together, with the Big Four panels that we have been part of it, and I know that he has always some very insightful ideas and new ideas and something really, really good. So Tony, with all the changes that are happening, they say, why is an auditor so calm? Is why? And why is he composed and calm is because his internal controls are very strong, his personal. Do you agree with that? That the auditor has to have strong internal controls themselves? Plus, with all the AI happening, with all the taxation coming in, what do you think is the future of auditing?
I think you need to be very intestinally strong to be an auditor at any point in time. Just touching briefly on the AI point, I heard a good comment the other day, which was, somebody was saying, well, if AI comes, does that mean that there'll be, a need for auditors anymore? And I think the point is that if you're an auditor, it's not that AI will take your job. That's fine. But the people that don't know how to utilize AI in their job, they will be the people that will be in trouble. So much like Omar is mentioning, a lot of the audit firms now are looking at how we can use AI as an effective tool. Which is interesting for the future of audit, in that a lot of the sort of core skills that we traditionally thought of being the skills of the auditor are likely to have to develop over the years. So, when I was learning, it was all about debits and credits, it was T accounts, and I must admit, I still draw T accounts sometimes when I'm looking at accounting issues. But going forward, you're going to have the ability to understand how to use technology appropriately. So we have people on our team now that are data scientists and computer engineers. Reliance on companies' internal controls over their IT system is going to become increasingly important. I think it'll soon be getting to a point in a number of firms, my own included, that if you can't get comfortable that you can rely on the IT systems at a client, you just will not be able to do an audit. It will be impossible. So there's a number of areas like that are driving us to change the profession. But in my mind, I think that the core skill set of a CA will still remain the same, which is that as a CA, you need to have an analytical mind, you need to understand figures, but you also need to understand the story that figures are telling you, and you need to understand how those figures have been produced. So although the tools that we're using in our day-to-day work may be changing, I think as CAs, the skills that we develop in this profession of being questioning, of understanding the core business and how the numbers tell the story of the business, being able to sit back and look at the big picture, and being able to provide meaningful advice to our clients based on understanding the context of the business world in which they're living, that will still remain the same. So I think the future of auditing, although we'll have a lot of new sexy tools that we'll be using, and there might be different challenges that we have to come up against, the basic mindset that we have as auditors and accountants will still remain the same. So I'm very hopeful that, you know, as a profession, we are developing with the times, and although sometimes we may appear to be things that might be best studied by archaeologists, we are continuing to develop as the world develops around us. So I'm very confident of the future of this profession.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you so much. I'm sure that there are a lot of people ready to ask you questions. So please keep your questions ready. We've got Mr. Jayaprakash Agarwal here. He's going to take the questions and pass it on to us. Thank you very much. Now we go on to another panelist here about the excitement that has been created because of the tax. Issues such as tax groupings, free zones, anything to do with Pillar 2, how are you getting ready? Have you seen any restructuring already being done by people in order to get ready to comply with the corporate tax?
Yes, and indeed there's a number of restructuring, and then we see this, maybe there are several drivers for this. The key one, as I mentioned, is the tax grouping. So the tax grouping is basically what we've seen in most of the European jurisdictions, and it's quite efficient in terms of to reduce the compliance requirements, to eliminate the intra-group transactions, to have one reporting entity. There's some other aspects that needs to be considered within the tax grouping, and we need to be mindful whether it's beneficial or not beneficial for each particular case. But this is something that everyone is considering and trying to change the structure in order to meet the conditions of forming the tax group before the day one. The free zone is a very tricky question, and I think the UAE made a big step forward by amending the previous decisions and provided the explicit definitions of qualifying activities. They basically included commodities trading in one of the qualifying activities. That was also a big step. But there's still a number of uncertainties. And when we talk about the free zone qualification, I think sometimes it will be useful to get an opinion or maybe to ask for the clarifications from the FTA. We would still need to see the guide to be released by the Federal Tax Authority to see it would be clear enough and provide relevant clarifications. But again, in terms of, I don't know, everyone is concerned about the distribution business, the commodities trading. There's still some uncertainty which we need to deal with. And we've seen in practice that some companies, they're trying to move to transfer operations from one zone, free zone, to another free zone in order to utilize the benefit. And as Minister of Finance announced, it will not be considered as avoidance technique, because basically this is in line with the regulations. This is one of the restructuring is going on. Coming back to Pillar 2 and free zones, right? So the free zone provides for the zero rate benefit. But now everyone understands that the Pillar 2 is imminent, is on the way. The question is whether it will be implemented starting from 2025 or it will be still deferred to 2026. But again, if you look into other countries, especially within the European Union, or they will implement the Pillar 2 starting from 2024. They will have some UTPR rules starting from 2025. There's a low chance that the UAE continue delaying this. So when we talk about the free zones and zero rate, we still need to see if going forward, I would still need to pay top-up tax up to 15%. Do I still need to do the restructuring? Or maybe this restructuring will not help to reduce the tax rate, giving the introduction of the Pillar 2. And one thing, we were talking about the artificial intelligence. And I think there's lots of tools that are available, and sometimes we try to search and get initial insight at what is Pillar 2, what is Pillar 1, and all these things. And we need to be very careful and mindful, because we tried to do this online through one of the tools which appeared recently, and it gives a completely wrong result. It mixed up Pillar 2 with Pillar 1. So my advice is probably use this as an initial source of information, but if you need further guidance, go to other consultants, try to get an opinion from them, because the Pillar 2 is quite complex and comprehensive issue, and if you're part of the multinational with the consolidated revenue exceeding the threshold of 750 million, you would need to concern Pillar 2 rules. So you don't need to only to think about the corporate tax in the UAE, you would need to see what will be the tax impact of the Pillar 2 implementation as well.
Thank you, Ola. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we've just had a very big dignitary walk in. Our President of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. Please put your hands together. Mr. Talati. Thank you, sir. I'm sure that you've read the book called Good to Great. It's not enough to be good. You need to be great, and I think you're a perfect example of that. Put your hands together once again for the President. Okay, now carrying on the panel. We've heard a lot about ESG, we've heard about sustainability. So what exactly, a lot of people ask me this question, what does ESG stand for? Environment, and then social and governance. Now the reporting that goes with that is about the data, the disclosure of the data to provide to the stakeholders to give them a greater transparency and insights into the company's management of the risk and the opportunities. With that, there are a lot of benefits if you do follow ESG, all the reporting principles. Tax benefits are there. There's the new customers that you attract will be high quality, and many so. So without saying much about it, I would hope that we can get more and more during this conference as it continues, because that is the in thing right now. So I'd like to ask both Tony and Mr. Omar to give their perspective about ESG reporting and the new standards that have come out from the International Standards Board. Anything that you'd like to add?
Okay, so can I go ahead, Tony? Yeah, I mean, we heard a lot in the last 1.5 days about ESG, and the session before us, the gentleman was talking about S1 and S2 standards, basically, right? And although these are not mandatory at this point, you know, more and more especially listed companies are being encouraged to adopt them. And I can tell you this, that the Capital Markets Authority in Saudi Arabia has, in fact, a couple of years back, came up with a set of guidelines for listed companies to try and mandatorily adopt, or rather, not while it's not being mandatory, still adopt the sustainability standards reporting, basically. And you could see, I mean, companies like Aramco, Sabic, these companies have already published, very detailed ESG reports, basically. And some of them are also going for assurance certification of these reports, basically. And on that domain, from the assurance certification domain, we still do not have a comprehensive auditing standard. There's a standard ICAI 3000, which is currently being used to give our opinion on those ESG disclosures, but there's another standard which is currently being, debated, ICAI 5000, which will cover everything, and that's going to be coming in around mid-24, I guess, Tony, right? So yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff happening in that space, and one more point I want to add is that, of course, the auditors will have to upskill themselves. Right now, we have specialists in the firm because this is considered to be currently a separate kind of reporting, not very integrated with the financial reporting, but eventually it will get mandatory and hopefully it will be integrated with the financial reporting, and the auditors will have to upgrade themselves so that they understand what are these numbers being reported. Tony, please.
Thank you, Omar. Tony.
I think Omar raised a great point there around capacity building and skills building within the auditing profession for sustainability. I mean, when I qualified through the ICAEW almost 30 years ago now, which is a bit scary to think about, we didn't know what sustainability was. There was no such thing as training on sustainability. None of the accounting firms had practices on sustainability. There might have been a concept of ESG, which was largely led by comms departments and marketing departments, but it wasn't something that the finance teams would necessarily have got involved in. And that's definitely changed over the years. I mean, I was at a round table a couple of nights ago with the CEO of the ICAEW, and they were making the comment that in that institute's exams now they have sustainability woven through the entire syllabus so that new chartered accountants coming through do learn about sustainability. But one challenge with that I see is that there still isn't a common language that everybody uses when they talk about sustainability. The previous speaker talked again about Scope 1, Scope 2, Scope 3. And the way in which you would calculate your Scope 1, Scope 2 emissions, there's some clarity on that. Scope 3 is just a complete black hole at the moment. And for entities like banks, for example, that have a huge number of stakeholders, it's practically impossible for them to compute Scope 3 emissions in an accurate way. So there does need to be more work done there around data and around definitions to allow some of the core numbers to be brought in for actual reporting. So we do have a few challenges. And the final point I'd make in this, because it's going to become a challenge for us as auditors, is we all know ourselves that as auditors, there's different levels of assurance that you could provide on numbers. But we also know that people who are maybe not from our profession, when they see a CA signing on something, they effectively believe that we've signed in blood. A lot of these sustainability reports at the moment, because of this lack of precision in how numbers gets computed, we're not giving audit assurance. We can give reasonable assurance or we can give limited assurance. And I don't think the investment community that will read these reports yet really understand what that means, which is another challenge I think we're going to have to face in how we communicate what we actually do as finance professionals in preparing and providing assurance on those numbers.
Thank you, Tony. I don't know if you're aware, I just mentioned it, as you mentioned, that the CEO of the ICAEW, the English Institute, we had a talk. We also have the president of the ICAI sitting, who just walked in, and he must have heard your comment. So I think when he addresses us, maybe Mr. Talati, this is something that you can raise. So we've heard from the three panelists, different views, diverse views. We've heard about the new adaptations that are taking place. But let me just end this particular panel with a thought. I would like to share a little humor about the way that our profession is now. There was an accountant married to a banker, and they got divorced. So they asked, what was the reason? They said they could not balance their differences, or they could not balance. So balancing the accounts is still very important. Don't think that just because you've got AI, you've got sustainability, you've got ESR, artificial intelligence, the basic accounting will remain the same. Mr. Jayaprakash, do we have time for one or two questions? We have a lot of people raising their hands. We have a lucky winner. Can we have the spotlight there?
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for a very insightful
We can't
discussion.
hear you. We can't hear you.
Thank you for a very insightful
There's
discussion.
a lot of echo. There's a lot of echo.
Is this better?
Can't hear.
It's better now?
No. There's a lot of echo in the
Can I
microphone.
have a different mic? Okay.
You have
Is
to
it
be
better now?
loud,
Better
louder.
now?
Yes.
Thank you for a very insightful discussion. I just wondered, with bots doing the audit, can we expect the audit report within a week?
We need an
On a
interpreter, some
lighter
interpretation of the question. We
With the
can't hear it.
bots doing audit, will the auditors finally be able to give it within a week of the audit? On a lighter note.
Jayji, please. Yes, sir. Can you take the mic? Yeah. And loud. I have to speak
Okay. This question is from Jaya Mahalakshmi ji. She is saying if bot does the audit, bots, the robots, bots does the audit, can we expect the audit report in a week's time? Instead of 30 days, can we have it in a week's time? That's the question.
Very good question. Coming from Jayaji, by the way, she is a world champion of public speaking. Jayaji, great from you.
I think definitely what bots do is they take a lot of the more mundane work out of doing the audit. So I think when we were all training, we well remember being locked in cupboards for 4 weeks, plowing through invoices with large sheets of A3 paper that we were putting tick marks against. I don't think anybody really feels that there's much value from doing that work, and that's what the bots allow us to take that time away. But I think what the bots also allow us to do is that the team of professionals that are working on the audit, they then have more time to focus on what's actually important. So a little bit like what Omar was talking earlier with some of the tools that his firm use, we have similar processes that we do our audit based on 100% of data, and then it throws out anomalies. And then the audit team can spend their time, rather than hoping that a sample of 25 allows them to find issues, they can focus on the 10 anomalies that have been picked up by the bots, and spend the time having meaningful conversations with the client around those areas. So I think what the bots will do is they won't necessarily allow you to get your report in 10 days, but they will allow you to have a much better quality of audit undertaken by the audit team, so that you can have, a large, as an audit partner, when I'm signing off, I can have a larger degree of comfort in what I'm signing off on.
Thank you.
Just to add to that, Jaya, I think the bots can never take over the professional skepticism of an auditor, basically. Absolutely.
Thank you, Umar. Thank you, Tony. Thank you so much, Olga. I'm reminded after all these discussions of a very famous quote by William Shakespeare. Either you're born great or you've got greatness thrust upon you. Now, as accountants, I'm sure that we're all born great, because otherwise, with the president sitting here, it's so difficult to pass the exam, sir. So you have to be born great to be a chartered accountant. I mean, as a CPA from the US, I can tell you, the CA is the toughest that we have. I don't know, Tony, maybe you'll say the English is more tough. But anyway, but with the new terminologies, with the artificial intelligence, I think we also need greatness to be thrust upon us through our institutes, so that we become even better and better. Thank you very much. It's been a great audience, and thank you very much for your patient hearing.
Thank you, Abbas. Thank you, Mr. Abbas and the panel. You have done a great job, and we cannot leave you all without the memento or the love from our side, from the ICAI Dubai chapter. For this, can I have the chairman on the stage along with the president, sir? You are there. Please join us for the... Okay. And can we have Nimesh bhai, please come on the stage to felicitate our moderator and the panelists. First, Mr. Anthony. Can we felicitate Mr. Anthony? Or Tony, as he popularly called, Mr. Anthony or Tony. अच्छा, सब एक साथ felicitate करेंगे. To save the time, we'll felicitate all together, all the four. Give a round of applause to all the panelists and the moderator. Thank you, everyone. Moving on, do we have Mr. Rami from National Bonds here? Mr. Rami from National Bonds? Yes? Sir, we want to felicitate you. I will need chairman. Chairman, sir, please stay back. Chairman, sir, please stay back. We want to felicitate National Bonds. He was not there today. He is here only for us. So, along with that, Nimish bhai, please stay back. Nimish bhai, please stay back. Nimish bhai, photo बाद में क्लिक आइएगा, पहले एक बार इधर आ जाइए. On the stage, back. Nimish bhai, stay back. We have to felicitate National Bonds. He has come all the way for us.
Mazagar initiative is by our very own fellow chartered accountant, CA Rajiv Ji Agarwal, would address him no less than a superhero. Why? While we all chartered accountants skip a pulse whenever the share market goes up and down, he has put all his efforts and life savings to save someone's pulse and give someone a heartbeat. I would request the technical team to play the video of Mazagar.
एक कल्पना अम्मा है हमारे पास जिनकी उम्र 90 साल है। उनको अपने ही बेटे ने मार पीट करके उसके मुंह पर एक साड़ी मारी और बोला निकल जाओ घर से। एक माँ जो इस दुनिया में हमें लेके आती है, इस उम्र में तुमने कैसे निकाल दिया? तुमको इसने पाल पोस के बड़ा किया है। माजागर जब ऐसे लोगों को लेके आता है उस समय दुख के आंसू होते हैं। वर्षों से नहाए नहीं है, शरीर में कीड़े पड़े हैं, भीख तक मांग नहीं सकते, जिनको अगर सेवा नहीं मिली तो वो एक दर्दनाक मौत को सड़क पे प्राप्त होंगे। माझा घर का मतलब होता है मेरा घर। जिस तरह हम अपने घर में अपने हक से रहते हैं और जो चाहते हैं वो मिलता है, वो सारी सुविधाएं दी जाती है और इनको हम अपना परिवार मानते हैं हर हालत में। मतलब हमारे घर जैसा ये आश्रम साफ होना चाहिए। जो हम खुद खाएंगे नहीं, इनको खिलाएंगे नहीं। तो मैं और मेरी पत्नी अपना लंच भी इन्हीं लोग के साथ यहीं पे लेते हैं। हमारे यहाँ जो डॉक्टर हैं उनकी मदद से हम इनको ठीक करना शुरू करते हैं और इनके चेहरे पे मुस्कान आती है जब ये बोलते हैं कि हम अपने माँ बाप के घर में रह रहे हैं। तो इससे बड़ा पुरस्कार क्या चाहिए? इनको स्वादिष्ट पौष्टिक भोजन देने का खर्चा, इनके कपड़े का, दवाई का, ट्रीटमेंट का, बहुत सारे खर्चे हैं। आज जो भी आप लोग इस वीडियो को देख रहे हैं, हम आपसे अनुरोध ये करना चाहेंगे इस काम को आगे बढ़ाने में हमारे साथ जुड़े कि हम सब मिलके ऐसे हजारों लोगों की जिंदगी बदल सकते हैं।
Thank you, ICAI Dubai chapter and my fellow chartered accountants. In the interest of time, I would just like to inform you that Majagar Foundation is in the process of building India's largest orphanage and destitute home combined for 4,000 people who are from the bottom of the suffering humanity, who are the last marginalized people of our country, so that they can be given dignity and empowerment. There are 2.89 crore orphan and street children in India who are exploited in different ways, don't get any education, and if we bring them to the mainstream economic activity, a large part can be added to the Indian GDP. And we are going to do that by giving them education, training, and safe home, by making them stand on their own feet in the mainstream society with due respect. Thank you very much again, ICAI Dubai chapter, for giving us this opportunity. Thank you all.
Thank you. Let's move on, and this is the last segment. Ashna, I have a question for you.
Yes.
Do you remember seeing pictures of Dubai in early 60s and 70s? We could see a vast expanse of desert. There were palms, camels, sand dunes. Do you remember that 60s and 70s?
I was not born then.
Seriously?
But yes, I have seen a lot of pictures. I don't want to reveal my age at this moment, please. No one would in their wildest dream have imagined Dubai will be home to the world's tallest building, or say Burj Khalifa, the epitome of luxury. If you ponder on how a quaint cluster of settlements evolved to this commercial hub, there is only one answer. Leadership is the capacity to translate vision into reality. It is the vision of its amazing leaders. And today we have amongst us one great visionary, leader, and a dynamic person. And we know him as our president of the ICAI, CA Aniket Talati. I would request the technical team to play the video, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, our guest of honor for the day is CA Aniket Sunil Talati, President ICAI, CA Aniket Sunil Talati, known for his sharp thinking and quick understanding, has been elected as the President of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India for the year 2023-24. Respected for his strong organizational skills and deep insight into professional matters, CA Aniket Talati has made significant contributions to the profession from various perspectives. In addition to his role as President, CA Aniket Talati serves as the Director of ICAI Accounting Research Foundation and the Indian Institute of Insolvency Professionals of ICAI. He also holds the position of Technical Advisor to the ICAI's nominee of the Paid Advisory Group of IFAC. Known for his down-to-earth approach and grassroots understanding, CA Aniket Talati is highly regarded among his professional colleagues. His exceptional ability to navigate challenging situations sets him apart in his field. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for CA Aniket Sunil Talati.
Can we have a round of applause for the man who added tricolor to CA and India in the logo, CA Aniket Talati. A round of applause by all the members to our President.
Wow. Thank you. I think, Jayaprakash ji, your energy is always vibrating, invigorating, so thank you for filling me up with energy, though I've just come today morning. He asked me just before I was coming here, do you have a PowerPoint presentation to present today? And I often say this, without any disrespect to those who would have presented before or who may be succeeding me in terms of their presentation. But Jayaprakash ji, I always say this, PowerPoint presentations are often for people who either do not have power or any point in their presentation. So hopefully today when I am here and given the opportunity to interact with you, thanks to my dear friend and the leader of the Dubai chapter, Mr. Rankawat, who's doing phenomenal work throughout the year. Harikrishna ji, compliments to you, your entire managing committee team, and of course the galaxy of past chairmen who've always been, I believe, pillars for the grand success of this chapter. I hope that, being mindful of the fact that my address is the only thing between you and a sumptuous lunch, I will try and be as brief as possible, but also try and convey to you certain important aspects and fill, of course, with certain power and certain points that I can dwell upon while I deliver this address. First and foremost, please accept my apologies for not being here yesterday. I know, Chairman Sir, you and your team had invited me to be here in the inaugural session yesterday. But I was yesterday, coincidentally, because one gets very few opportunities to be in his hometown, the role of the Institute's president is such, with over 170 branches through our 5 regional councils, through over 80 foreign chapters, representative offices. I think there is so much traveling that happens, and more importantly, because of the headquarters being in Delhi, that one doesn't get enough time to be in your hometown. But last 2 months have been special. One, because of the GloPack, which I got an opportunity to host in my town, which I will briefly speak about. But also yesterday, I had the unique opportunity to be in one of the very important forums. And I think your entire theme, Chairman, for this session, confluence, vision, sustainability, and innovation, largely reflected in yesterday's event which was held, which was inaugurated by none other than the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji. I was there in person in Gift City, which is, of course, being developed as one of the financial centers in India. The Honorable Prime Minister is fully geared up to support the financial service center there to make sure that Indian capital, and more importantly, capital coming into India, for all these decades and generations has always come through various other countries. Of course, Dubai being one of them, but Singapore, Mauritius, Cyprus, and so many other jurisdictions which have been used just because of the ease of banking and ease of doing financial transactions. And it is his dream, and it is the dream of the government, to have a financial service center in India where investments within India coming into India or even leaving India and going abroad can be done through the geographical boundaries of India, and therefore a unique gift city has been carved out where in fact, yes, I think it's a huge achievement for the country, where though being geographically into India, there is a unified regulator, so you do not have RBI, SEBI or even IRDA rules to apply, a single window clearance, and the idea is to have this center to become the nerve center of financial activity going forward. And I had the privilege yesterday that when the Honorable Prime Minister was speaking, the Chief Minister of Gujarat was also there, and of course we had sessions from Piyush Goyal ji, Ashwini Vaishnav ji, so many senior bureaucrats and so many other important dignitaries. I was also given the responsibility of being part of a very important panel, and I think that is one of the themes that you have for your discussions over the next, I would say 4 hours, and of course what you had yesterday. And the theme was green finance and sustainability. Such is the importance that sustainability is taking in today's world that we had a 1-hour session on sustainability. Our Honorable Union Minister for Commerce, Piyush Goyal ji, also joined in between the panel. And the entire discussion revolved around why, when you move towards sustainability, it is going to be extremely important. In India, as the Honorable Prime Minister put it, by 2070, the country has set out a goal to be net zero. And by his own estimate, which he mentioned yesterday, the requirement of simple green finance to move towards net zero is going to be to the tune of $10 trillion. That is the kind of investment that is going to be required to become net zero for India. And therefore, green finance is going to be extremely critical. And while we were discussing green finance and sustainability, and I refer to the discussion that Abbas ji and the entire panel had just before, where they were discussing about the role of auditors and the importance of the audit function. Let me tell you, yesterday we had an industrialist, we had somebody from the exchange, we had somebody from the capital market, but the most important focus of the entire green finance activity was on our profession and therefore on me as the president representing the accounting profession, because believe me, green finance or sustainability can only be successful if there is an assurance function attached to that. Let's be all very, very clear and absolutely understand the fact that internationally, as well as in India, there is a clear understanding that we do not want to get into a situation where funds are raised for the sake of making this generation cleaner, greener, but greenwashing is done, and therefore funds are misutilized and put to use for some other aspect. And therefore, it is going to be extremely critical that the role of our profession, chartered accountants, is paramount. And as the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, which has 4 lakh members, and more importantly, 8.5 lakh students who are actively pursuing the course of chartered accountancy, we are very well aligned with the fact that sustainability is the future. Non-financial reporting is going to eventually gain as much, if not more, importance than financial reporting. And therefore, it is going to be critical for all of us to upskill our skills, reskill ourselves, and also understand the expectation that the government, regulators, people at large, and most importantly, the generation after us is going to have on us. Today in India, it is said that we consume carbon of the entire year that we should within a 7.5-month period. What does this mean? By 15th of August, which is the day we celebrate our Independence Day, we consume all the carbon that we ought to, and for the balance 4.5 months, we are actually borrowing out of our future generations. And therefore, it is going to be very important and critical for all of us to appreciate why sustainability is taking center stage. And I'm delighted that Dubai chapter has kept a session on this and of course, covering it as a part of the theme. And when we were discussing this yesterday in the Infinity Forum, I only said that yes, Indian accountants are going to be playing a critical role. You have Bikash Prasad ji here who spoke on this theme, who's taking a lead not just here in Dubai, UAE or Middle East, but even in IFAC when we discuss sustainability for accountants, he is one man who's taking the charge. So I think it's a great matter for all of us that through our membership and through our members, we are showing the way forward for sustainability. In India, let me tell you that today we have BRSR, which is akin to the ESG reporting that many countries and jurisdictions have brought forth. And what is the role ICAI has played in coming out with the BRSR core? There were 200 parameters which are today identified as important ones. Out of them, 9 parameters SEBI selected and said, these are the core parameters on which we want reporting. So as internationally you have S1 and S2, before they were launched, SEBI in India said for the top 1,000 companies, we need BRSR on these 9 core parameters. But in India today, we no longer just implement things. Before implementing, there's a huge amount of effort which goes, and there was a huge back testing that was done in terms of looking at top 8 corporates, seeing what is the kind of information which is available, and whether it is verifiable. The entire activity, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India took up, and we realized that 95% of the data is actually verifiable. And post this, the BRSR core reasonable assurance in a glide path format has been given out by the SEBI. This year, 150 companies will be coming out with an assurance, goes to 250 next year, 500, and then 1,000 companies which will need an assurance function. So to all my colleagues who are here, who have spent a lot of years in accounting, in direct tax, in indirect tax, and I know these are both areas now which are equally applicable to UAE as it would have been for us in India. We have spent our time on technology and other aspects, but this sustainability is truly going to change the future course of our profession, and I am extremely confident. Today as we sit here, and with all the chapters and all our international as well as domestic presence, and the quality that our chartered accountants have to adapt, we are going to leave a very important mark in the sustainability field also. And therefore, when Piyush Goyalji yesterday spoke about, he spoke about the importance of the Indian accountancy profession and how a finance center or gift can be imagined, can be thought of, but can only be executed if we have sufficient finance professionals. And more importantly, how do we use a city like that to make India into a global financial accounting hub? Today, look at any global firm, their GCC or Global Capacity Center is in India, and it is just scratching the surface. Going forward with the sheer amount of accounting talent which is being produced by the Institute, I have no doubt in my mind that we are going to lead the entire accounting world. And therefore, I think, yes, it's a matter of pride. When yesterday we were discussing in the panel, and finally somebody said that we would want that, yes, a lot of people who have migrated will also eventually, looking at the India growth story, maybe looking to come back. To which I only said, they may come back today, tomorrow, day after, or they may choose to remain in the jurisdiction that they are because of various other factors. But one thing which is definitely going to happen is that their capital is 100% going to come back in India, and which is going to power a lot of the economic activity. It may be the equity market, it may be sustainability finance, it may be any form of economic activity. I think all of you, the Indian diaspora abroad, have a huge role to play. And therefore, what was concluded there, and which is also my belief, was when we discuss a world-class event, the term that is used is, it is world-class. When you enter this hall, when you look at infrastructure, which is phenomenal, we start saying it is world-class. I think the time has come, ladies and gentlemen, to not just say world-class, but to say India-class, because we are a class apart. We are a class apart, and we don't need to be now defined by how the world defines how you must have parameters, but we are today capable of defining our own parameters. And with this intention, with this small intent, when we took up in this council year, the 75th year, and you can see the logo very proudly put up on the screen behind you, we also decided that we must have a new identity. As the Institute has a new identity for itself in the 75th year, we need a new identity for our members, for our chartered accountants who are globally present. Because when one goes international and you meet somebody from Australia, he will come and say, hi, I am CP Australia. When you meet somebody from Ireland, he comes in with pride, says, I am CP Ireland. And therefore, we have now reimagined, and I hope you can put up that logo here in some point, the entire new CA logo, which no longer just has the green tick, but has the Indian tricolor on it in the form of all the 3 colors of the national flag, and and it is called CA India. And I'm confident wherever each one of you go, very proudly say that, yes, you belong to a fraternity of chartered accountants, which Abbas Bhai rightly mentioned is one of the toughest exams to clear and therefore one of the most coveted professions internationally. Each one of you can proudly say, as he said that I am a CPA from US, we can all proudly call ourselves CA India. And that is the reason why we have brought out this new logo, and I'm sure we will see it across all your stationery, all your communication, on all your social media. Friends, this was launched in the GLOPAC, a Global Professional Accountants Convention which was held in Gandhinagar in Gujarat on 24th, 25th and 26th of November, just a couple of weeks ago. It was honestly a brave attempt by all of us, and humbly I can state that doing this event in Gandhinagar was taking up no mean challenge, because in the 75 years history of the Institute, we have had many international conferences, but they have always happened in Mumbai, Delhi, Kolkata, Chennai, Bangalore, or the larger cities. But as we all saw in India's G20 presidency, India no longer resides in the larger cities. I can see it when I come to Dubai and meet members. No longer members come from a particular area or a region, but today we have members here from all parts of India. And similarly, back at home, we have students. We have students who are pursuing the Chartered Accountancy course in 17,000 of the 19,000 postal zip codes in India. Imagine the kind of reach our course has had. Every district in India, you will find somebody pursuing Chartered Accountancy. That is the kind of reach we have. And so is the constitution of our membership changing. We are moving from Tier 1 to Tier 2, Tier 3 cities and smaller towns. And with this, the idea was that can we create a world-class event in Gandhinagar in Gujarat, bring it to a smaller town, but at the same time showcase to the world that it is time for the Indian accountancy profession. We have truly arrived, and our members, they may be sitting in India doing domestic work, they may be sitting in India doing international work, or they may be representing India in foreign jurisdictions. We are second to none, and therefore I think with that intent we created this humongous Global Professional Accountants Convention, which was our way of showcasing to the globe the strength of the Indian accountancy profession. Delighted to share that we had 4,500 delegates who were present in GLOPAC, participation from 25 different countries, and of course, it created waves not just in Gandhinagar in Gujarat, but I can tell you across the globe, and this is all being done with a single intent. As I was discussing just before coming up here, sometimes as professionals, as chartered accountants, we are taught professional skepticism. But we take skepticism too seriously, and therefore, when we discuss our profession, sometimes negativity creeps in and we think, oh, what is happening? Is there something positive left in the profession? And the idea throughout the 2 years that I have got to serve as the Vice President and then as the President of the Institute has been to instill that pride, to tell you, yes, that there may be aberrations, there may be exceptions, but the profession overall is doing tremendously well. We have 4 lakh chartered accountants, 40,000 of you who are residing abroad, and you are all making sure that brand ICAI, brand CA India is shining brighter than ever. This year, we've tried to change a lot of aspects. It may be the member front, where we today have a totally digital process where members interact with the Institute. We've brought in a very strong regulatory framework in the form of KYM. I know it was difficult for our members abroad, but again, done with the sole intent to see that we have accurate data of our membership. Today, we have made substantial changes to our firms, allowing them to advertise and market, allowing them to exhibit in events like the GLOPAC. And going forward, I'm confident we will have more changes, which the Council is going to take up in the Code of Ethics to make Indian firms compete. We've changed the dynamics for the student fraternity, and therefore today we see students from all parts of the country registering for the course. And this November attempt, I can tell you, we had 4,49,000 students who are appearing in foundation, inter and final. This is probably the largest exam that any accounting body conducts, and that is the sheer kind of demand that our profession has and the sheer passion that is there in commerce graduates and students in the commerce stream to do chartered accountancy. We've changed the rules of the game for articles. Yes, made it 2 years, but uninterrupted. And more importantly, they can today article not just with a chartered accountant in India or a practicing firm there, but we have now allowed them to article under all of our international members so that all of you can take benefits of the articles which are available in India, and we train our future chartered accountants, our future colleagues to be global citizens, to be global accountants, and competing with the best in the world. So finally, as I always say, and I truly believe we must all be extremely proud to be members of this great august institution, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. Be extremely proud to be members of the ICAI Dubai chapter, which is doing phenomenal work. I request each one of you to feel and say after me, I am the I in ICAI. शुरुआत भी आपसे, अंत भी आपसे, इंस्टीट्यूट भी आप, इंडिया भी आप. जय हिंद, जय ICAI.
Aniket sir, I proudly say I am CA India. And the logo is there on the there, CA India. Can I have Chairman and Anish Bhai on the stage to felicitate our President of ICAI? Give a round of applause. He has traveled only for us from India after the session. Lunch is being served. I'll just give after the felicitation. Lunch is being served the way dinner was served yesterday. We have to be back here by 2:10. 2:10, please be back. It's a it's a Anupam Kher show. Anupam Kher.
Past chairman on the stage.
All the past chairmen on the stage for a group photo with the president, please. James sir, Venkatesh sir, Jain sir, all the past chairmen, Raju sir, Anurag, all the past chairmen on the stage, please. I'll come to you. One picture, all the past chairmen. Thank you. All the overseas representative with the president, please. All the overseas representative, a picture with the president, please. All the overseas representative for a group picture. Thank you, past chairmen. Thank you very much. Now all the representatives of foreign chapters for a group picture. Chairman, आपको रहना है overseas chapter. And finally, I can see, please, for a group picture with president, sir, एक line में आ जाएं. Everyone, please, in one line for a group picture with the president. एक line, yes. Thank you, everyone. Please proceed for lunch. Lunch is same as dinner yesterday. Lunch is same as dinner yesterday. sir is coming any time soon. He is already here. Once we settle down, he will be in the stage. उन्होंने बोला है सब बैठ जाएं, तब मुझे बुला लीजिएगा. Let's settle down fast.
Quick approvals and low interest rates.
Dad, let's go for a drive in a new car.
Let's go! Drive your dream car with Bank of Baroda. Speedy car loans at
Please,
low
everyone,
interest
settle down
rates.
fast. Ads to go
Imagine
close.
it, and it can be yours.
Close down the ads, please. Everyone, please settle down fast. We are 10 minutes behind the schedule. We are sorry for that because we are running late. But now we have to ensure times are going proper. That's the reason request. Please, please, please take your seats so that we can start. Ashna, you are good to go? Can we start? Perfect. Let's start.
आज वो हस्ती हमारे साथ है, एक मिसाल ही है उसकी कामयाबी, अनमोल प्रेरणा है वो हम सब के लिए. Mr. Anupam Kher is the most versatile actor, from being one of the most recognized villains to being a father figure for many roles. An angry and in pain, but a resolute father in the movie Saransh, to a father who lost his way in Daddy, but those coolest dads in DDLJ, which all my generation people had aspired for. उनका एक डायलॉग सबसे ज़्यादा फेवरेट है मेरा, बट वो मूवी से नहीं है, सीरीज से है उनके.
ऐसा कौन सा डायलॉग है?
उनकी सीरीज का नाम था लाइफ में कुछ भी हो सकता है. एक छोटे शहर की लड़की अगर उनका आज इंट्रोडक्शन करवा सकती है तो लाइफ में कुछ भी हो सकता है.
वाओ.
आपका वो कौन सा मोमेंट है जय भाई, आपके लाइफ का कुछ भी हो सकता है मोमेंट?
आशना, अगर मैं देखूं तो आई विल से, coming from a small town, a city called Calcutta, standing here on the podium, getting love of 3,000 members of ICAI Dubai chapter, अगर ये मेरे साथ हो सकता है तो कुछ भी हो सकता है. That's what I say, ICAI Dubai chapter. You have been family member to me. You have given my love and blessings to me. That's why I say कुछ भी हो सकता है. अगर आप मुझे चाह सकते हैं तो कुछ भी हो सकता है.
मेगा, आपको क्या लगा सुन के? Now I would request the technical team to play a short video of Mr. Anupam Kher for his introduction.
Ladies and gentlemen, our celebrity talk for the day is Mr. Anupam Kher, Bollywood actor, director and producer. Anupam Kher is an Indian actor, director and producer known for his work in Hindi films. Regarded as one of the best actors in Indian cinema, he has portrayed a diverse range of characters, earning acclaim for leading and parallel roles. Anupam Kher has received 2 National Film Awards and 8 Filmfare Awards. In recognition of his significant contributions to Indian cinema and the arts, the Government of India conferred upon him the Padma Shri in 2004 and the Padma Bhushan in 2016. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Anupam Kher.
Anupam Kher is entering the stage. Give a round of applause to Shri Anupam Kher, sir. He has traveled all the way only for ICAI Dubai chapter. Anupam Kher for everyone. Thank you, sir, for accepting our invite and being here. Thanks a lot.
The most versatile actor. Can we have a bigger round of applause, please?
Sir, yesterday we were thinking, earlier we were planning to have your session in the morning to invite all the members on Sunday morning. But then we thought anyway, most of the members have come, so we have to keep your session post-lunch. I know it's very difficult, but post-lunch session for the members, at least everybody has already come in the ground. That is very important. That's the reason we kept 2 to 3. So I can understand you have to keep awake all these members. It's a tough task, but yes, we will try to do it. As you guys are aware, that Anupam Kher doesn't need any introduction, but I will just give some few highlights. Anupam Kher is an actor, not only domestic, international actor as well. He's an author as well and motivational speaker. He has worked in 540, sir, am I right? 540 Indian and international movies during the last 35 years. Few hit movies he has given: Saransh, Dilwale Dulhaniya Le Jayenge, Karma, Kashmir Files, Khosla Ka Ghosla, A Wednesday, Special 26, and The Accidental Prime Minister, to name a few. He has received a record-breaking 2 national awards and 8 Filmfare Awards. Can we have a big round of applause for Anupam ji? Still, his introduction is not over. In 2004, Mr. Kher was bestowed the Padma Shri Award, followed by Padma Bhushan, the 3rd highest civilian Indian award in the year 2016. Sir, I see last week you were in Dubai for a show at India Club, and then you attended another event. Yesterday, I think you were shooting in another country somewhere. Today, you are in Dubai. At this age, how do you keep up, and how do you manage your time and schedule?
नमस्कार दोस्तों, कैसे हैं आप लोग? अच्छा, मुझे लग रहा मैं और सर आपसे बहुत दूर हैं. हम अपनी चेयर्स थोड़ी आगे ले आते हैं तो थोड़ा आपके आसपास हो जाएंगे. आओ भाई, हेल्प करो. बहुत पीछे हैं चेयर्स. बहुत भारी चेयर्स भी हैं. बस यहाँ थोड़ा पीछे रखो. लाइट में बेटा. अच्छा, लाइट चेंज हो सकती है तो बस फिर. परफेक्ट, वेरी गुड. आइए, बैठिए. आप पूछ रहे थे मुझसे कि आपने एक वर्ड इस्तेमाल किया, इस एज में. आपका क्या मतलब है? इस एज का क्या मतलब है? आप कौन होते हैं मुझे डिसाइड करने वाले कि इस एज में मेरी इस एज हो गई?
एज इज जस्ट अ नंबर सर.
नहीं, ये बोलने का भी कोई फायदा नहीं है.
नहीं सर.
ये आपके जहन में होगा इस एज में. क्यों भाई? किस एज में? अभी तो शुरुआत हुई है.
क्या बात है, बहुत बढ़िया सर.
ये हम खुद ही डिसाइड करते हैं कि कौन सी एज इम्पोर्टेंट है. ये एज इज जस्ट ए नंबर, भी एक मुहावरा है अभी.
जी.
मन से तो इंसान वही रहता है जो 28 साल का, 27 साल का. तो मैं 27 साल का नौजवान हूँ.
बिल्कुल सर, 27 साल के नहीं सर, आप तो 18 साल के जवान हैं.
अब आप रेक्टिफाई मत करिए. ये आपको पहले सोचना चाहिए था बोलने. इस एज में आप कैसे कर लेते हैं?
नहीं सर, आप
जब अपने दोस्तों से, अपने भाइयों से, अपने विदेश में रह रहे हिंदुस्तानियों से मिलना हो तो अपने आप ही जोश आ जाता है. मैं ऐसा नहीं है कि मैं थकता नहीं हूँ, बट उसके बारे में सोचता नहीं हूँ.
बिल्कुल.
सोचने से आदमी थकता है.
सही बात
है ना. 2 बार आदमी सोचता है, तीसरी बार अरे मैं यहाँ जा रहा हूँ. ऑल्सो एक सेल्फ इम्पोर्टेंस होती है कि मैं कितना बिजी हूँ.
राइट.
मैं अपने आप को वैसा महसूस नहीं होने देता. मैं अपने कंधे पर अनुपम खेर का बोझ लेकर नहीं घूमता. मेरे लिए वही शिमला का छोटे से शहर का एक लड़का आंखों में और सपने लेकर घूमता हुआ, अब कितने कहाँ मौके मिलते हैं। मैं जब मुंबई में आया था 3 जून 1981 को, तो मेरी जेब में 37 रुपये थे।
बिल्कुल।
और आज मैं आपका चीफ गेस्ट हूँ इतनी पावरफुल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का।
क्या बात।
तो मुझे थकने का मौका ही नहीं मिलता। क्यों, मतलब मैं नहीं थकता। मैं इस एज को सोचता हूँ कि इट्स एन इंटरेस्टिंग एज टू बी इन।
राइट।
है कि नहीं?
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल।
क्या सोच रहे हैं आप?
नहीं, मैं भी यही सोच रहा हूँ सर। एज इज जस्ट ए नंबर। और आपने जैसे बताया, आपकी एक आध कोई बुक भी आई थी, यू हैव ऑथर्ड वन बुक, टुडे इज द बेस्ट डे, आई थिंक। तो एवरी डे इज द बेस्ट डे, वॉट एवर लाइक वी आर।
लाइफ में एटीट्यूड सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट होता है
जी।
आपका लाइफ के प्रति एटीट्यूड क्या है
जी,
वो डिसाइड करता है सब कुछ। मेरा लाइफ के प्रति बहुत ही ऑप्टिमिस्टिक, आशावादी, हैप्पी एटीट्यूड है
जी।
मैं एक बहुत ही निम्न वर्गीय परिवार, लोअर मिडिल क्लास से आता हूँ। मेरे फादर फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट में क्लर्क थे और उनकी महीने की तनख्वाह थी 90 रुपया। आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट मिड 50s। शिमला में रहते थे और तो उन्होंने 14 लोगों का घर चलाते थे
जी।
मेरे दादाजी, दादी जी, बुआ, उनके बच्चे, कज़न वगैरह। और हम गरीब थे पर हम बड़े खुश रहते थे। और एक दिन मैंने दादाजी से पूछा, मैंने कहा दादाजी हम इतने गरीब हैं तो इतने खुश क्यों हैं? तो उन्होंने बड़ा अच्छा जवाब दिया। उन्होंने कहा बेटा जब इंसान बहुत गरीब होता है तो सबसे सस्ती चीज़ खुशी होती है। तो ये सोच के मुझे लगा ये तो कमाल हो गया, मतलब गरीब होने से कोई परेशानी नहीं होती है।
सही, बिल्कुल सही बात बोली। और जितना अमीर होते हैं उतनी खुशी कम होती जाती है, उतना ही ज़्यादा प्रेशर
अगर
बढ़ते
आपका
जाते हैं।
एटीट्यूड जीवन के प्रति, तो आपकी कोई भी माली हालत हो
जी,
वो ठीक ही रहता है मामला।
बिल्कुल
ऐसा मुझे लगता है
जी। आई थिंक वी विल स्टार्ट फ्रॉम योर स्कूलिंग डेज।
अरे बाप रे, कहाँ से शुरू हो?
एक डायलॉग आपने दिल वाले दुल्हनिया ले जाएंगे में बोला था क्या फेल होना और पढ़ाई ना करना हमारे खानदान की परंपरा है। आई थिंक इट फिट्स परफेक्टली ऑन यू इन योर रियल लाइफ एज वेल, इफ आई एम नॉट रॉन्ग।
ये क्या खा के आए हैं आज? हैं? गड़बड़ कर रहे हैं आज सब कुछ। आपकी वाइफ आई है?
हाँ भाई बैठी है इधर की बैठी है।
हाँ, मैं इनके साथ फोटो खिंचाई अभी। क्या खिलाया था आज सुबह सुबह इनको? मतलब ये एक बात मैं क्लियर करना चाहता हूँ। चलिए
जी सर।
मेरी जिंदगी में कभी भी मेरे 38% से ज़्यादा मार्क्स नहीं आए।
अच्छा।
पूरे पढ़ाई में, ड्रामा स्कूल की पढ़ाई में नहीं, है ना? तो एक आज मैं छोटी सी गेम खेलता हूँ आप लोगों के साथ कि आप में से कितने लोगों के 50% से ऊपर मार्क्स आए हैं? हाथ खड़ा करिए। वेरी गुड। कितने परसेंट? मैं जानता हूँ सीएस का पूरा मैं इतिहास जानता हूँ। 60% कितने लोगों से ऊपर आए हैं? 70% कितने के ऊपर आए हैं? माय गॉड, फिर भी आप नीचे बैठे हैं, मैं ऊपर बैठा हूँ। तो क्या कहने का मतलब कि आपका कि फेलियर मेरी लाइफ में?
नहीं, बहुत बढ़िया हुआ सर। मैं तो कहता हूँ जितने भी पढ़ाई करके ये बैठे हुए हैं हम लोग, आपकी बात बिल्कुल सही है।
मैंने तो सुना, मैं बॉम्बे में मैंने चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स की ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है ना ये।
हाँ जी बिल्कुल।
अच्छा, फिर
इंस्टीट्यूट
तो मैं वहाँ पर लेक्चर देने गया तो मैंने सुना कि आपका जो पास मतलब परसेंटेज है वो 3% होता है या 4% होता है। मतलब आपकी एक अकेली ऐसी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है जो 95% लेने के बाद भी सोचती है कि कैसे फेल हो जाऊं। ऐसा है
सर। मैं एक बात बताता हूँ, सीए जितने भी यहाँ पे बैठे हैं, एक दो कुछ ही लोग होंगे जो फर्स्ट अटेम्प्ट में क्लियर कर लिया होगा, बाकी सब फेल हो रखे हैं।
हाँ,
तो आप चिंता नहीं कीजिए, हम भी आपकी श्रेणी में हैं, बिल्कुल फेल होकर ही पास हुए हैं।
तो जैसा कि मैंने बताया कि मेरे कभी 38% से ज़्यादा मार्क्स नहीं आए। और मेरे ख़ानदान में भी बड़े, ये फैमिली में बड़े मशहूर थे। मेरे एक चाचा जी थे, द्वारकानाथ जी, वो 8वीं क्लास में 7 बार फेल हुए थे। तो जब वो 7वीं बार फेल हुए तो प्रिंसिपल ने उनको 9वीं कक्षा में प्रमोट कर दिया उन कंपैशनेट ग्राउंड्स, क्योंकि क्लास के बाकी बच्चे उनको अंकल बुलाने लगे थे। तो ये जब सीन दिलवाले दुल्हनिया ले जाएंगे में
जी
फिल्माया जा रहा था
जी,
तो मेरे तस्वीरें लगी हुई थी, पेंटिंग्स लगी हुई थी, यश चोपड़ा जी ने लगाई थी, तो मतलब सेट पे। तो उन्होंने कहा था ये आपके तस्वीरें लगी हैं, तो मैंने कहा जी यश जी मेरे जो परिवार का इतिहास है इन लोगों से मिलता जुलता है, तो मैं अपने रियल अंकल्स के नाम ले सकता हूँ? उन्होंने कहा हमको क्या फ़र्क पड़ता है, आप अपने रियल अंकल्स के नाम ले लो। तो मैंने फिल्म में शाहरुख को बोला कि तुम तो हम तो इंडिया में फेल हुए हैं, तो लंदन में फेल होकर दिखा दिया। ये देखिए ब्रिजनाथ जी हैं 8वीं में 7 बार फेल हुए हैं, ये पुष्करनाथ जी हैं ये 10 बार फेल हुए हैं, ये फलाने मोहनलाल जी हैं ये 3 बार फेल हुए हैं। तो फिर जब पिक्चर बन गई और पिक्चर रिलीज़ होने से 10 दिन पहले हमने पिक्चर देखी, एक प्राइवेट प्रीव्यू में प्राइवेट स्क्रीनिंग हुई थी, तो मुझे सडनली लगा ओ माय गॉड ये पिक्चर तो भी रिलीज़ होने वाली 10 दिन बाद, मेरे अंकल्स तो सारे चाचा वगैरह ताया वगैरह सब नाराज़ हो जाएंगे। तो मैंने सबको चिट्ठी लिखी, मैंने कहा सॉरी चाचा जी, सॉरी ताया जी, वो मैंने जो है वो आपका नाम पिक्चर में ले लिया है और अच्छे तरीके से नहीं लिया है, तो आप प्लीज़ बुरा मत मानना पिक्चर देखने के बाद। पिक्चर रिलीज़ होने के 10 दिन बाद सबकी चिट्ठियाँ आई कि थैंक यू यार तूने हमको फेमस कर दिया।
क्या बात।
और आज इतने सालों बाद भी आप वही सवाल पूछ रहे हैं, तो इसका मतलब फेल होना जो है वो बहुत बड़ी बात नहीं है।
बिल्कुल नहीं, फेल तो सर फेल नहीं होते हैं, अपन एक्सपीरियंस मिलता है कुल मिला के। मैं तो दिस इज हाउ आई लुक एट इट।
आप कभी फेल हुए लाइफ में?
मैं बिल्कुल सीए में मैं 4 अटेम्प्ट करने के लिए 10 बार दिया था, तो 6 बार फेल हुआ था सर।
अच्छा।
आई हैड कंसीड दिस फैक्ट, आई मीन यस।
आपके पेरेंट्स, आपके फादर साहब भी सीए थे?
हाँ नहीं, सीए नहीं है सर, वो क्लर्क थे
अच्छा।
राजस्थान हाई कोर्ट में।
अच्छा।
और बट उन्होंने एक बोला कि बेटा बिल्कुल ट्राई करते जाओ, सीए तो करनी ही है, नौकरी नहीं करनी है, पहले सीए कंप्लीट करने के बाद भी नौकरी करना। उन्होंने बिल्कुल मतलब मनोबल बनाए रखा एंड देन फाइनली।
सो मेरे फादर ने भी मुझे बड़ा अच्छा एक, मैं 14 साल का था, 9th स्टैंडर्ड में था, उन्होंने मुझे एक बड़ा अच्छा सबक, एक 14 साल के लड़के को जब उसके पिताजी ऐसा सबक देते हैं कि मैं 9th स्टैंडर्ड में था, तो वो स्कूल जब रिपोर्ट कार्ड मिलती थी तो आपको साइन करवाने पड़ते हैं अपने पिताजी से या माताजी से कि भाई आपके माता पिता ने आपके मार्क्स देख लिए हैं। तो पिताजी थोड़ा जल्दी में थे, तो मैंने उनको अपनी रिपोर्ट कार्ड दिखाई और मैंने कहा पापा ये ज़रा साइन कर दीजिए। तो उन्होंने मुड़ के देखा तो बोला तुम अपनी क्लास में 59th आए हो? मैंने कहा हाँ जी। कहता स्टूडेंट कितने हैं? मैंने कहा जी 60। तो मुझे लगा अब ये डांटेंगे, गुस्सा करेंगे या कुछ बोलेंगे या नाराज़ हो जाएंगे, मगर उन्होंने एक लंबा पॉज लेके बोला कि बेटा एक बात तो है, जो फर्स्ट आता है क्लास में उसको हमेशा इस बात की टेंशन रहती है कि मुझे हमेशा फर्स्ट आना है। वो सेकंड भी आता तो उसको लगता है उसका डिमोशन हो गया है, लेकिन जो 59th आता है वो कभी भी 48th आ सकता है, 37th आ सकता है, 28th आ सकता है। तो एक काम करना, अगले बार एग्ज़ाम में 48th आना। और फिर उन्होंने एक लाइन कही जो मेरे साथ ज़िंदगी में जुड़ गई। उन्होंने कहा याद रखो बेटा, फेलियर इज़ एन इवेंट, नेवर ए पर्सन। इवेंट फेल होता है, इंसान फेल नहीं होता जब तक वो एक्सेप्ट ना कर ले।
बहुत बढ़िया सर, बहुत ही बढ़िया। जैसा कि आपने बताया कि यू केम टू मुंबई विथ 37 रुपीज़
जी,
तो उसके बाद में आई थिंक
पहली रो में है वो अपने मोबाइल पे अगर मैसेजेस वगैरह टाइप कर रहे हैं तो फिर मेरी गड़बड़ हो जाएगी। क्या किसको मैसेज कर रहे हैं भाई साहब आप हैं? हाँ, आप ही किसको किसको कर रहे हैं? हाथ बाद में मिलाऊंगा, पहले बताओ किसको मैसेज कर रहे हैं?
आज दीक्षित जैन का भैया पूरा पोटला खुलने वाला है।
अनुपम खेर is speaking. Yes, come in front. Don't send this message. He should be sitting behind. Stay in the last row. Stay in the last row. Because you came late. Came late. ठीक है, अब आपका ये फोन मैं अपने पास रख लेता हूँ। आप यही प्रॉब्लम है लाइफ में, हम कितने मौके मिलेंगे? आपने मुझे बुलाया है, मैं हैदराबाद की फ़्लाइट लेकर आया हूँ, 3 घंटे ट्रैवल किया है, फिर यहाँ पहुँचा हूँ, फिर यहाँ पर आप तैयार हुआ हूँ, फिर कल सुबह यहाँ से चला जाऊँगा, और हम मैसेज कर रहे हैं दोस्त को। मज़े लो, कम्युनिकेट करो, उसका जवाब आया है कुछ, ओ नो आई एम सो सॉरी। राज भरधारे साहब यूएस से आए, सो स्वीट ऑफ यू। चलो उनका नाम याद है, अपने घर में बताएंगे मेरा नाम लिया था अनुपम खेर ने।
वो आगे आ गए सर, अभी देख लीजिए, आप आगे आ रहे हैं वो।
तो फायदा क्या है, आप बैठिए अपने, वो अपने जो शेख साहब हैं वो अभी भी मोबाइल पे लगे हुए हैं कुछ चपड़ चपड़ करने। बैठिए सर, छोड़ दीजिए, लीव द फोन सर, एंजॉय दिस इवनिंग, दिस आफ्टरनून इवनिंग, लेट्स हैव फन। यस
हाँ सर, तो मैं बात कर रहा था, आप 37 रुपीज़ लेके मुंबई आए और उसके बाद
नहीं सर, ये सवाल को आगे क्यों, हम कोई पढ़े रट्टा मार के थोड़ा, जो चीज़ हो रही है उस पर तो ध्यान दें।
ठीक है सर, चालू कीजिए।
चलिए छोड़िए, अगला सवाल ये है, मैं सवाल कैसे दे सकता हूँ, मेरा नाम नैनसुख थोड़ा है। मजा आ रहा है, आपका हैंडशेक अच्छा है।
नहीं सर, इट विल बी इंटरेस्टिंग।
सर देखिए, आप मुझसे बैठ से मिलने आए, आपने मुझे कहा कि सर ये सवाल मैं आपसे पूछ रहा हूँ, चलेगा? मैंने आपसे कहा ये पढ़ी लिखी बातें नहीं करते, जो मन में आएगा उसके बारे में बात करेंगे।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल।
जो सामने दिखाई देगा उसके बारे में बात करेंगे।
बिल्कुल,
क्योंकि बात वही होती है जो सच्चे दिल से कही जाए और सच्चे दिल से सुनी जाए।
बिल्कुल,
है कि नहीं? मेरा डैडी फिल्म में एक बड़ा अच्छा डायलॉग था। डैडी फिल्म जो मेरी थी महेश भट्ट साहब के साथ, आईना मुझसे मेरी पहली सी सूरत मांगे, उसमें एक बड़ा अच्छा डायलॉग था
जी,
कि सच को सच बनाने के लिए दो लोगों की ज़रूरत होती है, एक जो सच कह सके, दूसरा जो सच सुन सके। तो यही हम इस तरह की ज्ञान की बातें करते हैं।
सही बात है, सही बात है,
है कि नहीं?
बिल्कुल।
आप भी सोच रहे हैं कि कहाँ फंस गया मैं, हैं?
नहीं सर, कोई बात नहीं है, मुझे पता था आप फंसने वाले तो थे ही। अब आपसे तो हम
सबसे ज़्यादा खुश आपकी वाइफ हैं।
नहीं, आपसे तो जीत नहीं सकते सर, अब आप इतने बड़े एक्टर हैं और अलग अलग टाइप के रोल आप करते हैं।
चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट ना लकीर के फकीर होते हैं। मेरे जो चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट है ना, पाठक साहब, मैं दुनिया में किसी से नहीं डरता हूँ, पाठक साहब से डरता हूँ। जब पाठक साहब का फोन आ जाए, नाउ इज वेरी ओल्ड, ही इज एट होम ओनली, जब पाठक साहब का फोन आ जाए लगता डांट पड़ने वाली है। हाँ जी पाठक, और तुसी है नहीं कितना, तुसी की करते हो तुसी। मगर पाठक साहब की वजह से मैं जिंदगी भर ईमानदार रहा हूँ, ये मैं बोलना चाहता हूँ।
क्या बात है, बहुत इंटीग्रिटी एंड इंडिपेंडेंस। बिल्कुल सर।
मेरे बहुत सारे कैरेक्टर्स जो मैंने ईमानदारी के किए हैं, जिसमें जैसे ज़िद्दी है ये फिल्म, और भी बहुत सलाखें फिल्में हैं, वो सब पाठक साहब पे डिपेंडेंट है। पाठक साहब इज़ द मोस्ट ऑनेस्ट पर्सन आई हैव एवर मेट इन माई लाइफ।
राइट सर।
हाँ जी, अभी आगे नेक्स्ट क्या लिखा?
नहीं, मैं उसी में जा रहा हूँ सर। अभी तक तो आप मुंबई पहुँचे थे 37 रुपीज़ लेके, क्वेश्चन छोड़ूंगा नहीं, लकीर के फकीर हैं। उसके बाद में क्या हुआ, आप इतने मतलब आपको पहली पिक्चर में कैसे ब्रेक मिला, और महेश भट्ट साहब से आई थिंक 6 महीने आप आगे पीछे घूम रहे थे, तो वो थोड़ी स्टोरी बताइए हमको। तो वेलकम टू नो आपने हाउ यू ट्रांसफॉर्म्ड योरसेल्फ फ्रॉम नोवेयर टू एवरीवेयर।
आई एम ए ट्रेन्ड एक्टर, means even though I got 38% marks in my graduation, from first standard to graduation, but after that I wanted to be a professional serious actor. So I went to the National School of Drama. I did a 3 years course in drama, in acting. Then I went to Lucknow to teach. I was 23 years old and I went to a place called Bhartendu Drama Center to teach acting. वहाँ 1.5 साल मैंने काम किया। फिर 3 जून 1981 को, जैसा मैंने बताया, मैं मुंबई आया। पर मुंबई जब मैं आया तो ये तो आप जो ये बॉल्ड लुक देख रहे हैं, ये तो बड़ी डिग्निफाइड काइंड ऑफ ए लुक है, गुड लुकिंग। मगर जब आदमी के बाल निकलते हैं शुरू में, तो कुछ यहाँ से निकलते हैं, कुछ यहाँ से निकलते हैं, कुछ पीछे से निकलते हैं। वो भाई साहब जो सामने बैठे हैं ज़ोर ज़ोर से रिला रहे हैं, क्योंकि वो मेरा दर्द समझ रहे हैं, क्योंकि वो भी वैसे ही हैं, है कि नहीं? अब तो ये तो बड़ा है। तो मुझे रियलाइज़ हुआ मुंबई आने के बाद कि मुंबई में आप गोल्ड मेडलिस्ट हैं ड्रामा स्कूल से, उससे कोई फ़र्क नहीं पड़ता। आपका हेयर स्टाइल नहीं है, इसका मतलब आप एक्टर नहीं बन सकते। सो हेयर स्टाइल वॉज मच मोर इम्पॉर्टेंट देन क्वालिफिकेशन। राइट। मैं जिस भी ऑफिस में जाता काम मांगने, वहाँ का मुझे बंदा बोलता कि अब काम करो जी, आप तो बाल नहीं है आपके, तो एक काम करो, आप असिस्टेंट बन जाओ या राइटर बन जाओ। सो इट वॉज़ वेरी डिफ़िकल्ट, बिकॉज जितने पैसे थोड़े बहुत मैंने इकट्ठे किए थे वो सब ख़त्म हो गए। और बहुत जल्द मैं लोगों को भी एग्जॉस्ट कर लिया कि मेरे किसी के घर जाके खाना खा लो। फिर सब लोग बोलने लगे, बस कर भाई, तू रोज़ ही आ जाता है। फिर ये सिचुएशन आ गई कि मैं रेलवे प्लेटफॉर्म पे सोने लगा। मैं रेलवे प्लेटफॉर्म पे 27 दिन सोया था। और वहाँ पर प्रॉब्लम ये थी कि लास्ट ट्रेन 1:40 पे निकलती थी, लोकल ट्रेन, और पहली ट्रेन 4:40 पे शुरू होती थी। उसको सोने के लिए सिर्फ 3 घंटे मिलते थे, और वो भी बहुत ही बेइज्जत होकर। जो लोग थे वो बोलते थे चलो उठ जाओ, पुलिस वाला कभी आ जाता था, कभी पानी नहीं होता था। तो मेरी बड़ी, आई फेल्ट वेरी ह्यूमिलिएटेड इन माई ओन आइज जी। तो मैंने फिर अपने दादाजी को खत लिखा कि दादाजी ये क्या है, मैं नेशनल स्कूल ऑफ ड्रामा का गोल्ड मेडलिस्ट हूँ, मैं इतना पढ़ा लिखा हूँ, मेरे को इतने सारे नाटकों के नाम हैं, किताबों के नाम पता हैं, वर्ल्ड लिटरेचर के बारे में पता है, और यहाँ मैं ये मुंबई के एक रेलवे स्टेशन पे प्लेटफॉर्म पे सो रहा हूँ, तो मैं यहाँ नहीं रहना चाहता, मैं वापस शिमला चला जाना चाहता हूँ या दिल्ली या लखनऊ जी। तो उन्होंने एक चिट्ठी लिखी थी हमारे, वो मेरी वाइफ के एड्रेस पे, मेरी उन दिनों बेस्ट फ्रेंड थी, तो उन्होंने चिट्ठी लिखी और उसमें एक लाइन लिखी जो मैं ज़िंदगी में मेरे लिए बहुत ही कमाल की चीज़ बन गई। उन्होंने चिट्ठी लिखी कि बेटा तूने बहुत मेहनत की है, बहुत पढ़ाई की है, ड्रामा स्कूल का 3 साल का कोर्स किया है, तेरे माँ बाप ने बहुत अपना पेट काट के तेरे को पढ़ाया है, यहाँ तक पहुँचाया है, तू 1 साल से यहाँ रह रहा है, अब रुक जा और याद रख भीगा हुआ आदमी बारिश से नहीं डरता।
क्या बात।
मैंने कहा वाह क्या बात। फिर मैं रुका, मैंने कहा जो आदमी भीगा है वाकई में भीगा हुआ हूँ, अब मुझे बारिश से क्या डरना। फिर मुझे महेश भट्ट साहब ने बुलाया कि उन्होंने कहा भी मैंने सुना आपने बहुत अच्छे एक्टर हो। मैंने कहा आपने गलत सुना है, मैं बहुत अच्छा नहीं, मैं ब्रिलियंट एक्टर हूँ। फिर वो फिल्म मिली और फिर वहाँ से ज़िंदगी की शुरुआत हुई।
बिल्कुल।
पहली फिल्म में मैं 28 साल का था जब मैंने 65 साल के बुजुर्ग का रोल किया था।
क्या बात।
सारांश।
जबरदस्त मूवी थी।
और जब मैं 28 साल का था तो मुझे लगता था कि 65 साल का बुजुर्ग ऐसा दिखता है जैसा कि वो फिल्म में था। अब मैं 68 साल का हूँ, मैं वैसा लगता ही नहीं हूँ।
कोई चेंज नहीं है सर उस टाइम में और अभी भी।
नहीं मैं यंग दिखता हूँ उससे। अब क्या बात कर रहे हैं।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल। बिल्कुल। तो सारांश मूवी की आपने बात की, तो मेरे ख्याल से उस टाइम महेश भट्ट साहब ने एक बार तो आपको वापस ना बोल दिया था।
हाँ जी हाँ जी हाँ जी।
तो आपने फिर उनको वापस हाँ में कैसे कन्वर्ट करवाया?
उनको श्राप दे दिया था मैंने। भट्ट साहब ने मुझे निकाल दिया फिल्म से 10 दिन पहले। जब 10 दिन पहले मुझे फिल्म से निकाल दिया और संजीव कुमार को ले लिया, फिर मुझे लगा कि अब इस शहर में रहने का कोई फ़ायदा नहीं, यहाँ पर कोई किसी का भरोसा नहीं कर सकता। 6 महीने तक मैं सारांश के उस रोल को प्रैक्टिस करता था। मैं रोज़ धोती कुर्ता पहनता था, शिवाजी पार्क जाता था, वहाँ बच्चों को देखता था, कोशिश करता था, एक सोटी लेकर मैं स्टिक लेकर मैं चलता था। और 10 दिन पहले, शूटिंग से 10 दिन पहले मुझे मैसेज आया कि मैं फिल्म में रोल नहीं कर रहा हूँ, वो तो संजीव कुमार कर रहे हैं। तो मुझे लगा ये अफवाह होगी, झूठ होगा। तो मैं भट्ट साहब को, महेश भट्ट साहब को मैंने फ़ोन किया। मैंने कहा फ़ोन पर कि भट्ट साहब क्या ये सच है कि मैं वो रोल नहीं कर रहा हूँ और वो रोल संजीव कुमार साहब कर रहे हैं? बोले हाँ अनुपम, वो क्या है कि राजश्री प्रोडक्शन वाले जो प्रोड्यूसर्स हैं वो किसी न्यू कमर के साथ फिल्म नहीं बनाना चाहते, तो वो फिल्म जो है वो किसी एस्टैब्लिश एक्टर के साथ बनाना चाहते हैं। डोंट वरी, उसमें एक दूसरे बुढ़े का रोल है, वो तू कर लेना। तो मैं सामान लेके उनके घर पहुंच गया और मैंने कहा भट्ट साहब ये टैक्सी देखिए नीचे खिड़की के पास ले जाके, मैं इस टैक्सी में मेरा सारा सामान है, मैं शिमला जा रहा हूँ या दिल्ली जा रहा हूँ। पर जाने से पहले मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूँ कि आप दुनिया के सबसे बड़े फ्रॉड हैं, आप सबसे बड़े झूठे इंसान हैं। मैं रो रहा था, बहुत दुखी था, बहुत परेशान था मैं, और मैं कह रहा था कि आप में इतनी हिम्मत नहीं कि आप राजश्री वालों को बोल दें कि ये रोल मैं ही करूँगा। और मैं आपको एक बात और बताना चाहता हूँ कि संजीव कुमार मुझसे ये रोल बेटर नहीं कर सकते, हालांकि मैं संजीव कुमार जी का बहुत बड़ा फ़ैन था। मैंने कहा आप सत्य पे फिल्म बना रहे हो और आपके अंदर ही सत्य नहीं है। अब मुझे लग रहा था कि गुस्से में आदमी लास्ट में एक लाइन बोलना चाहता है ताकि वो लगे कि ये क्लाइमैक्स की लाइन थी, ये बोल के मतलब मैं निकल जाना चाहता था, वो मुझे लाइन नहीं मिल रही थी। तो मैंने कहा भट्ट साहब आप फ्रॉड हैं, आप चीट हैं, 6 महीने से मैं आपका ये रोल कर रहा हूँ और मैं ब्राह्मण हूँ, मैं आपको श्राप देता हूँ। और ये बोल के मैं निकल गया। फिर उन्होंने मुझे ऊपर बुलाया, उन्होंने कहा चल ऊपर आ जा। उन्होंने कहा फिक्र मत कर, तू रो मत, श्राप मत दे, वो रोल तू ही कर रहा है।
क्या बात।
और फिर मैं एज दे से रेस्ट इज हिस्ट्री, अगर मैं उस दिन उनको मिलने गया होता, उनको मैंने श्राप नहीं दिया होता, तो आज मेरी जगह कोई और बैठा होता और आपको अपनी कहानियां सुना रहा होता इस उम्र में।
क्या बात। कुछ भी हो सकता है, और उसका एक प्राइम एग्जाम्पल है सर अनुपम खेर। सर सारांश मूवी जब आपने की तो आपने 65 इयर्स या 68 इयर्स ओल्ड
65 years.
हाँ,
I was
performance
28
की।
and I was portraying a 65 year old.
बिल्कुल। तो आपने अपना जो फर्स्ट हिट मूवी एज एन ओल्ड पर्सन आपने परफॉर्मेंस दी, परफॉर्मेंस वाज ब्रिलियंट, बट आपको नहीं लगता है कि सारांश में ये हो गया होगा कि जो लेडीज़ लोग हैं या फीमेल फॉलोइंग आपकी है या नहीं है? मुझे थोड़ा सा वो डाउट हो रहा है उस मूवी को
मैं
देखने के
आम
बाद।
जिंदगी में बूढ़ा बन के नहीं चलता था ना।
हाँ,
मेरी तो अभी भी फीमेल फॉलोइंग बहुत है।
क्या बात है।
आप
ये तो
पूछिए यहाँ
बहुत ही
पर
बड़ी-
बैठी सभी महिलाओं से, है कि नहीं? क्या बात करें, फीमेल फॉलोइंग आप कैसे दिखते हैं उससे नहीं होती है, आप कैसा सोचते हैं उससे होती है।
सही बात।
ये एक क्लीशे है, हम वी ट्राई टू मेक फीमेल्स लुक दैट उनके में अकल नहीं है। विमेन आर मच मोर ब्रिलियंट, मच मोर हार्ड वर्किंग एंड मच मोर ऑनेस्ट देन मेन आर, एंड आई बिलीव इन दैट।
सर मैं खुद ये
My mother
तहे
is
दिल
much
से-
more honest than my father. My wife is much more honest than I am. So I have a prime example at home, and I believe it. And मेरे ऑफिस में 80% women काम करती हैं, because उनका सेंस ऑफ कमिटमेंट कमाल का होता है।
वो तो है सर, नो डाउट। हार्ड वर्क, कमिटमेंट, सिंसियरिटी,
तो फीमेल फॉलोइंग क्या होती है? फॉलोइंग ये होती है कि जो आप बात करते हैं उसमें सच्चाई होनी चाहिए। आप कैसे दिखते हैं, कैसे आप सोचते हैं, उनमें फ़र्क है। दिखना तो वैसा रहता नहीं पूरी ज़िंदगी, ऐसा मेरा मानना है।
नहीं नहीं बिल्कुल सर। और मैंने सुना है कि एक आध
बहुत कुछ सुना है आपने।
थोड़ा बहुत
इतना कुछ सुना है कि मैं बर्बाद हो सकता हूँ यहाँ पर सुनी सुनाई बातों पे मत जाइए।
इसीलिए आपसे पूछ रहा हूँ सर कि मैंने सुना है कि
अरे यार ये क्या क्या सुना है इन्होंने?
अरे सर, अरे कोई आप बैठिए सर।
नहीं, अब मैंने सुना है से मत शुरुआत करिए।
आपसे ही सुना है सर। आप
मैंने नहीं बोला आपको। आज मैं इनको एंकर बना के रहने वाला हूँ।
एक लेडी इनको खून से खत लिखती थी।
ये आपने
आपसे ही सुना है।
हाँ
तो ये सच है सर, मतलब आपने कही तो बोला।
हाँ, जब मैं एक फिल्म की थी मैंने कर्मा, उसमें वो देख के एक महिला थी जो बहुत ही डॉक्टर डैंग से बहुत प्रभावित थी। तो मुझे वो रोज़ खून में लिखती थी, मेरे नाम नहीं लिखती थी, एड्रेस पे मेरा नाम था, पर अंदर लिखती थी डॉक्टर डैंग आई लव यू। और कम से कम उन्होंने 4-5 महीने उन्होंने लिखा। फिर यहाँ तक कि फिर मैंने उनके घर पे उनको कांटेक्ट करने की कोशिश की और अब बोला कि वो एक फिक्टिशियस कैरेक्टर थे, आप ये उसको भूल जाइए, ऐसा कुछ हुआ था। यस, दैट्स राइट।
बिल्कुल। आपने डॉक्टर डैंग की बात की, तो डॉक्टर डैंग का जो कर्मा का डायलॉग है वो थप्पड़ की गूंज तुमको जब तक सुनाई देगी तब तक तुम जिंदे रहोगे।
नहीं, तुम नहीं जिंदे रहोगे जब तक मैं जिंदा रहूंगा।
अच्छा ये बोला था क्या? तो थोड़ा डायलॉग सर भूल गया हूँ, तो आप वो डायलॉग अगर बोल के सुना सकते हैं तो।
उसके अलग से पैसे लगेंगे
सर, उसमें तो टाइमिंग के हिसाब से चल रहे हैं सर।
इतने पैसे नहीं दिए आप
2 से 3 में सर जो करवाना है करवा लेंगे सर।
अब मैं डायलॉग भी सुनाऊं, थोड़ा सा नाच के भी दिखाऊं। आप 1 रुपए की बर्फी खरीदने गए, आप 5 रुपए की जलेबी भी चाहते हैं, उसमें शकरकंदी भी चाहते हैं।
नहीं, पब्लिक से ही पूछ लें सर, क्या बोलते हैं आप लोग? डायलॉग सुनना पसंद करेंगे कि नहीं करेंगे? देख लीजिए सर, आवाज आ रही है बहुत जोर से।
जाओ पिक्चर में जाके सुन लेना।
सर कुछ भी हो सकता है। आपका जो एपिसोड चलता था
आपके साथ मैं आई एम एंजॉयिंग यू विद यू, प्लीज आप इसको बुरा मत मानना।
नहीं बिल्कुल नहीं सर, आप बहुत ह्यूमरस है, मैं भी बिल्कुल एंजॉय कर रहा हूँ। आप
फिक्र मत करिए,
कुछ भी हो सकता है, मैं बिल्कुल मान के।
आप बिल्कुल ह्यूमरस हैं, मैं बहुत एंजॉय कर रहा हूँ। काश आप नहीं आए होते।
और कुछ भी हो सकता है कि अगर याद आया तो 400 एपिसोड।
राणा विश्व प्रताप सिंह, डॉक्टर डैंग क्रिएट्स वॉर।
क्या बात?
डॉक्टर डैंग को आज पहली बार किसी ने थप्पड़ मारा है। इस थप्पड़ की गूंज सुनी तुमने? अब जब तक तुम जिंदा रहोगे इस गूंज की गूंज सुनाई देगी तुम्हें। राणा, मुझे तुम्हारा ये थप्पड़ कभी भूलेगा नहीं। बस।
क्या बात है सर, थैंक यू वेरी मच। थैंक यू वेरी मच। तो सर ये कुछ भी हो
इनके
सकता
मन में अंदर से चल रहा है, बुलवाई दिया डायलॉग मैंने।
तो कुछ भी हो सकता है जो आपका 400 एपिसोड हो गए एंड इट इज़ बीइंग टॉट इन हार्वर्ड, MIT एंड ऑक्सफोर्ड, कैलॉग स्कूल ऑफ मैनेजमेंट। तो सर आई थिंक कैन वी हैव ए बिग राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज फॉर अनुपम जी। दैट इज़ वन ऑफ द शो विच आई वॉज यूज टू सी। आई मीन इट्स अ फैंटास्टिक शो सर। आप कभी दुबई में भी वो शो मेरे ख्याल से कर सकते हैं।
मैं दुबई में उसके
चैप्टर
कुछ 18 शो कर चुका हूँ, 18
अच्छा।
शोज। हाँ, मैंने कुछ भी हो सकता है किया था इन 2004, जब मैं टाइकून बनना चाहता था। जैसे अमिताभ बच्चन साहब ABCL वगैरह लेकर आए थे, तो मुझे लगा था कि मैं भी बहुत कुछ, सिर्फ अनुपम खेर एक्टर बन के कुछ नहीं हूँ, मैं आई शुड हैव ए ह्यूज कंपनी ऑफ योर माइंड। तो मुझे पैसों का कोई आइडिया नहीं था। मेरे पूरे ख़ानदान में, मतलब खेर ख़ानदान के 100 साल के ख़ानदान में मैं अकेला इंसान था जिसने 10,000 रुपया एक साथ देखा था। एक साथ पहला इंसान था मैं। तो मुझे लगा कि मुझे पैसों का आइडिया नहीं था, मैं उधार लेता चला गया, उस पर इंटरेस्ट देता चला गया। तो एक दिन मेरे चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट राणे साहब आए और बोले कि सर हमारी हालत बहुत ख़राब है
जी,
ऑफिस गिरवी है, घर गिरवी है, बैंक में सिर्फ 400 रुपया, ये 2004 की बात है
जी,
और बेसिकली दिवालिया निकलने वाला है। तो फिर मुझे लगा कि अब मैं कैसे करेंगे, बिकॉज फिल्में तो आ रही थी, लोग फिल्में तो देख रहे थे, बट मैं अपनी कंपनी खोलना चाहता था, एंटरटेनमेंट कंपनी खोलना चाहता था। मैं चाहता था कि लोगों को लगे कि मेरा एक स्टूडियो होगा, जैसे फॉरेन में होते 20th सेंचुरी फॉक्स, वार्नर ब्रदर्स। एंड पैसे का कोई आइडिया नहीं था कि वैसे स्पेंड कैसे करना है। एंड फिर मुझे एक बहुत ही फेमस पब्लिशिंग हाउस ने बोला आप अपनी जीवनी लिखिए। तो मैंने कहा मुझे तो लिखना आता नहीं। उन्होंने कहा नहीं, आप रिकॉर्ड करिए और फिर हमको दे दीजिए, हम उसको फिर वो कर लेंगे, उसको लिख लेंगे। तो मैं अपने जीवन के बारे में बोलने लगा और 10 घंटे का मैंने टेप रिकॉर्ड किया अपना जीवन। और जब मैंने वो सुना तो वो बहुत ही फनी था। मैं अपने जीवन के सारे फेलियर्स पर हंस रहा था जो मैंने रिकॉर्ड किया था, चाहे वो मेरा जन्म है, चाहे वो फिर मेरा फर्स्ट प्ले है, चाहे मेरा वो जो भी मैंने किया, पढ़ाई है, फिर मैंने फिल्में की। फिर मुझे लगा कि मैं एक्टर हूँ, मुझे ये प्ले परफॉर्म करना चाहिए। तो 2.5 घंटे का, वो 10 घंटे का जो पूरा लिखा हुआ था उसको हमने 2 घंटे 2.5 घंटे का बनाया। और मैं पिछले 18 साल से वो प्ले जो है मैं दुनिया के हर बड़े से बड़े शहर में कर चुका हूँ, उसके 400 से ज़्यादा शोज़ कर चुका हूँ। और उस प्ले ने, जो प्ले मेरे फेलियर्स के ऊपर आधारित था, मुझे सबसे ज़्यादा पैसा दिया है। क्या बात। तो मैं हमेशा कहता हूँ ना कि कुछ भी हो सकता है। आपने कभी 5 साल पहले सोचा था कि आप एक दिन दुबई के किसी मंच पे बैठकर अनुपम खेर का इंटरव्यू कर रहे होंगे?
कुछ भी हो सकता है सर, मैं बिल्कुल सोच रहा था और आप यहाँ स्टेज पे है।
हाँ।
4-5 साल पहले मैंने सोचा था सर, और आप यहाँ पे हैं आज।
आपने सोचा था?
बिल्कुल।
अभी चला जाता हूँ मैं, आप सोचते रहिए। नहीं, ऐसी बहुत सारी चीज़ें लाइफ में होती हैं जो आपने सोची नहीं हो सकती है। बट इफ़ यू से टू योरसेल्फ कि कुछ भी हो सकता है, तो सब कुछ हो सकता है। आपने सोचा होगा, मैंने नहीं सोचा था। मैंने नहीं सोचा था कि मैं दुबई के इतने होनहार लोगों को अपने जीवन के बारे में बता रहा हूँ। तो अगर ये हो सकता है तो कुछ भी हो सकता है।
इट्स आवर प्लेजर सर, थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर कमिंग हियर। जुनून वर्ड जो है आपके फिल्म इंडस्ट्री में, जुनून होता है तो कुछ भी कर सकते हैं, और वो मैंने फिल्म इंडस्ट्री में देखा है सर। मैं भी 6 साल 96 से लेके 2002 आई वॉज इन मुंबई एंड
किसका अकाउंट देखते थे आप?
नहीं, मैं वहाँ पे सेंचुरी टेक्सटाइल्स BK बिरला ग्रुप में था,
हाँ।
कॉर्पोरेट फाइनेंस डिपार्टमेंट में। और 4 बंगला पे महेंद्र धारीवाल प्रोड्यूसर है जो उसके साथ में ही रहता था, जो माँ तुझे सलाम जिसने बनाई है। तो मुझे वहाँ पे याद है काफ़ी, मैं जो स्ट्रगलिंग एक्टर्स को देखता था, चाय में बिस्किट, ग्लूकोज बिस्किट खा के वो अपना काम चलाते थे, पर जुनून था कि एक्टर बनना है। और वो जुनून सर, मतलब मैंने फिल्म इंडस्ट्री में ही देखा है।
नहीं, आई डोंट एग्री विद यू।
मतलब नहीं सर, मतलब
नहीं।
वहाँ पे
आप
मैंने
95-96% लेने के बावजूद भी, 6 बार फेल होने के बावजूद भी आप चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट बनना चाहते हैं। वो जुनून से ही बनना चाहते हैं।
ये तो है सर, जो चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट जुनून है, बिल्कुल
वो जुनून है। जुनून, ये फिल्म इंडस्ट्री वाले अपने बारे में बात करते हैं कि मैं जुनून से पहुंचा। हर इंसान में जुनून होता है।
सही बात।
चाहे बिजनेसमैन हो, चाहे वो प्लेयर हो। अब विराट कोहली जुनून से ही बने हैं जो भी बने हैं। MS धोनी जुनून से ही बने हैं जो भी बने हैं। हमारे जितने लोग हैं, हमारे ओलंपियंस देख लीजिए, हमारे खिलाड़ी देख लीजिए, ये सब जुनून से ही तो बने हैं। जुनून किसी भी चीज़ में, जिस दिन आपका जुनून चला गया उस दिन आपके जीवन का मकसद खत्म हो जाएगा। पहली रो में बैठ के उबासी ले रहे हो दोस्त, पानी पियो, पानी पियो। ये पहली रो वालों को जो है ना हटा देना चाहिए यहाँ से। लो नहीं, एक मिनट। ओम श्री गणेशाय स्वस्ति माँ भागी विद्या कमलोचनी वेश रूपी वेशवाला की विद्याधिमति सरस्वती शारदा मुख्य दाता सस्ते नमस्तस्य तम किम यजामहे सुगंधम पुष्टिवर्धनम उर्वारुक वंदना मृत्यु मोक्ष मार्मता। ओम।
आप सही बिल्कुल ब्राह्मण है सर, आपने एकदम मंत्रोच्चारण वगैरह पूरा एकदम
और नहीं तो क्या,
बहुत ही बढ़िया सर।
थक गए, सुबह से बेचारा काम कर रहा है ना, बताए ऑक्सीजन कम है सर। ये सर्वाइवल इंस्टिंक्ट है लाइफ का। मैं इन बातों को नज़रअंदाज कर ही नहीं सकता। ये आपका बेटा देखिए, अभी मैंने इनको मेमोरी दे दी लाइफ भर की। अब इनके बच्चे, इनके बच्चों के बच्चे, उनके बच्चों के बच्चों के बच्चे अपने बच्चों को बोलेंगे कि अनुपम खेर ने हमारे पड़ दादाजी के चेहरे पर पानी फेंक के मंत्र पढ़ा था। लाइफ में मेमोरीज देना बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। मेमोरीज, लाइफ इज अ सम टोटल ऑफ मेमोरीज। हाउ डू वी मेक पीपल रिमेंबर यू? आप फिल्म इंडस्ट्री की बात करते हैं, इधर की बात करते हैं, नहीं, वो सब लिखी पढ़ी बातें हैं। हम एक दूसरे को मेमोरीज देना भूल गए हैं, ऐसा मुझे लगता है। लाइफ इज ए सम टोटल ऑफ व्हाट यू गिव टू अदर पीपल, तो दैट इज व्हाट इज इंपॉर्टेंट मेरे ख्याल से। मजा आया हैं? चरनामत लगा ना? बोलिए
सर। आपके अनिल कपूर एंड बोमन ईरानी आपके बड़े अच्छे दोस्त हैं।
जी।
जनरली जब हम अपना कैरियर शुरू करते हैं और आज जिस मुकाम पे आज पहुंच गए हैं, तो आपको कोई अपना स्कूल फ्रेंड, चाइल्डहुड फ्रेंड कोई अभी भी आपके कनेक्ट में है या नहीं है?
सर मेरा बेस्ट फ्रेंड मेरा 8th स्टैंडर्ड का क्लास फेलो है, विजय सहगल। वो मेरा बेस्ट फ्रेंड है। वो यूनाइटेड कमर्शियल बैंक में कैशियर, एज ए हेड कैशियर रिटायर हुआ था। दूसरा मेरा फ्रेंड है सतीश मल्होत्रा, जो एजुकेशन बोर्ड में हेड क्लर्क था। वो मेरे असली फ्रेंड हैं। बाकी फिल्में के जो फ्रेंड जिनके आपने नाम लिए, बमन बड़े अच्छे मेरे फ्रेंड हैं, अनिल कपूर साहब अच्छे फ्रेंड हैं, मगर जो बचपन के फ्रेंड होते हैं जिनसे आप किसी भी किस्म की बात कर सकते हैं, किसी भी किस्म की आप परेशानियां वो कर सकते हैं, मैं दोस्ती में बहुत विश्वास रखता हूँ। उनको मैं अभी फ़ोन करके लगा सकता हूँ फ़ोन, मगर वो पहला वर्ड जो है वो गाली से शुरू करेंगे, इसलिए मैं ऐसा नहीं करना चाहता।
बिल्कुल। आपने लाइफ में अलग अलग टाइप के कैरेक्टर किए हैं।
मेरे पास एक पोएम है दोस्ती के ऊपर, देखता हूँ
बताइए सर, ये बहुत ही बढ़िया रहेगा।
दत्तू जरा वो वाला फ़ोन देना, मेरे पास है, देखिए शायद। तू कितने वीडियो बनाएगा यहाँ पर इनके? तुम एक मिनट देखता हूँ, अगर वो मिल गया तो अच्छा लगेगा आपको। दोस्ती, तब तक आप बोलते ये ना, कुछ थोड़ा बहुत कुछ बोलिए।
हाँ, सतीश कौशिक जो है आपके बड़े अच्छे फ्रेंड हुआ करते थे और बहुत ही बढ़िया प्रोड्यूसर, एक्टर, तो वो भी आपके बहुत अच्छे दोस्त थे आई थिंक।
सतीश कौशिक तो मेरी जान था। ऐसी बात करते हैं आप। ये जो है, आई होप इट्स, नहीं मेरे पास वो दोस्ती की इसमें नहीं है, होनी चाहिए। एक मिनट रुकिए, 2 मिनट शांति हो जाइए, शांत हो जाइए, मिल गई तो मज़ा आएगा आप लोगों को।
बिल्कुल शांत है सर।
नहीं मतलब अंदर से शांत हो। आज सुबह मैंने एक अच्छा कुछ लिखा, पढ़ के सुनाता हूँ आपको। आज मैं कभी ना कभी कुछ ना कुछ लिखता हूँ। आज सुबह जो मैंने लिखा फ्लाइट में, वो सुनिए। चलिए, मैंने लिखा आज सुबह कि दोस्तों, मैंने ज़िंदगी में बहुत कुछ पाया है। लाइफ हैज़ बिन वेरी काइंड टू मी। फिर भी कभी कभी सोचता हूँ कि मेरी ज़िंदगी की सबसे बड़ी पूंजी दौलत क्या है? शोहरत, पैसा, अवार्ड्स? ऑफ कोर्स मैं अपनी इन उपलब्धियों पर नाज करता हूँ। आई एम प्राउड ऑफ माई अचीवमेंट्स। खुश हूँ कि मैं यहाँ तक पहुँचा हूँ। पर असल में आज मैं आपके साथ एक थॉट शेयर करना चाहता हूँ। वॉट एक्चुअली मेक्स मी रिच एंड हैप्पी। मैं रोज़ सुबह उठकर 8 साढ़े 8 बजे के करीब अपनी माँ से बात करता हूँ। और जब मेरे पिताजी थे तो मेरे दिन की शुरुआत भी उनसे बात करके ही होती थी। मैं दुनिया के किसी के इलाके में हूँ, मैं रोज़ अपनी माँ से बात करता हूँ। बात 1-2 मिनट से ज़्यादा नहीं होती है, पर माँ की आवाज़ सुनकर दिल को सुकून मिलता है। और जब वो मुझे आशीर्वाद देती है तो लगता है कि मैं दुनिया का सबसे ताकतवर इंसान हूँ। बहुत बढ़िया। दिन की किसी भी परेशानी का सामना करने की शक्ति मुझे मिलती है। और मुझे ये भी पता है कि मेरी आवाज़ सुनकर माँ को भी अच्छा लगता है। पेरेंट्स का आशीर्वाद और प्यार जिंदगी की सबसे बड़ी दौलत और उपलब्धि है। बट अनफॉर्चुनेटली वी टेक आवर पेरेंट्स फॉर ग्रांटेड द मोस्ट, इवन दो दे आर द ओनली पीपल हु आर टोटली सेल्फलेसली इन आवर लाइव्स। याद रखिए, जो आपके पेरेंट्स की कदर नहीं करते वो अंदर से आपकी भी कभी रिस्पेक्ट नहीं करेंगे।
बहुत ही खूबसूरत सर। बहुत
तो ये मैं लिखता रहता हूँ कुछ ना कुछ। तो मुझे लगता है मैं आज जो भी हूँ अपने माता पिता के आशीर्वाद से हूँ। ये मैंने सोचा कि मैं दोस्ती में ढूंढ नहीं रहा था। तो मेरे दोस्त हैं विजय सहगल, उनका मेरे इस प्ले कुछ भी हो सकता है मैं बहुत जिक्र है। उन्होंने बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट रोल प्ले किया मेरी लाइफ में। जी
बहुत ही बढ़िया सर। अभी भी मतलब आप जुड़े हुए हैं, वो बहुत बड़ी बात है। अपने घर परिवार और दोस्तों से अभी भी जुड़े हुए हैं। दिस इज वन ऑफ द बेस्ट एग्जांपल। कैन वी हैव अ बिग राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज फॉर अनुपम खैर? स्टिल ही इज कनेक्टेड विद हिज ओल्ड टाइम फ्रेंड्स। वेरी नाइस। सर एक बात बताइए, आप जब एक ही दिन में कई फिल्मों की शूटिंग करते हैं, आपके कैरेक्टर बहुत ही वर्सेटाइल है, अलग अलग कैरेक्टर में आप काम करते हैं। कहीं पे विलेन है, कहीं पे आप कॉमेडियन हैं, कहीं पे आप पापा बन रहे हैं, कहीं पे आप मतलब अलग अलग टाइप के रोल कर रहे हैं। तो एक से दूसरे रोल में हाउ यू आर ट्रांसफॉर्मिंग और ट्रांजिटिंग योरसेल्फ ऑन द सेम डे?
बिकॉज आई एम अ ब्रिलियंट एक्टर।
बिल्कुल मानता हूँ सर। और इनका जो
because when you are educated in a field like this, then you are educated. And how will I be remembered? The difference between ordinary and extraordinary is that little extra. To become extraordinary, you have to work extra, ना? जज्बा बहुत, हमने शुरुआत में बात की थी जुनून की, इसकी। तो जज्बा जो है ना वो बहुत जरूरी है। एवरी डे वी टेक लाइफ फॉर ग्रांटेड। हम सुबह उठते हैं, अरे चलो। मैं आपसे एक सवाल पूछता हूँ।
पूछिए सर। मैं ही पूछूं?
आपको कोई पूछे, कोई ये कहे, पूछे नहीं कि आपको मैं 10 करोड़ रुपया देता हूँ, आप सुबह नहीं उठेंगे, आप क्या चुनेंगे?
डेफिनेटली सर 10 करोड़ रुपया मैं तो लूंगा नहीं। अगर उठूंगा ही नहीं तो 10 करोड़ क्या काम का?
तो एग्जैक्टली
इतना तो सीए हूँ सर।
एग्जैक्टली
जिंदा रहूंगा तो कमा लूंगा।
अब इनको मजा आया बोलने का, मत बोलते जा रहे। तो 10 करोड़ रुपया नहीं लेंगे, आप सुबह उठना चाहेंगे ना? तो आप सुबह उठकर हमेशा ये सोचिए कि जब भी आप सुबह उठें, इट हैज बीन वर्थ 10 करोड़ ऑफ रुपीज।
वैल्यूएशन हो गया 10 करोड़ रुपए हर सुबह उठने का। बहुत ही बढ़िया।
तो आई थिंक दैट इज व्हाट इज इंपॉर्टेंट। हाउ यू लुक एट लाइफ इज वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। थोड़ा पीछे चल के बात करते हैं, बिकॉज पीछे वाले भी आए थे हमारे साथ। हाँ जी, बोलते रहिए। पीछे वालों फिक्र मत करो, आपको भी उतना ही प्यार करता हूं मैं।
क्या बात है।
We love you too, my darling। मैं जरा पीछे वालों को जाता हूँ, बेचारे पीछे वाले। बिकॉज मैं अपने स्कूल में हमेशा सबसे पीछे बैठता था, इसलिए मेरे मन में पीछे वालों के प्रति बहुत ज्यादा श्रद्धा है।
क्या बात है। बहुत ही बढ़िया सर, बहुत ही बढ़िया।
हाँ जी, नमस्कार। बोलिए, सवाल पूछते रहिए।
बिल्कुल सर। एक बात बताइए, अगर आप एक्टर नहीं होते तो क्या होते?
बिना काम का एक्टर होता।
तो अल्टीमेटली एक्टर तो बनना ही था।
एक्टर ही था, और क्या बनता? मैं कुछ नहीं बन सकता। नमस्कार दोस्तों, नमस्कार। कैसे हैं आप लोग? प्रभु आपको खुश रखे, आप सब सुखी रहें और हंसते रहें, ऐसे ही मुझे प्यार करते रहें और ऐसे ही मुझ पर निछावर होते रहें। वाह, सबके बाल हैं। नहीं, भाई साहब मिल गए, भाई साहब मिल गए। वाह 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 वाह, ढूंढ रहा था मैं। श्रीमान जी, क्या नाम है आपका? क्या नाम बताया? थॉमस जी, आप बचपन से ही ऐसे हैं या बड़े होके ऐसे हो गए? बड़े होके। थैंक यू। नमस्कार। अभी हाथ नहीं मिला सकता मैं सबसे, क्योंकि हाथ। आई सी यू ऑल्सो सर। हाँ जी, चलते रहिए, बोलते रहिए। ओहो, अब ऐसा क्यों लग रहा है कि आप मुझे सिर्फ बिना बाल वाले? एक मिनट रुक जाइए। 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 19 बाल हैं भाई साहब के। नमस्कार।
अब आपको मिलने के लिए मैं बाल को ऐसा कर दिया।
अच्छा, मिलने के लिए ऐसा कर दिया। नमस्कार। अरे सर, आ जाइए। Yes, sir. आ गया अगला सवाल.
हाँ अनुपम जी,
I'm very
आपको
happy. I'm very happy to be with you all. I just want to tell. I'm having fun with you all. I don't want to make this as it is. 2 बजे के बाद आपको मेरा सेशन जब रखा गया और आपने मुझे बताया कि जी आपका सेशन 2 बजे है, मैंने कहा 2 बजे सेशन रखना बड़ा खतरनाक हो सकता है क्योंकि लोग खाना वहाँ खा के सोने की तैयारी में होते हैं. तो इसलिए मैं आपको जगाने के लिए, मुझे लगा पीछे लोग कुछ ऊँग रहे हैं तो मैं जगाने के लिए चला गया. But I'm happy to be here. I just want to tell you I'm happy to be here.
नहीं सर, एक भी नहीं सो रहा है यहाँ पे, सब जगह हुए हैं. आपने बिल्कुल जगह के रखा हुआ है शुरू से अंत तक. और अभी अवार्ड्स की बात चल रही थी तो आई थिंक यू हैव गॉट 2 नेशनल अवार्ड्स एंड 8 फिल्म फेयर अवार्ड्स.
अभी तो शुरुआत है सर.
बिल्कुल शुरुआत है सर. मैं बिल्कुल नहीं रोक रहा हूँ आपको.
मैं लाइफ के इंटरवल पे हूँ इस समय. इंटरवल के बाद की फिल्म बेटर होती है.
क्या बात. मैं तो कहता हूँ सर इंटरवल क्या, अभी तो ये ट्रेलर थी, पूरी पिक्चर अभी बाकी है. So what is the significance of these awards in your life?
I'm very happy. I think I'm very happy to be the son of a clerk in the forest department has achieved so much. भगवान की दया है कि मुझे ये अवार्ड्स मिले हैं, मेहनत पे मिले हैं. भगवान की दया है कि मुझे पद्मश्री पद्म भूषण मिला है. वर्ल्ड अपना इंडिया का 3rd हाईएस्ट सिविलियन अवार्ड. बहुत अच्छा है. मतलब इससे तो मैं ये तो नहीं कह सकता, बट मैं उन अवार्ड्स को अपने अंदर उनका जज्बा लेकर घूमता हूँ. बट ऐसा नहीं कि मैं आगे कुछ नहीं करना चाहता. आई डोंट वांट टू सिट ऑन दोज लॉरेल्स. इट्स ऑलवेज इंपॉर्टेंट टू कीप ऑन री इन्वेंटिंग योर सेल्फ. री इन्वेंशन जो है वो जिंदगी का सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट है. वो तभी हो सकता है जब आप अपने आप को सीरियसली ना लें. प्रॉब्लम इज पीपल हु प्रिटेंड डोंट लाइक देमसेल्व्स. आई लव माई सेल्फ फॉर वॉट आई हैव डन इन माई लाइफ, बट आई डोंट प्रिटेंड. मेरे से प्रिटेंशन के लिए मेरे पास ना टाइम है. मुझे लगता है कि आम जिंदगी की तरह जियो. आज मैं बड़े मज़ेदार बात बताता हूँ आपको. आप लोगों ने बिजनेस क्लास का टिकट दिया था.
बिल्कुल.
आई वॉज वेरी हैप्पी.
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल सर.
आई वॉज हैप्पी. मुझे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता. तो बिजनेस क्लास की टिकट में बैठा था मैं विदाउट एनी. आई वॉज वेरी हैप्पी. इट वॉज एग्रीड.
अनुपम जी वास्तव में सही बात है, इनको फर्स्ट क्लास का टिकट देना चाहिए था. मैंने इनको बोला सर बजट अपना इतना ही है बिजनेस क्लास और नॉन प्रॉफिट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, तो इन्होंने हमारा सम्मान रखा. कैन वी हैव ए बिग राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज फॉर हिम. थैंक यू वेरी मच सर.
अप्लॉज से काम नहीं चलेगा, मगर फिर भी. मगर देखिए कितना आप किस तरह से अपना जीवन जीते हैं उसका कहीं ना कहीं रिवॉर्ड मिलता है. तो मैं अपनी सीट पे बैठा था 6D. तो एयर होस्टेस आई एमिरेट्स की और बोली कि एक साहब बैठे हुए फर्स्ट क्लास में. ही सेज दैट आई वुड लाइक टू पे फॉर योर फर्स्ट क्लास. मैंने कहा नो 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 आई एम हैप्पी. व्हाई शुड आई सिट. ये दो रोज का ही तो फर्क है. कहते नहीं नहीं ही इज इंसिस्टिंग. देन वो श्रीमान जी आए. उनका नाम था अब्दुल समथिंग. यहाँ के रहने वाले थे. उन्होंने कहा आपने हमें और हमारे परिवार वालों को इतना खुश और इतनी खुशी और इतना सुख दिया है, मैं आपके लिए करना चाहता हूँ. आप प्लीज़ फर्स्ट क्लास में बैठिए. मैंने कहा देन आई विल पे फॉर इट. ही सेड नो, आई इंसिस्ट फॉर माई पेरेंट्स हु हैव बीन वेरी हैप्पी टू सी योर मूवीज. एवरी टाइम आई सी ए स्माइल ऑन देयर फेस आई वांट टू. मैं फर्स्ट क्लास में आया. कल मैं आज दोपहर को उनका वीडियो डालने वाला हूँ. उनके हाथ मैंने वीडियो बनाया. सो इट इज़ नॉट द फिल्म्स, it is how you have led your life that becomes an example. मनोरंजन तो बहुत लोग करते हैं. आप जीवन में कैसे जी रहे हैं उससे बहुत रिवॉर्ड मिलता है.
सही. बिल्कुल बिल्कुल मानता हूँ सर आपको. थैंक यू वेरी मच.
क्या उन्होंने सिर्फ डिफरेंस पे किया भैया. ये चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट वाली बात कर दी ना.
हमारे साथ सर हमारा जो इवेंट है श्री श्री रविशंकर जी से शुरू हुआ था. उनकी ब्लेसिंग्स है और इसीलिए आपको वो फर्स्ट क्लास का टिकट मिला.
लो इसका भी क्रेडिट ही अपने आप ही लेना चाहते हैं. अब मैं अगर बीच में इस समय चला जाऊं तो उसका क्रेडिट किसको मिलेगा. हाँ जी
सर. आई थिंक
लेट्स टेक द क्वेश्चंस फ्रॉम द ऑडियंस नाउ.
हाँ वे ऑडियंस लेंगे सर.
हाँ जी
बिल्कुल.
आई वुड लाइक टू टेक द फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन फ्रॉम ए लेडी. यस मैम. जाओ माइक लेके जाओ जल्दी.
Thank you, Anupam Kherji. It was amazing to hear. We just want to know the secret of your health, good health, and how you maintain yourself so well.
Sorry, I didn't get your
Health.
health. How do I maintain myself? I work out, I eat well. Please बैठिए. When I was 68 years back, I wanted to change the way I will want to think about my life. So to change thinking, you have to change your body, not thinking. So then I started walking. Now I wanted to, somebody in an audience asked me a question about how my appearance is, how health is very important. I eat well, I work out every day, I do yoga twice a week, I walk, and I stay happy. I have chosen to be happy. Happiness is a choice you have to make. You have to decide that I want to be happy. And then you practice it for 3 months, then you will learn to be happy.
Good evening, sir.
Haan ji.
Myself Chitranjan. I want to ask you a simple question.
How
So
do you
when
know it is simple?
Yeah. So when you did the film of this, the accidental Prime Minister, the Kashmir Files, some section of the people may not be like. So how you deal with that kind of hatred and or of the people's dislike? Thank you.
Somebody has to, because the speakers are on that side, I can't hear. If their criticism is right, then I try to improve it. If their criticism is not right, according to me, then I don't care. According to me, both the films, as an actor, were one of my finest performances. That is the end of it.
Yes, sir. We're all very impressed with you. You're a versatile actor. But जब आपको जब role मिलते हैं, like you acted with दिलीप कुमार साहब.
जी.
और दिलीप कुमार साहब के साथ जब अमिताभ साहब को offer हुआ था, I mean everyone knows. He was little skeptical, saying that. Then खान साहब ने खुद ही call किया कि I want you to act. So then you did a very pivotal role in a movie where you became very famous. So what gives you this super confidence that the greatest actor of all times, you acted with him?
I think Dilip Saab was in the true sense a thespian. बाकी सब लोगों के साथ ये जोड़ देते हैं, thespian, veteran, legend. मगर दिलीप साहब जैसा एक्टर, इंटरनेशनल एक्टर थे वो, इंटरनेशनल एक्टर. और जब कर्मा में मैंने पहला सीन उनके साथ किया, तो उन्होंने मुझे कहा कि मेरा पहला जो, और शोभागी साहब ने लंबी स्पीच मेरी रखी थी. I was very nervous, but I said to myself that Anupam Kher is in awe of Dilip Sahab. Dr. Dang is not in awe of Rana Vishnu Pratap Singh. But I have spent some amazing time with him. It was like a learning being with Dilip Sahab. The greatest man I have come across. आप उनसे किसी भी टॉपिक पे बात कर सकते थे, किसी भी न्यूक्लियर फिजिक्स पे भी बात कर सकते थे, आप उनसे आर्ट के बारे में बात कर सकते थे. A very, very well-read person. Thank you. Yes, sir. Next. At the
Good
back.
afternoon, sir.
Yes, sir.
Myself, Mahavir. Good to hear from you.
Yes, sir.
I have a question for you, whether you like more negative roles or more positive roles?
No, I don't like negative roles. But as an actor, one has to do that. I think for a long time, I did a lot of roles, negative roles. Till one day I started working for mentally challenged children in Mumbai. So I went to visit that school, differently abled children. वहाँ एक बच्चे ने मुझसे कहा कि छोटा बच्चा था, कुछ 7-8 साल का, उसने कहा अनुपम अंकल आप विलन के रोल मत करा करो. This was about 18 years back. After that I promised him that I will never do a villain's role. I have not done it till today. Thank you.
अनुपम खेर सर, this is राजीव अग्रवाल from पुणे.
जी.
आपने जिंदगी में इतना कुछ अचीव किया है.
जी.
आपका जो स्टेचर है, ये सब उसको ऊपर देखना पड़ता है हमें. तो आप समाज को वापस देना, गिविंग बैक टू सोसाइटी का आपकी क्या स्टोरी है?
मैं बहुत कुछ देता हूँ. मेरा एक फन फाउंडेशन है जी, अनुपम खेर फाउंडेशन. उसमें हम बहुत काम करते हैं अंडर प्रिविलेज चिल्ड्रन के लिए. कोविड के दिनों में हमने बहुत काम किया. मेरा बहुत सारे लेक्चर्स का जो पैसा है वो फाउंडेशन में जाता है. अच्छे काम के बारे में कहते हैं बोलना नहीं चाहिए, मगर हमारी एक प्रिंसिपल थी जो कहती थी कि आप अच्छे काम के बारे में बोलोगे नहीं तो लोगों को पता कैसे चलेगा. आई हैव लॉट ऑफ चिल्ड्रन ऑल ओवर द country who are being educated on our foundation, and I think there is much more to life than just cinema and acting.
अनुपम जी नमस्कार. सर इट्स नॉट अ क्वेश्चन, बेसिकली अ मैसेज फॉर यू. आप अपनी माताजी पूजनीय माताजी दुलारी जी के साथ में आप छोटे छोटे वीडियोस शूट करते हैं और उनको ट्विटर पे डालते हैं. आई यूज्ड टू सी इट एंड वो मैं अपनी मम्मी मतलब मेरी माँ को भी मैं दिखाता हूँ, एंड उसके बाद में मैंने उनके साथ भी ऐसे ही कुछ वीडियोस शूट किए एंड इट्स रियली फन. सो
Yes, lot of people now make videos with their mothers because I wanted to, as I said, as I read out what I wrote in my flight today, parents are the most important people in our lives and we take them for granted. My mother, but she does not know she is very famous. वो मुझे हमेशा पूछती है ये क्या है, मैं सब्जी खरीद रही होती हूँ, मंदिर पे जा रही होती हूँ, लोग मेरी फोटो खींचते हैं, मेरे साथ बोलते हैं, मास्क के पीछे से भी पहचानते हैं. मैंने कहा मम्मा आप बहुत फेमस होते हैं. आई एम ग्लैड यू डू दैट. थैंक यू
सर. लाइक जस्ट वांट टू से दैट कीप डूइंग व्हाट यू डूइंग.
थैंक यू सो मच. ऑफ कोर्स.
On the left, at the back, the girl.
यस यस
हेलो
मैम.
सर.
यस मैम.
सो आपने अपनी सिटी के लिए क्या किया?
इसके लिए
आप शिमला सिटी.
शिमला सिटी के लिए मैंने क्या किया, मैंने अपनी माँ को एक घर गिफ्ट में दिया है. मैं अपने आप किराए के मकान में रहता हूँ, आप यकीन नहीं करेंगे. आई लिव इन अ रेंटेड अपार्टमेंट बिकॉज 8 years बैक आई डिसाइडेड आई डोंट वांट टू ओन ए हाउस. सो बाय एट दैट टाइम माय मदर सेड, मैंने अपनी माँ से मजाक में बोला था कि ममा आपको तो सब कुछ मिल गया, आपका बेटा और आपका दूसरा बेटा भी अच्छा कर रहा है, तो आपको कुछ चाहिए? तो बोलती हैं कि मैं सारी ज़िंदगी शिमला में किराए के मकान में रही हूँ, मुझे वहाँ अपना एक घर चाहिए, तो मेरे को 1 कमरे का घर दिलवा दें. मैंने उनको 8 कमरों का घर दिलवा के दिया हुआ.
अति सुंदर सर. हाँ जी
जी जी.
The lines you spoke about parents, a lot of us can correlate. हम सब उसके साथ, and today is my mother's birthday. It's a special feeling.
Happy birthday to your mother.
Thank
Happy.
you, sir.
सब लोग गाइए. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. रिकॉर्ड करो इसको. क्या कर रहे हो यार? Anyway, happy birthday.
रिकॉर्ड हो गया सर, रिकॉर्ड हो गया. We'll share with you.
आपकी एक पोइम है, आपने कुछ पंक्तियां लिखी थी, कुछ तो लोग कहेंगे, उसके ऊपर आपने कुछ पोइमिक लिखी थी.
क्या बोला मुझे समझ नहीं आया.
कुछ तो लोग कहेंगे.
हाँ वो मेरे को
काम है.
हाँ मैंने बोली थी लोगों. हाँ
उनकी 2 लाइनें, वो मदर मेरी बहुत
मेरे पास है नहीं अभी. मेरे पास मेरे सारे पेपर जो थे वो मैं लाया नहीं कहीं. वो बड़ी अच्छी लाइनें हैं, मगर मैं आपको भिजवा दूंगा कभी किसी तरह. थैंक यू.
So meanwhile we can take the next question.
Good afternoon, Anupam sir. This is Kamlesh Adi. I'm sure I'm audible.
Yes sir, you are.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Sir, I just wanted to hear from you 5 key learnings of your life which you would like to share it with us.
Be honest, hard work, decide to be happy, punctual, and respect others.
Thank you so much, sir.
बहुत बढ़िया.
Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Hello, sir. Very good afternoon. Thank
Good
you so much
afternoon.
for such a wonderful talk. My question to you is, as working professionals, we find it very difficult to maintain a good work-life balance. So your advice on this for us all, please.
I think you see, we take ourselves very seriously. We think कि हम अपने कंधे पर जिंदगी का बोझ लेके जी रहे हैं. ऐसा कुछ है नहीं. Life is very simple and life is very beautiful. If you delay your response, अरे एक मिनट शांत हो जाओ भाई, ये सवाल शांत हो जाओ बेटा, रुक जा. एक जिनका सवाल पूछ रहा हूँ, जो पूछ रही है, मैं उनको जवाब तो दे दूँ. नेक्स्ट पर ध्यान, नेक्स्ट पे मत जाओ. अभी जो मुझसे वो पूछ रही हैं, मुझे उनका जवाब देने दो, वो जवाब सुनने दो उनको भी और बाकी लोगों को भी, फिर नेक्स्ट पे जाओ. आप वो तिरुपति के नाई की तरह कर रहे हो. आधे बाल काट देता है और फिर आधे बाल के लिए आदमी बैठा रहता है. So just chill, delay your response. If you delay your response even by 4 seconds, you'll be much happier a person. That's it. Thank you. Next.
Sir, my name is Josefa, sir, and I'm your big fan. I've been watching all your movies from childhood. Sir, one of your finest performance in A Wednesday, along with Nasruddin Shah, was
Yes.
simply amazing, sir.
Thank
sir,
you.
And something which you said, junoon and control, sir. तो दोनों के बीच में क्या balance होना चाहिए, sir? Junoon and control.
जुनून एंड कंट्रोल, जुनून का तो कंट्रोल हो ही नहीं सकता. But yes, it has to be practical. You can't, sometimes junoon can become obsession. And obsession cannot have a very, very major, obsession takes you away from the reality. And control is good. फूड में कंट्रोल, मैडम आस्मी कि आप फिट कैसे रहते हैं, अगर फूड में आप थोड़ा कंट्रोल कर सकते हैं तो आधी से ज़्यादा प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व हो जाएगी. किसी भी एंगर में, I very rarely get angry. Even on cinema, even in films, angry scenes में I have to work very hard. Because anger gives you a false impression of importance. कि मैंने अपने जीवन में पिछले एटलीस्ट 33 सालों से 2 शब्दों का प्रयोग नहीं किया. एक मूड नहीं है, एक बोर हो गया. You will never listen to me saying that these 2 things. Never. Because both the things give you a false sense of importance. यार मेरा मूड नहीं था यार आज जाने का यहाँ पर, या मैं बोर हो रहा था. How can only an idiot can get bored in his own company? So I think control is important. Sometimes out of control situation is also okay. When I was looking for work and my anger, my passion, my helplessness was always out of control. Thank you. Yes, sir.
सर मेरा नाम सचिन है.
क्या आप बात कर रहे हो?
जैसा कि आपने बोला कि हम जो भी हैं अपने माता पिता की वजह से रहते हैं
जी.
तो ये मैं भी मानता हूँ. मैं अपने माता पिता से बहुत प्रेम करता हूँ और उनकी इज्जत करता हूँ
जी.
तो लास्ट ईयर 10 दिसंबर 2022 को माय फादर पास्ड अवे और आज 10 दिसंबर 2023 है. उनको पूरा 1 साल कंप्लीट हुआ है.
अच्छा.
और आज मैं यहाँ आपके साथ बैठा हुआ हूँ और आपके सामने आपकी बातों से यहाँ सभी लोग खुश हैं और मुझे भी कहीं ना कहीं थोड़ी खुशी मिल रही है. तो मैं ये सोचता हूँ कि शायद उनको वहाँ से भी चाहिए कि मेरा बेटा यहाँ खुश रहे.
आपके पिताजी की आत्मा के लिए मैं प्रार्थना करता हूँ, शांति के लिए. माई फादर पास्ड अवे ऑन 10th of February 2012. There is not a single day I don't celebrate his life. We should celebrate our parents' lives rather than mourn the death of their.
थैंक यू सो मच सर.
थैंक यू सर.
सर मेरा नाम रमेश महालिंगम है
जी.
ये सवाल आपसे पूछना चाहता हूँ कि ये एक्टिंग जो है, इज इट अ मेक बिलीव वर्ल्ड, एंड हाउ डू यू ट्रांजिशन बिटवीन द मेक बिलीव वर्ल्ड एंड द रियल वर्ल्ड एंड बैक टू द मेक बिलीव वर्ल्ड एंड बैक टू रियल वर्ल्ड?
Sir, acting is my profession. Acting is not my life. Like you, your profession is whatever you do, like carpenter does this thing. I leave my profession near my lift. House के घर के पास मैं profession को छोड़ देता हूँ और फिर सुबह उठता हूँ, फिर जब लाइनें पढ़ता हूँ, फिर dialogue करता हूँ. It is not my life. My life is who I am. My life is that of a father. My life is that of a husband. My life that is of a son. My life is that of a good citizen. My life is of a patriotic person. I am what I am today because of my nation. इसीलिए नेशन के आपके पासपोर्ट में आपके नाम के बाद आपकी नेशनैलिटी लिखी जाती है. And I must say that since you people live here, most of you live here? Most. I feel that Indians living outside India are bigger Indians than Indians living in India. Last question ले लेते हैं अभी.
Last ले.
Yes, ma'am.
हाय अनुपम जी.
आप लोगों ने तो खाना खा लिया, मैंने तो खाना भी नहीं खाया. हाँ जी मैडम.
मेरा एक क्वेश्चन है, एनी रोल विच यू रिग्रेट कि यार ये मैं करता तो ज़्यादा अच्छा करता?
मैम, आई डोंट रिग्रेट एनीथिंग इन लाइफ.
मतलब कोई ऐसा रोल हो जो आपको लगता हो कि यार ये
मेरे को सारे जो अच्छे रोल कोई और करता है मुझे लगता है मुझे करना चाहिए था. वो आई एम वेरी कॉम्पिटिटिव एंड येट आई एम वेरी वेरी टू बी रेस्टलेस इज आई थिंक वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. मिस्टर इंडिया का रोल पहले अमरीश जी की जगह मैं कर रहा था. फिर उन्होंने उसकी इंटरप्रिटेशन चेंज कर दी. फर्स्ट दे कैरेक्टर वाज डिफरेंट, देन दे मेड हिम. बट व्हेन आई सॉ द फिल्म आई वेंट एंड टोल्ड अमरीश जी ये रोल आपसे बेटर कोई नहीं कर सकता था. बट एवरीथिंग इज नॉट पॉसिबल. व्हाट गॉड हैज गिवन मी, आई एम थैंकफुल टू हिम. वो एक बड़ी बात है ना, जो मिल रहा है उसका शुक्र कर, जो नहीं मिल रहा उसका रंज मत कर। और जो मिला है वो इतना कुछ मिला है कि मैं अगले 7 जन्म तक भगवान का शुक्रिया अदा करता रह सकता हूँ।
बहुत बढ़िया सर। और कोई मैसेज आप देना चाहेंगे हमको?
और मैं अब ये मैसेज देना चाहूंगा, दत्तू कहाँ गया? मेरा बॉय चला गया, भाग गया। अब आप लोगों को एक काम करना है, इस वीडियो को मैं डालने वाला हूँ अपने सोशल मीडिया पे। आप लोगों को एक्टिंग करनी है और दिल से करोगे, मुझे पता है क्योंकि मैंने बड़ा अच्छा किया कि मैंने इस बड़ा कमाल का लेक्चर दिया और आप सब लोग पागल हो गए और आप सब लोग खड़े होकर जोर जोर से ताली मारने लगे। चलिए उधर ही रहिए, अपनी अपनी जगह पे रहिए दोस्तों, ऐसे मत जाइए। शाबाश शाबाश, वाह 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 वाह। सब अपनी जगह पे रहिए, कोई इधर उधर नहीं जाएगा। नमस्कार, क्या बात है, कैसा लगा?
तालियां बजती रहनी चाहिए, खड़े रहिए और तालियां बजती रहनी चाहिए अनुपम खेर साहब के लिए।
अरे वाह 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 वाह, बहुत अच्छा लगा मुझे आपके साथ, बहुत मजा आया। आप लोग बहुत कमाल के लोग हैं, भगवान आपको खुश रखे और आप कामयाबी की करम चढ़े। थैंक यू सो मच, गॉड ब्लेस यू ऑल। थैंक यू थैंक यू थैंक यू थैंक यू। वाह वाह वाह।
सर, we will need you back on the stage for 2 minutes.
कॉन्फ्रेंस आपने की, कॉन्फ्लुएंस, विजन, सस्टेनेबिलिटी एंड इनोवेशन, और ये नमस्कार, धन्यवाद
सर। वी विल स्टिल नीड यू हियर।
अभी कुछ दे रहे हैं आप लोग मुझे?
हाँ सर,
अच्छा,
इसीलिए चाहिए।
धन्यवाद, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Can we invite
Thank you very much.
chairman?
It was a pleasure talking
Anupam
to
Kher
all
sir,
of you.
last question from me. You have come to ICAI Dubai chapter, पहले भी आप आए हैं। आपको याद है एक बार आप पहले आए हैं, कितने साल पहले आए थे? आप इस मंच में आ चुके हैं, ICAI दुबई चैप्टर में आ चुके हैं। हमें आपको सुनने का मौका मिला हुआ है। क्या याद है आपको कि कब, किस साल में हमसे गुफ्तगू हुई थी? 2012
आया था मैं।
आप आए थे। मैं उन्हीं चेयरमैन और वाइस चेयरमैन को बुलाता हूं। दैट टाइम दे वर देयर। कैन आई हैव जेम्स मैथ्यू एंड वेंकटेश ऑन द स्टेज टू फेलिसिटेट अलोंग विद चेयरमैन अनुपम खेर सर, प्लीज। दे वर द चेयरमैन एंड वाइस चेयरमैन दैट टाइम।
थैंक यू
सर। अनुपम खेर ने इतना एंटरटेन किया है, आप उनके लिए तालियां तो बजा ही सकते हैं। ICAI दुबई चैप्टर। ओके, अगर आप जा रहे हैं, जस्ट बता देता हूँ, सम वाउचर्स आर देयर। यू हैव पुट इन योर बिजनेस कार्ड्स एंड रैफल्स। तो कुछ जीतने का मौका है, iPad एंड सम 250 दिरहम गिफ्ट वाउचर्स। आई कैन सी सम नेम्स, उन्हीं को मिलेगा जो हॉल में होंगे, अदरवाइज यू हैव टू पास इट ऑन। लेट मी स्टार्ट विथ 250 वाउचर्स। 250 वाउचर्स, कोमल तोलानी। कोमल तोलानी, आर यू हियर? कोमल तोलानी, 250 AED वाउचर फ्रॉम नेशनल बॉन्ड्स। You are winning it. Are you here? नहीं तो ये वापस चला जाएगा किसी के पास। कोमल तोलानी। Okay. We move on. नीरज कुमार। नीरज कुमार। Not there. Okay. BK सुंदर। BK सुंदर। BK सुंदर आ रहे हैं? सर आइए। You have won 250 dirham voucher from National Bonds. आइए ऊपर आइए। BK Sundar. Yes, sir, please come. These are given by National Bonds. Give a round of applause to National Bonds as well as the winner BK Sundar. Anyone from National Bonds? No, he's clicking a video for promotions. Rohit Dhoot, are you here? Rohit Dhoot. अरे दौड़ते हुए आ रहा है रोहित, कम. 250 AED gift vouchers from National Bonds, and I can see the smile. ऐसी आपकी स्माइल प्यारी है और अच्छी स्माइल नजर आ रही है. कुशन शाह, double mind में था, should I attend this AIC or not? Kushan, are you around or you are out? Most likely you are out to get the picture of Anupam Kher. Kushan Shah, not there. Komal Tolani. Okay, now we go for the iPad. Let's see if you are there, otherwise you will lose that iPad. Jarna Ganglani, are you there? नहीं है, वापस कर दो iPad. Oh my goodness, she's there. Jarna, please come. You have won an iPad from National Bonds. Give a round of applause to National Bonds and the winner, Jarna Gaglani. She's lucky. I will tell you why she's lucky. She won something on day 1 and she today also won on day 2. Am I right, Jarna? क्या बात है, आपका lucky दिन चल रहे हैं. Please come on the stage. Okay. Thank you. Let's move on. We are talking about sustainability for last 1.5 days, and we have heard speakers. Ashna, do you have something different other than these speakers talking about sustainability?
Just had a discussion with my son on a dinner table, and I asked them, do you know what is recycling of paper? Not wasting water and electricity.
Tell me something, what is the age of your son?
He's in the 5th grade, around
5th
11
grade,
years.
so almost 10 years.
Yes.
So 10-year guy, what does he reply on sustainability?
He immediately replied, oh yes, Maya, that is what we are learning in school. It's all about protecting the planet, right? He also added that every little action of ours, like turning off the lights when we leave the room, using reusable bags, makes a lot of difference in the entire environment.
Wow. And this is, you are talking about a 10-year kid talking to you on sustainability. That's fantastic. Do you have any kids who can speak here on this stage on sustainability? I want to see them. What exactly a kid wants to say on sustainability?
Yes. Today we have 2 kids from Ambassador School who has been sent by the school to project how we are passing on this theme of sustainability among our kids. If we keep it up to us, how would our next generation understand the importance of protecting the Mother Earth? I request Sai and Vihan to come up on stage.
Can I have the big round of applause for the students? They are coming for Ambassador School and they will talk about sustainability for 1 minute. Let's see what exactly our future thinks about sustainability. Can I see these 2 kids? These are the 2 stars. Please come up on the stage. They will talk about sustainability and sustainability project they did. तालियां तो इनके लिए बनती है, अगर अनुपम खेर के लिए बनती है तो इन बच्चों के लिए तो बनती ही बनती है.
Rachel, can you just place the picture of the project, please?
Okay, who will go first? You will go first. Okay, do you know what is sustainability? And you want to speak on it? Okay, are you scared seeing so many uncles, aunties in front?
No.
Wow, that's the strength, that's the power of the kid of the future. What do you want to say?
This is about my prosthetic hand, which I've made on rubber. I've made it out of pieces of foam, wood, and rubber bands.
What it does?
So,
What it does?
good afternoon, everyone present here. My name is Vihan Mulgaonkar, and I'm going to present to you this environmental sustainable prosthetic hand. You may You may be wondering.
Environmental sustainable prosthetic hand. This is sustainable and environmental. He has used everything which is sustainable here to make this prosthetic hand. Go ahead.
You may be wondering that how is it sustainable? That's why I'm here to tell you about it. It's totally sustainable as it is made of pieces of foam, wood, and rubber bands. How is it totally sustainable? I mean, how is it useful? There are two reasons why. One, it doesn't hurt the environment, and two, it functions like an actual human hand. My suggestion is, if we utilize similar sustainable materials along with AI-powered tools, we can spread this project around the world and it can actually be a good cause, as we don't need to waste metal and plastic. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
What a thought, not to use metal but wood. This is Vihan, and one more trivia. He is son of Ashna, who is talking about sustainability. Vihan, superb. Can I have your prosthetic hand here? Superb. Give a round of applause to Vihan. Sustainability is, future is talking about sustainability. Yes, brother, what is your name?
So I'm Sai Suhan.
Sai Suhan, what do you want to talk about sustainability?
So I have designed a wheelchair, so I would like to present it to you.
Go ahead. Can I have the wheelchair? Wheelchair is on the screen.
So as you can see, this is my wheelchair I have designed. So first of all, good afternoon to one and all present here. I am Sai Suhan from Grade 5 Ambassador School, Dubai. So everything we make, everything we create, and everything we use should be completely sustainable. So keeping this in mind, I have designed a wheelchair that is designed completely sustainably. So its entire framework is made by recycled scrap metal. As you can see, there are many features like AI autopiloting systems, etc. Although it runs AI, you can also control it with a manual joystick. So as you can see, there are solar panels on it, which is used to provide electricity. So it doesn't, we shouldn't emit anything. So this will work towards net zero in the future. So with this, we aim to, help the people, like the people who are suffering from diseases like polio. We need to help them. Like, they are the underprivileged, but we need to help them, and we need to make them the ones who will success. Thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity.
I love the future of India and Dubai. They are talking about sustainability, not to use plastics, not to use metals, but to use sustainable things to create a wheelchair which has a solar panel to charge itself. That is beautiful. And a prosthetic hand made of wood. Give a round of applause to both these kids. Thank you. Thanks a lot, Vian and Sev. You have done a good job. We love you. ICAI Dubai loves you. Now, last part of the game. We have reached the last section of the day, and for the last section, I need the last partner for running this show. Now I am tired. It's almost 2 days I'm standing here. I'll invite my last partner, last ex-com, to run this section for me. Can we have Malvika on the stage, please? Give a round of applause to Malvika. Malvika, your thoughts on the kids. They are talking sustainability.
I think the kids are more educated about sustainability than us because they are already making projects at such young age at their schools, while we are now learning and deciding how to implement the concept of sustainability.
Perfect. So what we are doing in the next section, who you are inviting for our next section?
Our next speaker is a woman of steel, considered a contributor to India's rising wealth. I don't say it, but IIFL Wealth and Hurran India list says so. The theme of today's conference, Confluence, strikes the right chord with our speakers. Today is the convergence of ideas and the vision our speakers have. On this platform, we get to hear the path walked by the one who ranks 16th in the most promising business talent of India. And voila, it's a woman. Let's celebrate her vision And let's hear how dreams can be made a reality and does not have to remain always a dream. Let us hear about the chairman and CEO of the View Group, Ms. Devita Saraf. Can I request the voiceover, please?
Ladies and gentlemen, our speaker for the day is Ms. Devita Saraf, Chairman and CEO, the VU Group. Ms. Devita Saraf, the chairperson and CEO of the VU Group, established the company at the young age of 24. VU Televisions, a leader in high-end TVs, has generated an impressive revenue of $130 million and sold over 3 million TVs to date under her leadership. Devita emphasizes that women entrepreneurs bring a unique blend of creativity and compassion to the business world, setting them apart from generic companies. She is committed to building businesses that are innovative, sustainable, high quality, and consumer-centric, adding significant value to the market. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Ms. Devita Saraf.
Can we invite Devita with a round of applause? Not easy to do it after Anupam Kher, but Devita, we trust you. Please welcome her with a round of applause. Taaliya to baja dijiye. Yeah, thank you, thank you. Please come up. Thank you, Devita.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, good evening to every one of you. Thank you for having me today at this very august occasion. As the person who introduced me rightly said, that it is a little difficult to follow up the amazing session that we had with Anupam sir, who I know for a very long time. So as soon as he finished, I went running to him. I said, sir, now what are you going to do? How am I going to top up your brilliant session? Usually concert mein, you have the smaller act and then you have the bigger act. And we've done it the opposite. So I request all of you to be patient with me, because I know that I will not be able to match the brilliance of vision and wisdom that he has brought to this amazing session. My talk actually is supposed to be on the power of vision, turning dreams to reality. I am humbly requesting the organizers that I'm actually changing the topic because I want to make this session very personal and very useful maybe to some of you in the audience. I'm changing the topic. I am now making it the power of a CA, turning an entrepreneur's dreams and vision to reality. And I would like to share a story, right? Correct? And I would like to share a story. This is very important because in this story there is a CA and there is an entrepreneur. The CA happens to be my older brother. I just met one of his classmates before coming on stage. And the entrepreneur, of course, is myself. I first became familiar with how important being a CA is when I was in school and my older brother had just finished 12th. And he was a topper. So he could have done any degree, any course, anything that he wanted. And I come from a family business of technology. My father was the founder of Zenith Computers, very reputed PC company. He's known as the father of the PC industry in India. And I remember my parents, my mother and father having a big discussion on what my brother should pursue. And he's one of those fortunate people where he had a choice to do whatever he wanted because his marks were so good. So my mother said that, listen, he is going to be in technology business, he should do engineering. So he should go to IIT or somewhere. My father insisted that no, he should become a CA. Now, my mother said, yeah, but he is not going to become an accountant. So why do you want him to do CA? So my father said that, listen, to understand a business, especially because starting an articleship, you get every aspect of the business and then you grow up. The vision and view that he will get of a business, he will get with being a CA. And because his marks have always been good, he will clear it also. My mother, who was always very passionate about academics, finally relented because it is said, and I'm sure it is true, that CA is the hardest degree to pass. Am I right? Am I right? Hardest degree to pass and the most prestigious. So she said, okay, agar India mein CA se behtar degree nahi ho sakta hai, then my son will do that. So my brother, rank holder, passed CA. By the time I came ready to go to college, I saw his CA books, such big, big books. I remember, paper as thin as tissue paper, so many notes, so many pages. इतने pages होते थे कि book को bind भी नहीं कर सकते थे. Am I right? Green color का cover होता था. All the pages would be there and they'd be tied together with a string. Because it was so much information and so much data that had to go into the preparation for being a CA. I decided at that point, I said, listen, I hope you all are happy. You have your one child who has done CA. ये हमसे ना हो पाएगा. I will have to find other options. And so I packed my bags to go to the US. I found CA looking at it so difficult that I was willing to go to US, live alone, wash my dishes, drive my own car, do whatever I had to, but I knew CA is too difficult for me as a career option. So I decided to go the more MBA route and go into the business route. And when I was working with my father, I started training with him when I was 16, 17. My brother also started training with him when he was 16, 17. And my brother called it MIS. Does anyone know what MIS stands for? MIS stands for Marwadi Induction System. For all of you here who are familiar with family business, Marwadi Induction System basically says कि दुकान पे जाओ बैठो and learn the business. So my brother and I really actually started learning the business when we were very young, sitting in, not only our father's cabin and boardroom, but also in AGMs and distributor meetings, in trade shows, etc. And that's how we learned the ground up of business. It was kind of, you can say, like an articleship for me. At that time, I realized that everyone in India seems to be very obsessed with the fact that, listen, these foreign companies are going to come and they're going to come and take away our business. And so this word MNC was a very scary term for Indian-owned companies at that time, because the worry was that whatever value was created by Indian entrepreneurship, a foreigner would come in with their knowledge of the product, the marketing, the financial might, and they would destroy the businesses. So I decided at that point that, listen, if I have to learn how the enemy operates, I should go to enemy camp and train myself there, which is when I went to California, did my degree in business, saw the tips and tricks of building a global business, and came back to India and joined my father's business. At that time, I had a vision saying that, you know what, at the end of the day, we work really hard as Indian entrepreneurs. Magar jo sab makhan hai, cream of the business, is eaten by foreign brands. They have the best margins, they have the best profit, they have the best brand equity, they have the best customer acquisition. What are we doing so wrong as Indian entrepreneurs that we may be in our country for decades, but you'll always have a foreign brand coming in that customers are gravitating towards? So I had the vision back in 2005 and 6, about 17, 18 years ago, that, you know what, I want to build a luxury, premium, high-end brand in India. And no one really thought it was a great idea, because in India, 2 decades ago, was very post-socialist, just freshly liberalized market. And the reality was that, listen, India is a low-cost market. Let us be realistic about what India is. And the market for a premium product in India will never grow. For all of us sitting here today, where India is such a global superpower, I was very proud when I entered the Grand Hyatt Hotel and I was seeing all those flags out there. And I saw that there's US flag, UK flag, then India flag, and a couple of others. And I told my team member, I said, look, Indian flag is up there. You know, it's very important. I don't think I would have seen that so many years ago. Please notice this whenever you leave the hotel. But back then, India was very different. The vision that I had that Indians will go abroad, get foreign exposure, bring that knowledge to India, be able to create their own footprint globally, and the market will become a much more mature market where it will premiumize a lot more. But like most entrepreneurs who have a vision, they're a little early on the vision. Thankfully, I was very young and I didn't have the pressure to build a business in a very fast manner. So I personally went to the top innovation labs like MIT Media Lab, IDEO, Intel's Innovation Lab, set up this lab to do high-end products, and then subsequently started View Televisions, which is basically in the space of high-end electronics. There we compete as a business with the likes of Sony, Samsung, LG, of course, global behemoths. Business was good. It was growing on a very, steady pace, you can say, as we were able to build our own lab, build our own brand, build the retail expansion, etc. But there were certain opportunities that started to show up to me where this vision started to come true. So in 2013-14, after 8 years, View was about a 30 crore company. Our biggest issue back then, honestly, was distribution. Because distribution is something that the large conglomerates always hold very tightly. It is what in the industry or the investment world they call the moat. You know, what is protecting your business. And what has always protected large companies is their stronghold on distribution. So seeing the vision that, listen, this country is not only going to premiumize, not only going to globalize, this country is also going to become more younger and more hands in people, what we call Henry. Does anyone know what a Henry is? And why is that the biggest opportunity in India? I think mostly CAs here. It's a very new MBA term. Henry stands for High Earner Not Rich Yet. So this is the mass of India today doing very well in their professions, making a lot of money. And these people are a very digital economy. So we were the first brand actually to start selling online in India after giving this idea to Flipkart, Amazon, etc. And the business grew from being a 30 crore business
to a 100 crore business within the next year. We were able to use our own working capital, our own reserves, and the business grew 250, 500, 600. Year on year, we had like a CAGR of about 30%. Now, this is where the CA enters the story. Right? There's always a movie, एक माहौल है, एक विलन है, आपकी कंपटीशन, एक हीरो है, एंटरप्रेन्योर है, और एक एंटरप्रेन्योर का एक दोस्त होता है, हीरो का दोस्त होता है. I think Anupam ji has always played this role really well. And that is when we realize that, listen, we're sitting in a good position. But to realize our vision, we need someone who will really help us drive and understand the numbers ground up. So in 2018, the View business was growing very well, but a lot of Chinese competitors started coming in at lower cost. And they obviously, when you have a competitor who is willing to lose money, it becomes very difficult when your interest as an entrepreneur is to make money, because you can't compete with someone who's willing to die. So suddenly we saw the audience that we were after, the distribution that we had a stronghold in, the marketing that we knew so well, all the entrants who were coming in started to chip away at that business. Now, generally what happens is people at this juncture tend to think that, look, we need a management consultant. We need a management consultant who will be able to use certain business models and tell us where the next area of growth may be. Instead, what we did, we decided to do a vendor due diligence using Alvarez and Marcel, very reputed firm, and said, you know what, let them just do a due diligence of the company's accounts. This was a very different situation, let me tell you, than getting a McKinsey or a Bain or something. And what actually happened when we worked with a CA firm, that project being headed by my brother, who is in the software business of his own. He has an AI company now. And I told him, I said, you know what, I don't understand this investing accounting as well. Can you please help me with this entire process? So he sat with Alvarez Marcel, who really did a deep dive into the business. And what it actually showed was some fantastic insights. Because what a CA is able to bring to your business is really understanding cash flow. It really helps you understand areas where revenue is created, when costs are created, how your business actually, the core of your business lies. This showed us a lot of great insights, such as the fact that today, for example, the belly of the market was considered the 32-inch TV. But we decided to take a chance on the 65-inch television, even though the market for the 32-inch was 5x higher, but the operating costs were actually 3x higher because of the complexity of servicing and reaching so many customers. Today, people have realized that when you go to a product which is a lower ASP, a lower average selling price, a higher frequency, sometimes your cost of acquisition becomes very high. So we decided to pivot the business, and we said, you know what, let's do one thing. Let's take this entire setup that we have, let's use the numbers shown up in our so many years of accounting, and let us focus the business on the high end of the market. And this was very interesting because this went back to the vision that I had years ago, that let us be an Indian-owned company, but let us be global in our nature of being a premium brand. So we decided to pivot the business and actually make it a more premium brand and actually get out of the 32-inch segment and do 65-inch and larger TVs. This was a very interesting turn for us because most of the industry, everyone would tell us that, listen, why don't you just, cut costs and expand your market? But very important in any decision making is to understand the ownership structure of the business. And what had happened is in all these years, we'd grown the business organically, and one of the beauties of growing your business organically is that you don't lose control of your business because your liquidity requirement is not so much. So generally, there is a trifecta of growth, liquidity, and control. In this situation, what we found is we were able to bring in growth our liquidity requirement were not so high, we had full control. By the time the pandemic came, we were able to pivot our business to being fully digital, to being premium, to being profitable, to being debt-free, to not having an outside investor, to myself continue owning 100% of the business, and being on the rich list that they mentioned. So by the time, thank you. So by the time I reached the age of 40, I was already the richest self-made woman in India, and I, thank you. Unfortunately, 6 months later, I turned 40, and I was very upset because, usually Miss India ka taj bhi ek saal rehta hai, and I was in the rich list for maybe 6 months. But I would not have been able to have control of my business, that kind of return, that kind of money, if it was not an entrepreneur working closely with a CA. Sometimes people feel the role of a CA comes in after, जब पैसा बन गया है, तब बैठ के गुल्ला गिनना है. But that is not the truth. Today you require that knowledge in making business decisions because it's a very data-driven, consumer insight-driven industry that we're in today. And I really owe it to everyone we worked with in this field to grow our business. The other thing which I would like to add has been a lot of value add for me within the View Television business. Is when I was at Harvard Business School, now I'm just curious who the people are who are coming in. It's very fun on stage to see kaun aa raha hai, ja raha hai, so I'm very curious. Hi. When I was at Harvard Business School, where I subsequently did a course called the OPM program, the Owner President Management Program. As you can tell, I'm very much a business school student. I am not a lover of doing finance degrees, but I'm a lover of doing management degrees. But again, let me tell you where a finance person added value so much within an entrepreneur-driven vision business. So we had this case study back then of Philips, who was a very strong player in the cell phone segment very early on. And what had happened is that they really grew and grew and grew. And there was at one time where they had a certain manufacturing defect which was actually pointed out by their accounting team. And because they wanted to reach a certain cost, the MBAs on the table, as I'd say, the COOs, CEOs decided, you know what, we're going to go ahead and make this decision to manufacture this product. The finance person said that, listen, no, there is this discrepancy in our books that is showing that this kind of product, this machinery is going to depreciate, there's going to be some quality issues. We should not go ahead with this product. They didn't listen. There was an issue in the machinery. There was a lag in their delivery time. And finally, the product came to market too late. And Philips had to exit a business that they very early on started. And they said that time something very valuable. They said in every company, you have to appoint, and this is something I learned at Harvard Business School. I didn't make it up. This is something I learned at Harvard, that you have to appoint a CWO. You know, of CFO, CEO, CMO, CIO. Does anyone here know what is a CWO? Yes, ma'am. Chief Wealth Officer. Okay. Anyone else? Yes, sir. Welfare Officer. No, ये HR department नहीं है. Anyone else? W has got a lot of words with it. CWO क्या होता है? Well, this is a very special position that I think CAs should hold. And this is a Harvard point. It says that they are naturally a chief worry officer. Am I right? A chief worry officer should be appointed to every board because you need people who will in the future be able to think of every scenario where the business may be at risk. Because us entrepreneurs by nature are very optimistic. We start our business or we start something with all this enthusiasm. You need someone at the back who's actually figuring out the cost of your decisions, the implications of your decisions. And that is why this designation has actually been made by Harvard Business School, which I think is very valuable in the CA community because they have the eye on the business in such a broad way. In my family, my brother is the chief worry officer. It's a role that I think he enjoys playing. Bade bhai, you know how they all elder siblings are. So he's someone who's always warning me when I am making a decision on where the economy is going to go, how the global war situation is going to affect our supply chain, of how we may be too skewed towards a certain skew, or how we may be taking risks which we've not calculated for. But I do realize the value today of all those years ago when my father argued with my mother and insisted that my brother be a CA, even though his future lied in the software business. Because people often think CA to be one parallel role, a vertical in the business. But I know the value personally that I can share that they add to an entrepreneur's journey. And building a business today, honestly, is not difficult. There's a lot of money available in the market. Today, you want to do an IPO, you want to take investment, you want to take angel investment, you want to take any kind of money, there's enough money. There's a lot of people in India today with very great valuation, with very great revenue. It's every day paper में आता है इसका इतने पैसे रेस किए हैं, ये valuation है, SoftBank ने 1000 करोड़ 1% के valuation पे खरीदा है. But very few people are using a very special word which is profit. And to make a profit, you need people who know how to damn it count. And in my industry, I can tell you that there are not that many people, at least in the overall tech business, who have been able to sustain their business and grow profitably. Today, I'm very excited at View that we have a future because our finances are strong, we are profitable and debt-free, as I mentioned. And this is very important because sometimes it becomes very easy, I feel, in the business world to compare with a lot of people, see what's going on. You have to understand the business of business is to do business. You have to keep your fundamentals strong. And you have to go back to what you learned in basic accounting. And I think it's important that we surround and create an inner circle for ourselves who have these chief worry officers, who have an eye on the pie. Is this company going to make a profit and be sustainable for a long term? So thankfully, as I said, in all these years of working hard, building a business, the product, the brand, everything that we had to do, and trying to just protect my business in a country like India, where you have all these Chinese and Japanese and European and American and all these brands coming in with all this might, and everyone, including the Indian media, constantly saying that, look, you are nothing but a small Indian entrepreneur. You are going to get wiped off by some global conglomerate. Today, I'm very excited to share that on Wednesday, we're officially launching View televisions in Dubai. We are, of course, looking for a CA. So auditions later, but I will definitely work out a special deal. We already started selling at Lulu and Sharaf DG and a couple of them. And I'm very excited that this is now an opportunity. So I was actually talking to my father on my way and he said, listen, when you go to Dubai, you have to market to the Indians in Dubai. And I said, why? The Indians in India, Dubai are the most global diaspora. If I can sell to the Indians in Dubai, I can sell to everyone in Dubai. So I definitely want to be a premium brand in Dubai. Why as Indians are we always a low-cost option? Why are we not always the most innovative option? So I do require all your blessings and all your help because this is a big challenge for me that I've taken after so many years to expand my business and bring it to a foreign country, that too 100% self-funded. And I do hope the GCC gives us the opportunity for success that, of course, all of you have seen here today. So these are my few points I wanted to share. The lovely story of when a CA and entrepreneur works closely together with an eye on the pie, which is simple thing, it's to make money. Everything else is just noise. And it really makes me happy to share this story here with you today, because I myself owe so much to the CAs in my life. So thank you so much. Thank you for having me. I think he's either come up to tell me he has questions or he's throwing me off the stage. Yes, sir.
I just want to felicitate you and say thank you.
Okay, do you want to take 1-2 questions, or do we have any questions? I'm happy to answer them to the audience or even outside, not a problem. Yes, ma'am.
Anyone has any questions here, please? Can I see the hand? Yeah, sure.
Women are always supporting women.
Hi, thanks for the lovely session that you gave us and an insight on creating an Indian brand. So my question is that, I'm Anupama, my question is that how do you really convince people that an Indian brand can be as competitive as compared to the foreign brands, where the whole mindset of generations of Indians is that, okay, something which comes from the West is more superior?
I think that's a great question, and honestly, I've spent most of my life answering that question. So I will tell you this. I have been on Prime Minister Narendra Modi's Make in India manufacturing panel. And the discussion that we've had is around the Make in India theme. Because as you know, for our current government, that has been a major focus. And one of the things that I've always brought up to the government is, you know, when you think of made in Germany, you think of a high-end car. You think of made in France, you'll think of a luxury perfume or something. You think of made in even Taiwan, you think of great electronics. But actually, when you think of made in India, what is your perception? And unfortunately, the perception is either something which is, you know, handcrafted or handmade, which is great, or a low-cost option. So we have to actually change this mindset, starting with things that we see in our films where they always show the boss as the villain. Okay, the rich man is always the bad guy. And entrepreneurs are not always looked on as role models. To the media that very often likes to be overly welcoming to a foreign player that's not proven itself in the market. To working with your own team and encouraging them that, look, when you're working in an Indian-owned company, you're also doing a patriotic job. An Indian can be in India, in Dubai, in California, anywhere, but we are Indians. We have to fight for our nationality and where we're from, right? So it's a constant job to innovate, because Indians actually are very naturally gifted as very creative thinkers. So in each of these fields, in each of these areas, I've always felt that the word indigenous comes from India's genius, because Indians are naturally very creative. So there's always been this mindset of India being a China +1 strategy, that if your manufacturing is going to move out of China, it's going to come to India, and this is the opportunity. But I would say that India's bigger innovation and bigger opportunity is to be the labs of the world, the thinkers of the world, the creators of the world. So as and when we're bringing up unique products, as and when we're innovating, as and when we're actually giving a tough fight to competition, head on head with what they're selling, slowly we're able to inch away and create the perception that is required. It's a long generations of mindset that unfortunately Indians often face, thinking something global is better. But as we all become global Indians and bring the best of the world with Indian mindset, I think industry by industry, brand by brand, product by product, we will be able to change that perception. It's not going to happen with one government, it's not going to happen with one company or one great success story. It's going to happen when all of us here today actually feel that, you know what, we have faced this stigma in the past, that Indians don't prefer Indian in products. But it is our lifetime's wajood to make this happen. So slowly we're getting there. Thank you.
Thank you, Devita. You are setting up in GCC, I heard. And you are setting up, I am telling you, Dubai is the land of opportunity. Don't worry, you will mint money here in Dubai. That's what we can say. Give a round of applause to Devita. Thank you, Devita, for such a lovely presentation. Can I have Chairman and Surenjan Saab, past Chairman, on the stage for felicitating Devita for her session? Malvika. Ma'am, in the center. Thank you. That was, now we have reached the last session of the day. But before we move on to the last session, Malvika, we have to give some raffles. Let's do some raffles here. MCA, you are ready? Okay, come on the stage, MCA, and after MCA, I'll bring MBG as well. So MCA first, then MBG. We are giving rewards and awards across. आप भी आ जाइए, दोनों के लिए फेलिसिटेट करवाएंगे. Now it's time for some raffles, my dear friends, and let's see who all are lucky today. Let's start first with one MCA. This is won by Bhagirathi Lenka, Planet One. Bhagirathi Lenka, are you there? You have won. Bhagirathi Lenka, you have won an iPad. Bhagirathi is coming. Oh, he's smiling. Super, sir. Please come up. Congratulations. You have won an iPad sponsored by MCA. Chairman Saab, please come on the stage. Chairman Saab, please come on the stage. Please join us. Just informed that ICAI is very lucky for Bhagirathi. What he is getting is, in 2017 he got an iPhone and today he got an iPad. Sir, आप conference में आते रहिए, आपको कुछ ना कुछ मिलता रहेगा. Let's go to MBG. Mayur Batra Group is doing one raffle. Let's take out one name. CA Vaibhav Gupta, are you here? CA Vaibhav Gupta. Vaibhav Gupta, are you here? CA Vaibhav Gupta, you are winning a Mont Blanc pen. आप हैं यहाँ पे? नहीं है. 1, 2, no, not there. Let's go with the next one. Murli Krishnan from Kanu. Murli Krishnan from Kanu, are you here? Yes, I can see the hand. Please come, sir. You won a Mont Blanc pen sponsored by Mayur Batra Group. Give a round of applause. आप कुछ तो घर लेके जा रहे हैं. Don't worry, friends. You will also take something from ICAI Dubai as a gift. How you will take it, I will announce after my raffles. You are also taking. Everyone will take something home today. तालियां तो बजा दीजिए सर. घर में कुछ ना कुछ आप लेके जरूर जाएंगे. The next one, Mont Blanc pen. कौन लकी है आज पेन लेके जाएगा? राजकुमार जामा डाडे. राजकुमार जामा डाडे. यस सर, आ जाइए. मेरे को ये प्रोनाउंसिएशन भी सीखना है और आप जीत भी गए हैं मॉन्ट ब्लैंक. कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशंस. चेयरमैन साहब, नाउ यू टेक इट आउट. लेट्स सी क्या होता है, कौन लकी है. हु विल टेक अ मॉन्ट ब्लैंक पेन. ईमानदारी देखिए, आंख फिरा लिया उसके बाद निकाला है.
सर रैंकावत दिख रहा है सर एंड में. तो
ईमानदारी बोला था सर.
मेरा वापस डाल देता हूँ. हाँ, ये दूसरा है जी. मानव मोदी. मानव मोदी इज देयर. I can see the head. That's great. Congratulations.
मानव मोदी थोड़ा जल्दी आइएगा, अगर स्टेज में आने में देर हो गई तो मॉन ब्लैक पेन कोई और ले जाएगा, इतनी भी तेज नहीं, आराम से थोड़ा सा आइए प्लीज कम. यू हैव बीन लकी टुडे. And the sponsor is Mayur Batra Group. Can you give a round of applause to Mayur Batra Group for sponsoring Mont Blanc pen? I think in total 5 Mont Blanc pens has been sponsored. Thank you for supporting ICAI and our members. Congratulations, sir. Please come. दोनों हाथ दीजिए, but wishes are with you. लास्ट 2 मॉन्ट ब्लैंक पेन बचे हैं. चेयरमैन साहब, मेरे को लकी बना सकते हैं?
अपन तो क्वालिफाई नहीं हो पाएंगे सर.
अपने क्वालिफाई नहीं हो जाएंगे बिकॉज वी आर कमिटी.
स्नेह लोहिया फ्रॉम जापान टू मॉन्ट ब्लैंक. क्या बात.
जापान हम भूल ही नहीं पा रहे हैं. पूरे कॉन्फ्रेंस में जापान की बात की है. शी वॉज वन ऑफ द पार्टिसिपेंट्स ट्रैवलर विद अस. स्नेह आ जाइए प्लीज. हाँ, चंद्रहास साहब ने इजी कर दिया. प्लीज कम. सर, इसके नाम पे मैं चाहता हूँ मॉन्ट ब्लैंक पेन देना, लेकिन मयूर बत्रा ग्रुप विल नॉट अलाउ, अदरवाइज आई वुड हैव गिवन इट टू यू. स्नेह मैडम, प्लीज कम. Your Japan trip is actually lucky for you. You are winning awards after awards, or prizes after prizes. हाँ, तालियां बजा दीजिए, अच्छा लगता है. Thank you a lot. The last one. एक काम करते हैं, आपने 2 निकाले सर. सर आप निकालो. नहीं सर, निकालने दो. अनिकेत अग्रवाल, अगर आज भी आप नहीं हैं, then it's very difficult. अनिकेत अग्रवाल, कल आपने मिस किया, वाइफ ने भी मिस किया, मेरे को अभी लग रहा था कि कहीं वापस मिस नहीं हो जाए. प्लीज कम अप. यू वांट अ मॉन्ट ब्लैंक पेन. कल 2 बार मिस होने के बाद भी आपकी तकदीर बहुत ज्यादा अच्छी चल रही है सर. He missed it yesterday and today he got it. Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you. Where is Dheeraj? Dheeraj, are you around? There are some raffles left. Can you bring those raffles? Please bring those raffles. Raffle boxes and the raffles. Raffle boxes and the raffles. In meantime, my dear friends, what you have to do for return gift is you already have something which as a badge which you are wearing, right? On the way back, you have to return that badge and then you can get. So you have to decide either you want to keep that as a badge, as a trophy, or you want the return gift. So if you want a return gift, give that badge back. Only member badge. Only member badge. No guest, no delegate, nothing. Only member badge will be returned. Once you know the badge which you are wearing, this badge you have to return. If you want to keep it as a souvenir, as a trophy, then do not take return gift. Take the badge home. Otherwise, take the return gift. That is what you have to do. Only member can do it. No guests, no delegates, no sponsors. It's only for member. The return gift, please ensure on the back, when you are going back, you will get it just in the aisle area. In the moment you cross the conference hall, you will get it. Please do ensure you are taking that back. Now let's have some raffles done. किसको बुलाया जाए? कौन लकी लग रहा है? पहले आईफोन से चालू करना चाहते हैं, किसी छोटी चीज से चालू करिए. आईफोन तो लास्ट के लिए रखेंगे. Meantime, can I request you to give a clap to Executive Committee of ICAI Dubai Chapter for 2 days of hosting you and ensuring everything goes fine. Give a round of applause to Chairman for all the ideas, the committee to execute the same.
And for Secretary Jaiprakash Agarwal as well, because he has been working and since morning so energetic, so electrifying. Can we have a big round of applause for Secretary Jaiprakash Agarwal?
We have someone. Still have a last session, I know. Look, when there is a star sitting and there is a star session, no one is going. Ankur is a star, so I am not worried. There are people sitting for him, waiting to hear. I was looking for someone for a MASPA. Can I have you along with your, along with Undersecretary, ex-Undersecretary of Ministry of Economy from Bahrain? Sir, please join us to take out the raffles. This is being sponsored by ASPA. This is being sponsored by ASPA. Okay, let's go with the first one. Sir, I can see one name, R. Venkatnathan. R. Venkatnathan. R. Venkatnathan. Arey sir, sab Japan wale hi aa rahe hain. This is another one from Japan. He was one of the participants and he is also a winner of one of the goodie bags from ASPA. Can we have one of the goodie bags, Dheeraj? जापान ट्रिप सबके लिए लकी था, कुछ ना कुछ सब घर ले जा रहे हैं. Jarna ma'am, where is Jarna? You did not go to Japan, but you still won. Okay, one more we will take, and then we go to the next session. Last one, and then we go to the next session. This is the last one.
Jarna Gaglani.
Jarna Gaglani, what are you doing?
This is the second time she has won.
Third time, sir. Third time. Okay, let me ask. You want to pass? Where is Jarna? Jarna is not there?
No,
Jarna?
she's not there.
She's not there? She passed? Very good. Jarna, are you there? No, she is not. Oh, we'll go with the next one. She has already won 2, so that's okay. किसी और member को एक मौका देते हैं. Let's bring. Jarna will not feel bad about it. But the moment has already gone, Jarna. You have already given up. किसी और member को भी chance दो. Let's see. Next is Ashutosh Maheshwari. Are you here? Ashutosh Maheshwari. Please come up on the stage. I can see your hand. A little faster. You have to run because we are running late on time. Our last session is left. Jarna, you have won the third one, but you missed by fractions of second. I'm really sorry for that. But congratulations, you won 2 at least in day 1 and day 2. Ajay sir, Ashutosh Maheshwari, the last raffle of the day. iPhone we are keeping for the concert. We will do it in the concert when the members are there. This is the last one for the day. Ashutosh Maheshwari. This is the last one. Congratulations, Ashutosh. This is being sponsored by ASPA Management Consultancy. Thank you very much. Malvika, let's go back to our podiums and let's complete the last session. Ankur is waiting, everyone is waiting for us to complete.
Thank you, Jay. The next speaker is the CEO and founder of our title sponsors of the ICAI Dubai chapter. It's always a pride feeling to have a fraternity member share the dais, and especially on such occasions as the AIC. Not only a fraternity member, but someone who did exactly what most of us do, consultancy in taxes and advisory services, but excelled today to become the one to shape the Dubai real estate market. You know, in real estate, it's not only about your vision, but to align your vision to the industry's vision, and maybe even beyond. Not to forget that the propelling factor is innovation and connecting with like-minded people. You see how our speakers are apt for today's conference? Without much delay, let us hear about the founder and CEO of Bricks and Woods Real Estate. Can we have the voiceover, please?
Ladies and gentlemen, our speaker for the day is C.A. Ankur Raghuwal, CEO and founder, Bricks and Woods Real Estate. C.A. Ankur Raghuwal is a prominent figure in chartered accountancy, focusing on taxation, audit, accounting, company law matters, and financial services. With a wealth of experience, Ankur is known for his deep knowledge of accounting standards, bank audits, and tax issues. Recognized as a visionary leader, his dynamic approach has led to a remarkable track record in the industry. Leveraging his expertise, C.A. Ankur Raghuwal is making significant contributions to the real estate sector in the UAE. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for C.A. Ankur Raghuwal.
The last session of the day, Ankur Agarwal on the stage. Please give him a round of applause. A man with a golden heart. support that chapter throughout the year. Ankur, we have a lot of respect for you.
Good evening to all. It's been a pleasure seeing you all here again. It's my second time I am a speaker for this esteemed organization, Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, of which I am a fellow member, and the most proud moment of my life. So I'm very happy to see you all again. I can see the empty seats, but I'm sure that after 10 minutes you will not see the empty seats. So, likewise, I am also a fellow member of Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. And after coming to Dubai, now I'm representing a company, a billion-dollar company, Bricks and Woods, real estate. And today the topic which has given to me is to speak about the challenges and risks in the real estate industry. And we will not only discuss about the challenges, we shall discuss about how to get the victory over those risks and how to get the triumphs over those risks. So without making any further delay, we shall start our session here. So, can I get a laptop or something? Okay. So, as we all know, okay, thank you. As we all know, real estate is the biggest economic-driven factor in the world. But today we will amazed to know that more than 50% of the world's wealth lies in the real estate. I'm sure that it is an amazing fact. If you can see the numbers on that graph, it is more than $300 trillion. The value of gold, the value of crude is way less than the real estate. So it represents that real estate is the biggest economic-driven factor in the world. Not the gold, not the crude, not the GDP. In fact, I'll give you one more interesting figure, that the 3.5 times of the total GDP, 3.5 times of the total GDP of the world lies in the real estate. So practically, I can say that everything is driven through real estate. So whatever we will do, whatever the money will go, how the flow go, it will eventually go into the real estate. So definitely, if the total world's wealth, more than 50% of the total world wealth lies in the real estate, so definitely there should be some risks and assumptions, and there will be challenges in that. So we shall be discussing those challenges today. So as you can see the graph which I have discussed with you, gold is $12.1 trillion. The total gold value of the world is $12.1 trillion, and the real estate value is about $300 trillion. So you can understand how much the big share of real estate is in the world. So if you are talking about the risks, so I have categorized these risks into the participants. So there are the participants who will definitely bear the risk or face the challenges, although see, this topic is very vast and it is impossible to cover all the assumptions and challenges and triumphs over it, but I have tried my level best to share knowledge as much as possible in the given 30 minutes or maybe more. So I have categorized the risk participants as developer, investor, financial contributors, and regulatory authorities. So we will start with the developer. So the biggest challenge of a developer, although there are many challenges, but we shall start with the few. The biggest challenges which a developer usually faces, of course, there must be many developer here, and they can understand my perception over it, that the biggest challenge is the financing factor. Financing and fund management is the biggest factor which is a sort of challenge. Although we always try to make it big. We always try to make it big, but fund is the regular constraint which comes in our way. No matter how big you are, even if you are the biggest developers of the world, you will be facing the fund challenging. So there are few strategies which you can implement to get over this challenge. Is the first triumph strategy I can recommend is the private equity funding. Before going to the financial institutions, there are private equity participants through which we can get our fund. Most of the developers, if we will talk about the UAE real estate market, let's talk about UAE real estate market. Most of the developers are not based on their equity. They are working through the equity of fund houses, the family offices, some big influential people. So you should use, you should know how to use these private equity partners with you. You can use the crowdfunding model. Okay, if you want to make a big building, you are not enough, you are not able to get the proper funds, then you can use the crowdfunding model. In crowdfunding model, you can use the multiple people, make a pool of the fund, and then you can do your development projects. Strategic partnership, JVs model we can use. In JV models, I have the land bank, but I don't know from where to get the fund for the development. So I can collaborate with someone so that I can get the fund for the development. In the lieu, I can give him a built-up share or whatever it is, but I can manage my fund through strategic partnership. It is a very efficient model. As of now, these days, the developers are using. You must be amazed to see that lot of developers in UAE particularly are using this strategic partnership model. You must be you will be seeing that, okay, the particular developer is getting their project done, but you don't know who is the actual builder of that project. So this is a very unique tool which people are using, and definitely financial institutions, you can go to financial institutions and ask for the funds definitely for your projects. Regulatory and legal complexities, of course, there are the complexities in the project. See, of course, we can talk about due diligence and all. There are tools, there are companies, there are people who can get you supported in your legal complexities, problem solving. But my idea is you should choose a place where there is less legal complexities. Rather than getting yourself involved into the legal complexity and making solution out of it, you should choose an area which is less legally compliant. That's why we are here in the UAE. The laws are simple, the things are pretty much clear. We can take example of, see, I'm from North India. I have seen developer going up and going down in a couple of years due to legal complexities. The problem is they get themselves involved into those complexities. It is not about solving the problem, it's about choosing the right place to invest on. So rather than putting yourself into due diligence and legal complexities model, I would rather suggest you to choose a place which is less legal compliant. Market dynamics and demand fluctuations, of course, you have to bear with the market fluctuations, you have to bear with the roller coaster ride. But there are few strategies which you can implement through which you can minimize your risks. I have an idea. I have created, see, from brokerage to developer, we pass this journey. So I understand how we can minimize our risk in development. The most important thing which you should consider is the duration of your project. Most of the people don't think about it. The duration of the project should not be as per the markets. It should be less than the market. You should choose a project in which you can get the exit before your stipulated period. Only then you can be successful. I will explain you how. If you will get a land and then you will do the construction, you will get your project registered under RERA and you will get your escrow account open and then you will start your sales. You should know that if you will not exit in 6 months, if you are not able to sell your product in 6 months, then definitely you will be facing the market fluctuation because you never know what will be happen in 6 months. So as a developer, you should always make short-term plans. The problem with the developer is they always make big-term plans, long-term plans. There is no long-term plan in. If you will say that, okay, I will create the whole island, I will do this, you have to wait for 10, 15 years. And with your limited capital, you cannot do that. So if you are a small developer, always make short-term plans. Using your short-term vision, you can create long-term things. You should have an exit strategy for 6 months or 1 year maximum. This is very important. You should know how to do the asset liquidation. And what do we mean by the asset liquidation? I am a developer. I am dependent on the buyers. If the buyers will come, they will buy my property. But I should have a strategy wherein I can get my project underwritten through someone. Even if I will make less profit, but I should know that I will be getting my capital at least. You getting my point? So we should know how to liquidate our assets. If we will sit on the big term profit, see, the biggest problem with the developer is they always sit on the big term profit. You should always looking for small term profits. Definitely, we shall be having economic and external factors. We can diversify our portfolio. Financial agility, definitely we should maintain. We all understand all these things. The point which I should highlight here is that we should not get involved ourselves into a political environment. I'm talking very practical, guys. For real estate developer, if you get yourself involved into political environment, you will not succeed, definitely. This is the biggest problem with the developers in India these days. So you should create a non-political environment. I hope you understand this thing. You should, of course, stay informed about macroeconomic trends, diversification of portfolio for risk mitigation. This is very important topic, land procurement. I'm talking about the developer only now. Land procurement is a very strategic decision. See, why a developer fails? There is a reason behind it that they always put themselves on the excess land banking. How the developer is working, that they are getting the sale proceeds for buying another piece of land. Instead, they should use their profits for getting the piece of land. Instead of using our off-plan sales proceeds for getting a land bank, we should use our profit for getting a land bank. Or if you have a private equity, if you have your self-funding. If self-funding is there, it's completely fine. I will give you one more strategy. For developer, there are two important things involved. The first is cost of land, second cost of development. For cost of development, you don't need to put all the money into development. You can use your land bank and get it mortgaged to the bank and then get a bank guarantee, using that bank guarantee for the escrow account, and then use your real funds into the development. I hope you understand my point. If you wish to ask me any question, just raise your hand, please. Yes, please. Yes. You need a mic or something. Okay. See, if you have, okay, I understand, sir. If you have your land with you, you can get that land mortgage to any bank. You can get your land mortgage to any bank. I'm not talking about that land which you are building. I'm talking about that land parcel which you are not using. You can use that land parcel for getting it mortgaged to bank, getting the bank guarantee, and then use that bank guarantee for escrow account, RERA account. In a way, you will save your 30-40% of your development cost. This is the thing which most of the developers in UAE right now are doing. That's why they are able to launch a new building every 2 months, every 3 months, in fist of minutes, as you told. This is what they are doing. This is smart work, actually. They are multiplying their money. Developers should see there is always a technological challenge for the developers. I am good. I have money. I know how to do the development, but I'm not using the proper technological advancements things. I'm not using the beam model. So it is very important when you are getting your project built, you should use the best possible techniques in the world. This will not help you today. Maybe you will be getting a building which is as good as the building of others, but you will see the changes after 5 years when you will be having the maintenance issues. The developers, what developers are doing, they are reducing their costs by not using the advanced technological softwares. There are things in the market which you can use, and then you can create a reliable product for your investors. Environmental and sustainability compliance. Unfortunately, 90% of UAE developers are not working on this model. And this is actually the need, if you will see the global conditions. So there should be proper regulations for the green buildings, sustainability, innovation. See, I'll give you a very good example. If you will go to downtown or Business Bay, can you name me one building which is green, which can be categorized as green and efficient building, which can complete the parameters of sustainability? Have you seen any projects in UAE except one which is categorized as sustainable projects? Unfortunately, no. But if you will see the European market or American markets, you will see a lot of those kind of projects. They are actually working on the carbon emission calculations. So my idea is, if the developer will build themselves on this sustainability model, they will make more profit, because sustainability is the future. Developer can be a master developer also. So if you are a master developer and you want to create a big projects, but you have the scarcity of the funds. So how you can do that? You can use the public-private partnership model, PPP model. So you can take support of government, and government will give you some land parcels or some kind of assistance wherein you can create a big project. So my idea is, even if you are a small developer like me, you can dream of big projects by putting yourselves in the conversation with the government for the big projects. I will give you a very good example. We are making few buildings in Ras Al Khaimah, in Al Marjan. Then I had a conversation with the government officials. I came to know that they are looking for a developer who can be the master developer of those islands which are there for last 5-7 years. There are islands with the government doing nothing. So if you will ask question, you will get solution. So then that can also be a big help. So we have taken example of Singapore. They were actually facing the problem with the land banks. They were not having the proper land banks. So what they did, they build their city vertically. They even build their green areas vertically. So they were having a challenge and then they get the solution. So now we will talk about the investor perspective. See, we talk about the big developers having $1 billion fund or like, but what about those investors who have very less money and they are facing the problems and sometimes they lost all the monies which they have. They lost all their life savings. So now we will talk about some factors for the investor point of view. So investor is scared of always market volatility. Investors have seen the roller coaster ride in the market. So how to cope up with that? Asset induction strategy. What do you mean by asset induction strategy? See, when you are getting your product chosen, when you are looking for a property, you should use data analytics model. I'm sure most of the agents are aware about these data analytics model, but investors does not know about it. So as an investor, you can use those products and get your product analyzed that if it will suit you or not. For example, you want to buy an apartment in Marina, okay? What you will do? You will go to Property Finder, Bayouth or like that, and you will see the prices. But those prices are current prices. So how to use the historic data? How you will get the historic database? You will be getting historic database only through those softwares which you can use, and they are available in the market. You have to analyze the economic indicators. You have to study, you have to make a little study about like what shall be the future of that particular area, of that particular developer or these kind of things. You have to have knowledge about the property type, locations, and market. All these information you can get through these softwares. I will give you a very good example of Readin. So Readin is a software where you can analyze the real estate data of last 20 years. And you can even analyze, see, you don't have those skill set and knowledge, but these softwares does have. So you should use those softwares, and they are not very costly. If you are buying a 10 million dirham apartment, you can buy a software which is $500 million. You should buy. Economic downturns and recessions. See, the biggest problem of an investor is that they don't maintain liquidity. You should not put your all eggs into one basket. And you should know how to get my asset liquidated. We are not creating that strategy. This is the problem. I have 10 million dirham and I bought a villa. And when I am in need of money, I cannot sell that villa. This is my biggest problem. Then I came to know that the villa prices has come down, and now I have no option but to sell that villa for that money. So rather than putting all your money into that asset, you should use always 40 to 50% of your liquidity for buying that assets. You can take help of banks or whatever. So in a way, you should maintain your liquidity. I have seen people that they put all their life savings for buying one particular asset. In India, it can be a right strategy. I completely agree with you. But in this part of the world, it is not the right strategy. You will not see always the increasing market trends. The market trends here are very much reliable on the external factors. In India, this is not the case. You have to see, I will give you one very good example. Most of the people used to do that they always, like themselves sitting on the assets. I have 5 apartments in Executive Tower. I don't want to sell it. Why? Because I like that assets. I will tell my friend that, oh my God, I have that apartment, that apartment, that apartment, and I'm doing practically nothing with these assets. And one day, I will see that I'm not getting what I would have expected out of that money. I have seen people investing all their money into a particular community. And then a time come after 2 years or 3 years, they wish to sell their product and they are not able to do that. This is the biggest problem. So you should keep rotating your assets. This is very important. Being chartered accountants, we have clients. We should make our clients, we should discuss with our clients that keep rotating your money. This is the biggest problem with our investors. See, as an investor, I can ask about that you should do the due diligence, but practically it is not very much possible. So rather than hiring someone for due diligence, you should use data analytics softwares where you will get the complete knowledge of the market. So I would urge you, when next time you will go and buy something, use those softwares, and then you will come back to me and tell me that, Ankur, you have given me the right advice. Your perception will be changed. Your perception will be changed because your perception is now as per those people who are giving you the brain. Like the agents, they are giving you the brain that this is good, this is not. But you don't have your brain to analyze that market. So you can use those softwares. We will now discuss about financial contributors. Financial contributor can be anyone. They can be us, they can be banks, they can be private players, they can be government, they can be anything. So, as a financial contributor, we shall always afraid of unsteady market. My friends wants to buy a building, okay? He came to me and he asked me, Ankur, I need your support. I gave him 100 million dirham to buy the property. But I have given that money out of my friendship. But what I will do, if the market goes down and he will not be able to pay back my money, what I will be doing that? First, I will see that the valuation which he is showing is correct or not. See, these all things we completely understand. We all are chartered accountants. I don't need to explain these things. But there are some practical aspects which we can discuss. We always see a big difference in the valuation when it is compared by a bank or a buyer. As a buyer, you will see the valuation on a higher side. As a bank, you will see a valuation always on the lower side. Why it is so? The reason is the buyer is always optimistic and the banks are always pessimistic. So the approach should be always pessimistic, not optimistic. As a buyer, also you can adopt an approach which is pessimistic. Then only you can put yourselves into the correct negotiation. These things we understand: diversification opportunities, enhanced risk-adjusted returns, market trends, due diligence, credit monitoring. These all things our banks are doing. There's nothing to discuss about it. Economic downturns, there's not much we can do about the economic downturns, but we can always create a risk assessment model. Of course, I'm sure that all the financial institutions and banks have these kind of things. Flexible payment efforts. So, these are the things which we can apply. But the problem is, still, we are not 100% sure that how the market will react. So I have a very good practical example of United States of America, that the market got crashed in 2008 because of those finances which are not based on the collaterals. The mortgage was based on the personal guarantee of the people. So after 2008 crisis, they created this Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. They have done their lending standards more strict. See, these all things are practical, doable. But the key is the valuation. Key is the valuation. As a financial contributor, see, I have been in discussion with so many private equity players. The problem is, I always get my real estate valuation on the higher side, and they always keep me on the lower side. So the key is the valuation. So as a financial contributor, you should always maintain a big margin of your valuation. Then only you can be secured. There are challenges from the perspective of the regulatory authorities as well. How they can manage the market speculation and housing affordability. The solution is supply management. Dubai was suffering with the oversupply inventory. Dubai was having the over inventory during last 4 or 5 years. And then we have seen the downward trend in the market, in the prices. Then what they did, they are now maintaining the supply by putting a cap on the land acquisitions. Now, if you will see that if you want to buy a piece of land, it is not easy to buy a piece of land. Most of the lands which are available in the market are disputed or overpriced. But if you want to get a good land parcel, you will not get it. The reason is the government is doing a cap on the land holding, land acquisitions. So when you will not get the enough piece of land, then you will not be able to get the more inventories. And if you will create a cap on the inventory, definitely you shall be seeing the upward trend in the prices. So supply management is very important. It is for the investors only. Government should always do the investors awareness program as they are doing. Anti-corruption models should be placed, because otherwise the right people will not get the right land parcel. The authorities should always maintain the liquidity in the economy for the real estate. They can be having the robust monitoring system. They can have the anti-money laundering law. See, what is the problem with the money laundering? I will tell you. See, we all know about the money laundering practices and all these things. But what is the abuse in terms of investor? How the investor will be affected if these money laundering practices will not be there? I'll give you the example. There is a guy who is making $1 billion, who is getting the money from the illicit sources, and then they are putting all their money into the particular area and getting the prices up. I have seen people, they are getting the illicit money, they are putting that money, and then the prices are getting up. But what will happen if the government will catch them and they will put their all the money, they will get all their money back, and they will put that guy into the jail. So who shall be at the loss? The ultimate investor will be at the loss. So as the regulatory authorities, we should catch those people in the beginning, and it is very much important that this kind of money should not come into the system. There can be more things which government can implement for helping our environment. Carbon emission calculations, it should be getting stricter. Eco-friendly infrastructure, we should promote eco-friendly infrastructure. Energy efficient building and green spaces, we should encourage. So in the last, I would say, as a guardian of financial integrity and architects of fiscal prudence, let us foster an environment where challenges are met with strategic solutions, where perceptions are shaped by informed decisions, and where triumphs are not only celebrated, but becoming the building blocks of a robust, thriving real estate ecosystem. Thank you so much.
Finally, the last session, and real estate investment is the way. Can we have a round of applause for Ankur Agarwal, who is our title sponsor as well, and has always supported the chapter whenever we went. Thank you, Ankur, for that lively performance. I know the people are less, but still these people, in these people's heart, you are there. That is why they are sitting for you. Thank you very much. Can we have Chairman here on the stage? Chairman, along with Nimish Bhai, please come on the stage to felicitate Ankur Agarwal for this session. We also have to felicitate you, Ankur Zab, for supporting the chapter. Can we have bricks and notes? Entire team of bricks and notes can come and collect. We are trying to say a thank you to you with this memento for supporting the chapter for the year. Please, bricks and notes team, please join us. This memento is thank you from ICAI Dubai chapter. You all guys are great. Thank you. His memento, Malvika, bricks and notes memento is there. Make some noise! Woo! Today's conference is over. Did you like it? आवाज नहीं आई दोस्तों. इतनी एफर्ट की है. Did you like it? That's like ICAI Dubai. Finally, we are here for the concert. Before the concert begins in 10 minutes, what we will do is we'll run a raffle. अभी एक raffle बचा हुआ है. We want to give an iPad. हमने बोला था इस बार raffles की बरसात कर देंगे. We are doing raining of raffles across. किस-किस को लगता है वो आज lucky है and he will take iPad home? Very few. सबने hope खो दी after the conference. How many of you think you will take the iPhone home? आईफोन के दीवाने ज्यादा हैं हमारे यहाँ. Okay, this is sponsored by HLB HMT. Can I have a round of applause for our sponsor HLB HMT, who is sponsoring this iPad for you? एक और इन्होंने बोला है, जो बंदा ताली नहीं बजाएगा उसका नाम आ भी जाएगा तो नहीं देंगे. So HLB HMT is the sponsor for iPad. Can you give a round of applause? Thank you, brothers and sisters. Now we'll take out the name. I will hold it for you, sir. Chairman साहब, please do justice. नाम में हरी है, नाम भी अच्छा आएगा. Let's see who is the lucky one to take this iPad home, sponsored by HLB HAMT.
The name of the winner or the surname of the winner is Mehta.
Mehta. How many Mehtas are there?
How many Mehtas are there?
How many Mehtas are there? Stand up. How many Mehtas are there? Anish bhai ने पहले हाथ उठा रखा, मैं हूँ Mehta. Okay, what's the first one?
And the first name is Vishal Mehta.
Vishal Mehta, are you here? Oh wow! Please come. Allow Vishal Mehta to come. Please allow security. Please allow this guy to come. Music a little down. Music down. Vishal, you are the lucky one today. You came in before the concert. You are taking an iPad home. भाई है आपका, आ जाइए साथ में.
And Vishal is the last person to visit the stall. Actually, very lucky gentleman.
सर, इतना भी जोश नहीं. iPad जाना, हॉस्पिटल नहीं. Give a round of applause to Vishal Mehta for winning Apple iPad, sponsored by HLB HMT. Now, I also have an iPhone to give. Before I give an iPhone, I want someone to be who has been supportive. I'll request Hari Bhai, one of the subcommittee members who has helped throughout the year. You want to speak some words and then we want to felicitate him?
I think our subcommittee member, Dixit Jain, he has been supporting the chapter for the last more than 4 years, and he has brought in a lot of sponsors. And I think for the conference, he was working along with Sanjay Gagrani and Rishi Chawla for the food as well as registration. So a big thanks to Dixit Jain. Can we have a big round of applause for Dixit Jain? Thank you. And actually, he is a sponsor as well this year. So we are actually facilitating him now as a sponsor. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we move on to iPhone. Sanjay ji, anything else? This is the last one. Raffle में last है और कुछ नहीं बचा. क्या है? Box है. एक बार देखिए box में क्या है. I want to give iPhone at the end. iPhone is the last one to which will go. अगर कुछ नहीं बचा है तो. It's like Christmas is coming. He has a Santa Claus bag. He says something is in the bag. Let me bring that. तो Santa Claus है हमारे आज संजय गगरानी साहब. And there comes the raffle box. This is the raffle box which you have used during the conference for 2 days. आपका कार्ड इसके अंदर हो सकता है. Ask your husband and wife who was part of the conference. कार्ड डाला कि नहीं, iPhone जीत सकते थे. Whatever is left, please bring in. This is the last one which we are doing. After this, there are no raffles, and we'll only enjoy the music, Be Parag concert, and we go home. This iPhone has been sponsored by UHY James. He is our sponsors and also the sponsors of this iPhone. Thank you, James Matthew, for this, sir. Chairman साहब, आप कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे?
बिल्कुल sir. Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm evening to all of you. Today, as the chairman of the ICAI Dubai chapter, I feel kind of sense of accomplishment, and I would like to express my gratitude to the entire executive committee members who have been working on this conference for the last more than actually 2 months. So can we have a big round of applause for the entire executive committee members, please?
I can hear voices or claps from the VVIP channel. Silver वाले खुश नहीं है, तालियां तो बजा दो सर, माना आप पीछे बैठे हो, लेकिन you must have a good conference.
And one more thing, actually, I would like to express my gratitude to the spouses of the managing committee, because they have been working very hard in the background, and whatever pressure we are having, so ultimately they are feeling that heat or pressure. So can we have a big round of applause for the spouses of the executive committee members? Thank you very much.
सर दो चीज़ मैं भी कहना चाहता हूँ, बिकॉज दिस इज लास्ट 2 days, आई विल नॉट से 2 days, लास्ट 10 days. जयप्रकाश जी, कैन वी हैव अ राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज फॉर हिम? This is the guy who has, trust me, he could have done 20 things not, but he ensured he does 30 things. So salute to him. Chairman Saab, leading the front, always. 3 cheers for him. Hip hip, hooray! Hip hip, hooray!
Thank you very much, really.
Last but not the least, I'll stop there. I want to thank Prashant Nathwani and Amit Khetan for volunteering and spending so much time with us. Thank you so much. It is so precious. Thank you so much for your time.
चलिए, अब लास्ट बचा है iPhone, and let's take out one. Chairman Saab, you want to take out one raffle and make someone really lucky for iPhone, sponsored by UHY James. This is the last raffle. After this, we don't have anything. The last raffle of the Annual International Conference 2023, Confluence, Vision, Sustainability and Innovation. Give a round of applause. The last raffle going iPhone.
And the winner is Adnan Zulfikar.
Adnan Zulfikar, are you here? Make some noise, Adnan Zulfikar. Can we invite James Matthew on the stage? He is the sponsor of this. James sir, कहाँ हैं आप? आ जाओ sir, हमको अच्छा लगेगा. From that side. From that side. Adnan साहब, कहाँ हैं आप? He is not here. Sir, सोच लो iPhone जा रहा है. If you are a friend of Adnan साहब, then call him and say you are missing the iPhone today. Let's go for the next name.
I think the winner is, but I know that most likely he is not here. Sunny Narang from HSBC.
Sunny Narang is not here for sure, because he told me he will not be able to make it today. Sunny Narang, I'll call him and tell you won the iPhone, but I can't do.
I think he's traveling to India, so I think we have to take out
the next one. Superb. Go ahead, please. Sunny Narang calling. Bolo, it's too late.
And this time the surname is Sharma. So all of Sharmas, please be happy. I think there is one of the Sharma is definitely going to win. नहीं सर, नवीन जी शर्मा का नाम नहीं है, but नाम N से ही चालू होता है. तो N से कितने लोग हैं? N first name and
N Sharma.
surname.
N Sharma. N sir, Naveen sir तो यहीं पे है. N Sharma.
Raise your hands, please.
You have not
First
put in.
name starting with N and surname is Sharma. दिख रहे हैं सर, 2-4 नाम तो हाथ तो दिख रहे हैं. तो नीतीश शर्मा is the winner. Nitish Sharma.
Nitesh Sharma. I saw you in the conference. Are you here? Nitesh Sharma. The fair boy. Nitesh Sharma. I can see that guy. Yes, he's the right one.
Finally हो गया सर, strike हो गया. 3 लोग.
Sir, इन्होंने renew किया होगा after 2 years in the ICAI Dubai chapter, and after renewal, he's taking iPhone home. Nitish भाई कैसा लग रहा है? Renewing after 2 years and taking iPhone home.
Meanwhile, I would like to name actually the ExCom members' wives or husband. Megha, thank you very much for your help. I mean, I know that you were getting a lot of pressure from Jayaprakash, but now it's already free. So let's enjoy the year end.
Nitesh sir, what phone you use? iPhone he is using. Which version?
12 Pro.
12. Then you are getting something better this time. iPhone for you, sir. Give a round of applause. This is the last raffle. Nitish sir, I said something you renewed after 2 years in the chapter. Is that correct? See, that happens if you renew, you might get an iPhone. Are you happy, Nitish?
So much.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Enjoy the concert. Thank you. Enjoy the concert.
सर बाकी के भी एक्सकॉम्स की वाइफ्स और हस्बैंड के नाम ले लेता हूँ सर.
Please, please.
श्वेता गगरानी, थैंक यू वेरी मच श्वेता. अच्छा, श्वेता इज नॉट देयर और व्हाट?
Sweta Gagrani.
Sweta is here. Thank you very much for supporting the chapter. And Sanjay. Then Neha. Neha is there. Dheeraj's wife. Okay. Bhavna. Bhavna is our member as well. So Bhavna, thank you very much for all your offers. Can we have a big round of applause for all the wives of our executive committee members? Now there are two gentlemen as well, spouses. Asna's husband Abir. Mr. Abir.
Abir साहब कहाँ पे हैं?
Abir साहब अभी तक नहीं आए हैं sir, but and Rachan, Malvika's husband, he is also not there. But anyway, we thank them for their support to the executive committee members. Thank you very much. Can we have a big round of applause once again for the spouses of executive committee members?
वो सब तो ठीक है.
अरे यार पीछे से थोड़ी तालियां नहीं आ रही, आवाज आ रही है कि नहीं आ रही है बॉस?
अरे बाप रे, गुस्सा हो गए चेयरमैन साहब.
नहीं, कोई गुस्सा नहीं है सर.
ये सब छोड़ो सर, मेरी बीवी नहीं दिख रही है, कहाँ पे गई?
आपकी बीवी तो अभी इधर ही थी सर.
खो गई क्या? She's outside. Okay, perfect. Okay, we are almost ready. Everything is done. B Parag is already here. आपको कुछ बोलना है?
सर एक नाम मिस हो गया है, मैडम चेयरमैन ध्रुव श्री जी का. उनका नाम रह गया. प्लीज गिव अ राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज टू मैडम चेयरमैन ध्रुव श्री जी.
Thank you very much. No, she is really supporting and giving a lot of
वाइफ का नाम ले तो वो बात होती है. बहुत बड़ी नाइंसाफी है ये. Thank you so much. You have been great.
No, thank you very much, Dhrusri. Actually, she is giving a lot of ideas and which we have implemented and a lot of members have appreciated. So thank you very much once again. Dhruv Sri. Thank you very much.
So all set, everything is done. B Parag is also here. He says that if ICAI Dubai cannot make sound, how can I take the stage? I should feel I am in ICAI Dubai. Actually, he told me that's the. Oh, Anish bhai, आप में दम है. ये आपकी आवाज ही है. Oh, thank you, thanks a lot, Anish bhai. Thank you very much. जय की जय हो. नहीं, this is all goes to you. हरि की जय हो सर. हरि को तो सब प्रणाम करते हैं.
Thank you very much.
लेके हरि का नाम शुरू करते हैं आज का कॉन्सर्ट. He is almost here. He will enter any time to entertain us for next 2 hours. Please do enjoy with your family and friends. Dance भी करिएगा, enjoy भी करिएगा, but safety का ध्यान रखिएगा. There are barricades, there are pieces which can hurt you or the kids because kids are there. Please be safe. Enjoy the concert, but be safe. Can I have a round of applause for the last time for the managing committee for annual international conference, because after that we are going off the stage. Next 2 hours is for you to enjoy.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I think we are all going to immerse in the music of B Prague. So let's wait, and I think we have to shout loudly, then only he will come.
हरी भाई, आप कितने जोर से चिल्ला सकते हैं? बी पराग. हाँ.
बी पराग थोड़ा ज्यादा हो जाएगा. अरे मेरा प्रा भाई, आ जाओ यार जल्दी.
अच्छा, you do mimicry, I have heard. आप मिमिक्री अच्छा करते हो, कोई मिमिक्री करके दिखाओ.
थोड़ा बहुत कर लेते हैं सर. अभी 3-4 दिन से नींद बराबर नहीं हुई है, तो आवाज में थोड़ा उतना दम नहीं आ रहा, फिर भी मैं करता हूँ.
प्लीज.
राजकुमार तो आप लोग जानते ही होंगे, पुराना हीरो है. तो वो एक बार पाकीजा मूवी अगर आपने देखी होगी, तो पाकीजा में राजकुमार ट्रेन में सफ़र कर रहा होता है और मीना कुमारी के पांव दिखते हैं और कुछ नहीं दिखता है. तो वो डायलॉग ये बोलता है, जानी हमने आपके पांव देखे, बड़े हसीन लगे, खुदा कसम इन्हें जमीन पे मत उतारिएगा, मैले हो जाएंगे, मैले हो जाएंगे.
क्या बात है, ये तो हमें पता ही नहीं था आपके फनकार का. कैन वी हैव समथिंग एल्स?
एक और सुना देता हूं सर. मुकेश खन्ना तो आपने देखा होगा भीष्म पितामह महाभारत में, वो भी एक डायलॉग दुर्योधन को देता है. वो दुर्योधन, युद्ध तो हस्तिनापुर और पांडवों के बीच में होगा विदुर, परंतु ये नगर तो एक गाल वृक्ष की भांति अपने स्थान पर खड़ा रहेगा और शताब्दियों के ढेर में दबकर फंस जाएगा. अरे मूर्ख दुर्योधन, अपनी जीवा को लगाम दे.